going into this game 3 is going to be kind of interesting, and I'll lay it out for you in this way. Now that Moth is going second, one thing Moth does really struggle with, and I think also to Adam's benefit here, is those cards like Eruption, is those cards like P-Box, like Gorgons that really stop the initial onslaught. And so with even the burn, Adam can allow Spicy to overextend and play into those cards like Eruption's Jealousy, and like the removal cards that we know that they're already playing. And to your point, ascend into the powerful cards like the Tugas. Krakatuga is Eruption on legs, and with Eruption's Jealousy able to be activated on the opponent's turn, you can then also target and destroy runes.
I think it's fins, right? I just anatomically speaking, I think it'd be Eruption on fins.
Ah, yes, of course.
Yeah. So with that being said, of course, listen, I know that all of the biologists at home watching right now appreciate the distinction, and we respect you and what you do. And moving forward in this game 3, I think that, like you're saying, it's huge that Moth is going second. It gives Adam a chance to stop this combo from happening. And Spicy Sausage, hey, maybe we'll see, like you said, that Monsoon make a difference in this game. Maybe we'll see even Divine Blessing make another appearance, which I think is such a fun tech card here. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see some cards from Adam. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, I really hope we do. As we get into the final game of the Elestrals Card Party HQ San Diego, the winner here will be crowned the champion of champions for this event, the first one of the Sunstrike season, and a ticket straight to Worlds. Let's see if a repeat time champion Spicy can take it over Adam, or if Adam can close it out in an explosive Eruption type play. But the Curse of the Mulligan, you're absolutely right. Spicy's going to take it here, saying that hand's not good enough for the finals.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on it. That being said, if you all at home have been watching these and saying, you know what, this looks like a lot of fun, the pricing is insane, I got to get in on this, the Card Party Fort Lauderdale sign up has already started, and there are only 65 slots, so you don't want to wait. I hear it's filling up quickly. I'm going to do everything I can to make it. This looks like so much fun. Everything that I've heard from you, Swole, sounds like it's an event that you do not want to miss.
It was a wonderful time, and I will also similarly be trying to go my hardest and try to progress past that top 8. It was a killer matchups against some of the greatest players alive, as one of the greatest players to the game's name is mulliganing again here in our top cut, our finale, and Adam is keeping their hand, saying that it's perfect for them.
Adam said, I have been observing the curse of the mulligan. I have heard whispers of the curse, and I am not trying to anger it or provoke the curse. Spicy Sausage says, ha ha, I spit in the face of the curse, and we'll see who has the right idea here as we get into these finals. I am so excited. I, of course, have heard the result here, but I haven't seen how we get there. And that is, I think, one of the more exciting things, as we see a card from Adam. It is the baby Boltuga, champion of Hephaestus. We have a double turtle situation going on as Hephaestus hits the board. Oh my goodness, allowing us to grab that Eruption Hephaestus's Jealousy here.
And Boltuga's secondary effect, disenchanting from fire from their field, allowing you to go into that beautiful textured full art of the Vesuvatuga. And the champion of Vesuvatuga is very, very strong, allowing you to disenchant fire from your field, allowing you to search for Eruption or a champion of Hephaestus, which gives you some excellent follow-up and also defensive play, which I think is just incredibly strong. This card is a little bit of a sleeper. I'm not going to lie. I slept on this card for the longest time, but Adam is proving that inside of this finals, it can be a definite threat against the Moth here.
Especially with that 8 defense stat against Moth, that is a huge number. And Adam saying, I'm going to just post this in defense, and you are going to have to find a way to get over this. And, I don't know that Moth really has an easy way to deal with it.
Zapiga's coming down here and taking out the powerful Divine of Hephaestus, not allowing any sort of artifact or eruption searches from now on. I think Spicy is trying to insulate from that first game a little bit of eruption shenanigans. And Aeola's coming in here searching for the Nimbug, the do everything card for the set. adding back in the bag for
Ooh.
a potential Stratamoth play.
Yeah, I think that tells us that Stratamoth is probably already in hand, as we are BOWBIT being all over the place, as Stratamoth does in fact hit the board. Classic. They can always do it. That's the one thing about this strategy that is so amazing. There are times that I'm like, there's no way they're getting into Moth this turn. Yep. No, they do, as we have the Nexus effect going off here, and Spicy Sausage going in and grabbing possibly another Pigas, possibly at this position a Nimisail, if you're worried about the searches of those eruptions. We will see what he opts to go for in this position.
Yeah, down to 7 spirits here. You're starting to wonder, do I need to heal or start breaking apart back row, I think, at this point. And similarly, that mulligan starts to hurt a little bit more, though going into an Exaltair, champion of Aeolus here, and searching for a second Aeolus, maybe saying that if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out swinging and putting everything on the line, every single spirit. If you have Eruption, do it now. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah. I think we're putting everything on the board. I am seeing almost an entire spirit deck represented on this side of the board from Spicy Sausage at this point. As we have a back row being set here, a second back row, and a third back row being set from Spicy Sausage, as we are going to be going ahead and swinging, unless there is an answer from Adam.
This Moth having just exactly enough to get over the board, and Exaltus swinging in for 1. We know Adam searched the Eruption, the Jealousy, which can help combat some of the damage here and get rid of this Moth on the board.
Here we go. And Spicy Sausage just going to allow that to happen. Nothing that could be done at that point about that, as all of those back row had just been set. I wonder if any of them could have done something if we had been able to set those before, but we will see here.
Oh, and the biggest one.
Ooh, the other turtle, we have small turtle coming out here, revealing the tongues of Hephaestus, and that means absolutely nothing because it's getting Gorgon's gazed. But if it hadn't, we would have seen Krakatuga. You know, if I had a nickel for every time Small Tuga was trying to ascend into Krakatuga and it got Gorgon's gazed in the last 20 minutes of my life, I'd have 2 nickels.
Yeah, weird that it's happened twice here, but definitely put Spicy at a little bit of a rock and a hard place, if you will. That Gorgon's Gaze ends up being a lot more expensive at 6 spirits compared to 20. And Adam is sitting at a nice and comfortable 13. So simple, so clean, that Eruption able to take care of one of the largest meta threats in the game right now with ease. And we'll see if Spicy even has the follow-up play to continue, or if they're just gonna have to wait for Adam to reveal, ascend, and burn again.
At this point, we are running out of spirits to be able to make things happen. Obviously, Nimisail being there to be able to recover a little bit, that also sacrifices potentially a normal cast for the turn, and puts us in a position where, you know, we are on a timer. Can Nimisail heal enough each turn to keep us in this game, or is Adam just too far ahead at this point? And I guess that's something that we will find out as we are going back over to Spicy Sausage, seeing what he is going to do at this point.
Yeah, Spicy is thinking over their plays and their spirits quite intently. This might be the final turn of the game for Spicy, going in for an Aeolus, searching for 2. Pandora's Box coming from Adam to deny the search.
Oh! As we see the mill of the P-Gust and the back in the bag.
That's going to be extremely helpful for some follow-up here. And Spicy down to 2 final spirits here, gambling it all on the line on the big Divine. Looking over that last back row, calculating out what it could possibly be. This Exaltair cannot hit over this 4 defense turtle, and Adam is just sitting there defensively and menacingly as Spicy goes to Nexus to the Aeolus, from the Aeolus to the Exaltair.
And okay, we have a pianist coming down and a concession, which means that your champion for the Card Party San Diego event is Adam. Adam, we have taken down Hello, casters. Good morning, and welcome to the first official Sunstrike Premier Tournament. I am so excited to be here. We have all been waiting for this day for, I mean, it feels like forever, and it is finally here. It is finally upon us. Hello, my name is Kaylin. I will be one of your commentators today, the voice in your ear, the eye in the sky to guide you through this brand new format, joined by, of course, my two lovely co-hosts. Swole, how are you doing today?
Honestly, I'm doing fantastic. I cannot wait to see what the wider Elestrals pool brings to this meta. The new stuff is really exciting.
And back on the mic after, it feels like you just got here, but I'm so glad to be joined by you again. Jock, welcome. How are you feeling about this new tournament?
I am stoked. Fresh gameplay, fresh meta, fresh cards. I'm excited to see it all day.
And of course, we are all excited because the stakes today are higher than ever. Not only is this the first Sunstrike Premier event, so therefore we're going to be crowning our first ever Sunstrike Premier champion, which is a huge deal, a huge honor in and of itself. But we are also playing for some absolutely incredible prizing.
That's right. The top 16 for today walk away with quite a bit, honestly. That QP points that people are getting for the World Championship 2027 season, which we just felt like we closed out on the 2026 one just a little bit ago. But the champion, like you mentioned, walking away with that straight ticket to Worlds, second place, the 125, third, 75, and the 5th through 8th, 50, the qualifying points, still able to climb. And our top 16 get the beautiful Imperial champion of Hera alongside that gorgeous mat. I've seen those in the wild so far already, and they are absolutely phenomenal. Yeah,
those mats are incredible. You bring them to locals, everybody knows you're the person to beat, the person you don't want to be paired against. You are the talk of the town at your locals. And those packs that you get, they have some awesome cards that you can open. Just perform well, get awesome prizes.
And of course, this is not the first look that we've had at our 2027 World season. While this may be the first ever Sunstrike Premier event, and the stakes, like I mentioned, are higher than ever, that does not mean we haven't been here for a little bit. We already have a few champions crowned. We have a few people who have already qualified, who have gotten their tickets secured to the 2027 World Championship.
Yeah, we have these incredible players, Astronite 6, Cthulhu, and Adam. They have done incredible job so far performing in the previous format, and Adam, just that card party, did a great job breaking this new format with Turtles.
Yeah, and so far too, all of our casters are looking at the previous event history from our live stream meta just not too long ago, and seeing if they can maybe take some of those innovations into Sunstrike itself. And our first and most recent one we had was a card party premiere that we had not too long ago.
You did mention that card party premiere, which was an absolutely incredible event. And Swole, I know that you in particular were there yourself. Now, we were able to team up together, and if you guys haven't seen it, there are a couple of videos highlighting not only that finals match that you saw pre-show here today, but also the top four. And this is genuinely, it looked like an incredible event. Adam coming in, sweeping with a deck that I don't think anybody expected. Swole, talk to me about this event.
Honestly, it was terrifying seeing Adam and also Spicy. Again, these two casters, some of the most winningest of Elestral's decorated casters on the desk. And what's crazy is that Krakatuga out of nowhere wasn't even on my radar. I remember sitting there across from Adam at one point in time and being like, it's the old Vesuvatuga, right? And he sits there and he's like, no, the champion card is crazy. And of course, Stratamoth was the big boogeyman in the room. A lot of casters bringing that one inside of the tournament and saying to themselves, I got to see what this deck's all about before I can bring it to a wider tournament and people are really prepared.
Yeah, the Turtles deck came out of nowhere. And in the specifics of the deck, there was really interesting tech. There's the new Tongs of Hephaestus, which works really well with champion of Hephaestus Volcaries. But OG Volcaries was also in that deck, just a huge guy that would stick to the board and continue to run over and use the tongs to be able to pop more cards on the board. The turtle deck was crazy, and as you said, Moth is sort of the boogeyman in the room, the Baba Yaga, the Bicho Papao. Very scary card, very scary deck. Everyone who knows something about this Sunstrike format is prepared for it or is playing it.
Card Party being our first official look into the Sunstrike meta, I know that I was keeping an eye on things, seeing what on earth people are going to be running, who's going to be taking down Moth, and as it turns out, someone already has done that. And Moth currently hasn't won yet, so that remains to be seen today. But of course, the tournament that happened at Card Party was only part of the party. That was the card part. The party part, we had the entire Elestrals team here all weekend. I hear that people were taping packs to people's bags, that there was just a plethora, I mean, flowing like water around. I know that A-Drive was out there having a great time introducing new people to the community. Hopefully some of them tuning in today maybe piqued their interest. And if you're here from that Card Party event, hello, welcome in. So happy to have you here. And if those of you at home were not able to attend, don't worry, you will have another chance, because Fort Lauderdale coming up in July. I know that I am already looking at that because, oh my gosh, these event packs, the tournament prizing, everything going on there. Anytime the Elestrals community gets together, it is an absolutely incredible time. So be sure to mark your calendars. Signups are open now and spots are limited. I know that those are filling up fast. So definitely do not miss your chance there. Now, of course, we have had this look at the Sunstrike meta, which tells us a little bit about what's going on, but we can't really discount where we've been. Obviously, Sunstrike coming out is a huge switch up. A lot of cards, almost 100 cards being added to the card pool, a lot of new strategies, but we do have a little bit of a look at what has been played so far.
Yeah, the older decks, so to speak, the old guard coming in here hot inside of the live stream meta, well, that's to be determined. However, I think a lot of these strategies do still hand and stand up strong. Of course, Hermes, one of the biggest toolbox decks of the previous format, got a lot of new support, and we have a lot of really killer players on this sort of mid-range strategy with a ton of removal. Dionysus, we'll see how this previously dominant deck fares inside of the newer meta. Definitely the faster cards and faster pace might be able to take it over this one, but there's tons of great options here that we'll see players innovate upon inside of the Sunstrike pool. Things like Lunar, things like Frost got a lot of really sweet stuff as well, and of course Solar pairing it with not just Apollo this time, but Ares as well.
Yeah, and there's really important parts, not just all the brand new cards, but there's all the cards that are coming back. There is the Champ Novacore back F3, the Champ Aviolith back F3. There's so much of these elements that were defined by these cards that just went away during the temporary ban list. So now in the Sunstrike format, these cards are competing against cards like Hephaestus' Jealousy, Stratomoth, Paleoth, and there's just a whole new way that these cards need to interact, and it's less so about the decks directly and more how can you beat these really strong cards out of these decks.
That's one of the things I've been most curious about going into today, is not just all of the new decks, but how people are going to be innovating on old decks. Like you said, we have the unlimits, the unbans, and how is that going to affect the current meta? Are people just going to be playing fish? I don't know. One way to tell is to take a look at these analytics here. Go ahead, see what we're looking at today. And I think that there are some things that a lot of us have been certainly expecting. Stratomoth being there in the #1 slot. That's the thing that people have both been dreading and excited to play. It is finally here. And we have a few other decks that I've heard rumblings about. I'm personally super excited to see.
Yeah, there's a lot here that's both surprising and not. Like you mentioned, Stratomoth being the big boogeyman, that Baba Yaga, as Jacques mentioned. And what I'm surprised about is just, I think, how low of percentage that is. It turns out a lot of casters here are looking at the other very strong strategies inside of the pool. Obviously, taking some inspiration from Adam at the Card Party event, Krakatsuga makes its return. Phosphocell is a really interesting resource loop and allows for really explosive turns with that beautiful beautiful Phosphocell Ultra Charged. Bear Bomb coming up strong. That was a previous Firestorm deck making its way now with some new support. Lunar Aggro, which we did see previously Elestrals champion Trenton, or Sir Tractor, pilot to pretty good success in previous events. And of course, we saw Yoda pilot in top 4 of the card party as a Sulfury discard, which is a super strong fire strategy, allowing you to discard cards and retain spirits on the board for some massive swing plays.
Yeah, and even though this is the breakdown of the field, this will not necessarily be the breakdown of the top cut. People are prepared for Straight 'em Off. It might not be able to convert at this rate that it has. People are now a little bit aware of turtles. I like the idea of this lunar aggro deck being able to use new cards like Ouroboros and old cards like Rise from the Shadows to great new effect. The deck has really transformed with new powerhouses and new starters. That's sort of my dark horse in this meta field, and I hope to see it convert.
There are truly so many things to keep an eye out for, and I feel that the stage has been set. Not only do we know what we're fighting for today, we know what's on the line, we know the stakes are so high, and now we know the tools that our casters are going to be using to get there. However, we mentioned a little bit earlier what we're playing for. One of those big things is the QP, or qualifier points. Once you hit 250, you are qualified for Worlds. Winning this event gives you an instant invite to World 2027. And we have our current top 16 leaderboard here. And I think that I got to throw it over to someone who is represented on this list. Swole, talk to me a little bit.
Well, but to say my commentator's notes say, out of curiosity, share who you're excited to see climb in the ranks in this season. And I think number 13 there is giving me quite a bit of an eyebrow raise. I'm not sure how he's going to do. But shout outs to obviously all the people who have qualified so far for the Worlds 2027 season. It's amazing to see casters like Cthulhu up there piloting Brontiglow, of all things, and getting that to such high ranks. But we have a lot of really new names on this compared to our previous seasons. So a lot of these top casters might be unknown as far as their ability to really threaten all these seasoned veterans.
Yeah, these top players like MG1 and Astronite and Adam and Spicy Sausage, when you face them, they feel like they're better than you, and then they prove it through their play. The skill that they have for this game and be able to transform into a new format, I'm excited to see.
So as we mentioned, the stage has been set. We have not only our casters to watch, the players in our game here, but we also have the tools that they're going to be using to be fighting for this victory and what they are playing for. For those of you who are just joining us today, maybe you were at Card Party San Diego and you wanted to get in on the action, see what all of this community is about. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us. I cannot wait to see how today unfolds. I think this is going to be a historic victory. And of course, when we're talking about historic, record-breaking, monumental tournaments, we would be remiss not to mention the Australian contingency. As ever, they crawl out of the woodwork. For those of you who are new here, we have a group of casters down under. They call themselves the Lumaroos, and seemingly anytime there's the beginning or the end or some sort of significant event, they crawl out of the woodwork. So, will it be the Lumaroos? Will it be Stratamoth? Will it be a caster casting something that, Jacques, you mentioned a Dark Horse deck? I don't know. Only one way to find out is to stay tuned for the rest of today.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of new stuff to look out for. Very excited for. In Sunstrike alone, we haven't had quite a meta shakeup like this in quite some time. There's over 100 new cards inside of the set, and so many of them are meta relevant. I just want to point that out there. I know a lot of top players and a lot of people have been cooking since the reveals, and even when cards were coming in one by one. So there's a lot of really great stuff, and a lot of really great pilots. I am excited to see what they cook up with and do, because to my knowledge, it's just been Moth the entire time. Everyone's like, Moth this, Moth that. But I'm like, I think some of these things are really dangerous.
I absolutely agree. And in my time playing this format, testing out different decks, there are so many of these strategies that play in a way that is so fun. There's so many different lines, there's so many different answers. And even when we talk about these huge threats, whether it be Moth, whether it be something else, every single deck has its own unique way of dealing with these things. And that is what we are looking at today. And of course, this is only the first Sunstrike Premier. We have so many more events, so many more opportunities for our casters to cook. One of my favorite things to see is as the season goes on, how they develop upon these strategies. You have sort of this initial look at things, the first impressions, and then you start to see our casters sometimes even looking back in previous sets saying, what are cards that maybe aren't the shiny new toy right now that I'm super excited about in this exact moment, but what are some specific tools and finely honed edges that I can add to this deck? And of course, today, those of you who are joining us, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for watching the premiere. And be sure to let us know who you're cheering for, whether that be a specific caster, a specific deck or strategy, or hey, even yourselves. And one excellent way to get involved with that, Jock, talk to us about these socials.
Yeah, we've got, you can find us on basically any platform. Get into Discord. Because if you are new to Elestrals, there's people that will teach you how to play with you. You can get a pickup game at really any hour. Now that, there's people in Australia and Europe looking to play, the game is growing. And then if you're on Twitch, throughout the stream, we should have polls and predictions that you'll be able to participate in, get in a community feel for what you're going to do, and what everybody else is feeling about it. Everyone knows Moth is around, but what is the secondary thoughts everybody has? Could differ.
As well, if you would like to engage with our social media here, again, hashtag #PlayElestrals on Instagram, Twitter, and also here on the stream, make sure to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing Elestrals content. The action is just heating up inside of the newest and most features of Sunstrike metas for Elestrals.
And as you mentioned, Jock, there are so many ways to get involved. If you are not currently watching over on Twitch, I know that YouTube is the big one. That's where the community's been from the beginning, but there are plenty of ways to engage, plenty of ways to, hey, you know what? Gamble those points away, make predictions, say who you think is going to win, get involved in the action. And personally, I know that there are some strategies that I'm rooting for. I know that we all have our own individual predictions. As previous tournaments have had, we all have our own horses in these races, so to speak. And I know that right at the end, so be sure to stay tuned, we are going to have a tally of points that are going to show us who might have racked up the most points, who actually won these predictions. And Swole, talk to me about not only these two cards that you've picked, but I don't think we can move on without acknowledging this picture.
Oh, absolutely. No, this was before I got myself absolutely destroyed in top 8 from Card Party HQs. A lot of fun, an amazing event. It was great to be there, of course. And we'll be going to the next ones, trying my hardest. Maybe I don't know if I'll get such as good pictures next time, but Vasuvatuga is on my list for predictions today. Obviously, one of the decks that did well at the previous tournaments, but I think a lot of casters will be taking note of that and taking note of Adam's performance and seeing if this deck has any legs. Turtles historically have 4 of them. And for Unk, got a shout out to my Arcalith Champions of Zeus. I've been told this deck is crazy. I was told that where is this deck going to be inside the meta, the big Voltempest jump scare, and of course the new Arcalith should help out with the Zeus strategy, historically very strong. And I just don't know. So this one's more of a call out to the community. Hey, show me up on this one. Let's see how Champ Unk can do.
Yeah, and I know we were talking about Stratomoth. Everyone has been talking about Stratomoth. It's a little easy to make a guess like Stratomoth. It's been taking up all the air in the room, all the wind in the room. But I wanted to go with the little rhyme I have for the deck I've been playing at locals, Paleoth. That's right, Moths and Sloths. This Paleoth deck is a really grindy Champion of Kione deck. 6 has been grinding in the background. I know there's a few other players that are interested in playing. It's got really interesting grind game, and it plays low to the ground, and it has really powerful tools like Ice Age and Cryoblast that can play in the main. The deck has a lot of more game plan into these other Sunstrike decks that it may not appear to have at first.
And, I may not have gone with the card from the Card Party Champion, and I also might not have gone with the #1 most represented deck, but I did go with something cute. And for those of you who are familiar with me, I spend these times manifesting the things that I want to see in the world. Zepossum being a card that I was actually able to announce myself. I would love to see Zepossum make an appearance, even if it is just right here, right now, in my little cutie graphic that I've got. My second prediction here is more speaking to what I think the current play of the meta is. There are so many Nexus banks, there's so many opportunities to switch spirits around. Not only that, but it's one of the best ways to deal with one of the scariest cards in the format, being Hephaestus's Jealousy. And while it may not be new, it is gorgeous, and boy, I think it looks good next to that Zepossum. So I had to go with my guess. Now, speaking of guesses, speaking of things that we can all do to participate, we do have our feature match ready for all of you. That's right. For those of you who are on Twitch, you have the ability to vote, to influence what the next round of casting is going to look like. So if you are not over on Twitch right now, and you want to have an influence, want to have some sort of sway over the future of this stream, hop over on Twitch, because we have our feature matches available. I'm curious to see, what are our options here? Show it to us. I know I have some I'm rooting for personally.
I feel like there's going to be at least one jokester out there voting for Moth. It's going to be Moth and then two matches that people want to see. I'll say that. Well, that's my prediction upon people's prediction.
I think that the fun part with that is always like, we may be voting for this one strategy, but sometimes we're just going to get Moth anyways because that's what it's playing against.
True, it's 100%.
Yeah, you'll probably just see it. Just luck of the draw throughout the day. There's a lot of Moth decks, and one of them's got to bubble up to the top to our feature match.
That'd be crazy if none of it was the case, right? Oh, whoa! And speaking of none of the case,
oh my goodness, I am so excited to see all three of these decks.
Cinema, absolute cinema. These are all the crazy part about Sunstrike, and I've mentioned this before. Love the decks inside this format. Every single one does something cool, unique, and is like interesting how it plays, right? Even Moth. And so seeing these three pop up for the predictions, these all could be wildly different and really, really cool. Very excited.
Yeah, they all play differently from one another. Bear Bomb has transformed with the new champion of Hestia, Ursmog. It's now, it combos in different ways. Lunar Aggro is, it's almost like a Moonrise deck that is just upgraded top to bottom with Vermalord and Ouroboros and the Hypnosm Ectopossum line. The deck can now go a little bit tall and disrupt really strongly. And Fire Discard has had little tools throughout different sets. We've had Comagma, we've had Up in Flames, but now there's a whole deck around it. There's interactions that have turned into a whole strategy. It's crazy.
These are three of my personal favorite decks that I've gotten to play in this meta. They're all, as you mentioned, both of you, they play differently. They're all unique. They all have their own set of tools, which I know that based on the communication from the Elestrals design team is actually where we're heading with things. That's what they want to see. They want to see people playing these in-element runes, these in-element answers to threats. And so personally, I think that every single one of these is a perfect representative of that exactly. You mentioned Ouroboros in the Lunar Aggro strategy being a card that every single time it hits the board, your opponent has to answer it. Even though it's just a little 2/2 lizard, it is a huge threat and it has to be dealt with, and oftentimes knocking out some of the scariest cards in the game, of course being Gorgon's Gaze if you want to protect your card, or any number of other answers to this little baby. Sulfury has endless tools. I mean, Hephaestus is the tool guy, and supplies his Elestrals with some of the best tools in the game. I personally can't wait to see Tongs of Hephaestus enchanted. I know that Shady Penguin is out there somewhere sniffing it out, saying, is anyone going to play Tongs? Is anyone out here playing Corva Smith? I think that's the big question. But Swole, have you had much chance to look at any of these? Or are you rooting for one of these decks in particular?
It's so funny. I've gotten my butt beat by probably all 3 of these in various ways till Sunday. So am I excited to see them again? I might just get a little bit of PTSD, but I think the Lunar Aggro was really something that I was very impressed by. I remember playing the Poison Nectar monthly again against Sir Tractor, doing very well in this deck, and I was legitimately surprised at how threatening some of these resource engines are. So Fury Fire discard a special place in my heart. The deck is super cool. Can play cards native like Ash Rabbit, which we haven't seen in a while, and the Sulfuri line. I mean, it was built in a lab for Zero specifically, right? Shout out to the Zero agenda on this one. I don't know. I think out of those 2, that's probably the ones I'd be like, all right, this is gonna be super sweet. Let's see how these do. Bear Bomb. I've probably faced that way too many times in Firestorm to be like, oh god, what is it doing now? What is it doing now?
But you say that. It is a real question to ask, what are they doing now?
True.
It's not just Ursicle, Hibernation, then Bomb. It's, they've got a bunch of different things they do. They do stuff with like Ursmog and Hestia, so they're actually special casting and making these power plays out of nowhere. You're playing, Champ Earth Scout, a card from, Firestorm that really hasn't seen too much play to search a champion of a Hestia and a bear, or a bear. And, these decks that we are familiar with, they are known quantities. They are shifting in ways that we haven't really expected. Lunar Aggro, Vermilord, it's got some really interesting play with the Stadium and being able to re-enchant all those lunar spirits whenever it dies, so you can, attack over something big like a moth, like a turtle, and, make these big old swing plays. These decks don't look like anything that we've seen before while feeling familiar within their elements.
Now, of course, hop over there quick because we only have a few seconds left on these polls. If any of this sounds exciting for you, be sure get your votes in. We're going to be having those calculated soon. And while we wait, I actually want to bring something up that this is completely a selfish agenda that came from something that you just said, Jock. And Neil, I'm going to need to reach out to you because we got to cook. Ouroboros. Wait a minute.
No.
No. We gotta get Ouroboros printed. No. We gotta get it designed. Ooh, hold on.
Listen,
okay.
if we're making custom requests for lunar cards, I gotta get Soul Tuga before I get anything else. I gotta get Soul Tuga in there, No
Can
way.
we get some Ouroboroses in chat? Listen, they can't stop all of us. if there are enough, if we rise up.
I've been thinking about the idea of Majertha.
Majertha, let's go.
Okay,
the card already is EQ.
Listen, we have been informed as a way to stop cooking what we're cooking, dubious food, no doubt, that the results are in. That means we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop cooking here and instead show you what our feature match, what you voted for, is going to be. Ooh, okay.
Oh,
Fury Fire discard. This was what I was secretly hoping for. I have been absolutely loving the Sulfuri strategy. I think it's so fun. I think that Brimscale is so cute, and I cannot wait. Personally, I was rooting for this one. Are you both happy with these results?
It plays like no deck we've seen before. I'm excited to see it here on stream.
Yeah, honestly, this was much closer than I thought, too. Bear Bomb aside. Sulfuri Fire discard, I cannot wait to see those gorgeous textured full arts that keep on popping up. I've been seeing so many people have them. And to that end, too, there's only one known, as far as I'm aware, of the X of the X of 10, the X of 25, the full art Sulfuri line. And if someone surprise drops us on that today, I think I might freak out entirely. That is such a beautiful art.
Yeah, hold back registering it until they get on stream. That would be exciting.
I do know that I've heard rumblings about the new tournament packs being cracked, especially in recent days. So I know that more Sulfuries than we may expect, more X of 10s are flying around out there, getting discarded into the underworld and rising once again. And, you know, that's something that we are hopefully going to be seeing a lot of in this next match. Now, the big question is, of course, who are we going to see Sulfuri face off against? In the card party event, we saw Sulfuri take on Moth. And while there were times where it put on an absolute clinic, it has answers, it has ways to out that board. Sometimes it just doesn't see what it needs to see. So I'm hoping that we see what we need to see going into this next round, which is incredible action. Our casters making plays out of their minds. And that's what they're bringing us all day today as we get ready to go into the first streamed match of the very first Sunstrike Premier event. Thank you all so much for being here with us today. Swole, Jock, I know that we're all ready and we're just waiting for the production team to let us know that we're ready for the next round. But the anticipation is truly building up as we are prepping for round 3. Swole, I know that you're joining me. How are you feeling about this now that we've kind of gone through all of the bookkeeping, all of this, and we're just ready for the action? Where are you at?
Lot to lay out on the line for these casters, for the new meta, for the new cards. I'm just as excited as I'm sure everyone is watching. Again, hashtag play Elestrals for what you're looking forward to, all the hype moments, and of course the Ouroboros that we're about to see absolutely farm in this tournament. So I'm excited to cast the first round with you too, and I know Jacques will see you here in a little bit. Long live Sunstrike. This is gonna be sick.
I'm jealous of you two. I'm gonna go put the stream on my TV in the living room and watch it just like everybody at home.
Well, and with that being said, we are going to go to a quick break. We're going to push Jock out of here, and we are going to get ready to see your feature match that you selected, that being Sulfuri versus who knows? Wait and find out when we get back. Hello, casters, and welcome back. We are here getting ready for round 3 of your first ever Sunstrike Premier Tournament. I'm so excited about it. We know that we have the community feature match. That's right. You all voted over on Twitch for this one coming up, and you all voted for Soul Fury. So we know where the community's heart lies. Swole, how are you feeling? I know that we just chatted quite a bit. We're yapping at everyone, but you know, nice to be joined by you again on the mic.
Yeah, it's good to be here too. Thank you for joining me as well. And good morning, everyone. Bright and early. Going to see some Soul Fury. I think that luckily you and I have a lot of experience commentating over this together. If y'all haven't checked out the semifinals match of the Card Party HQ between Spicy Sausage and Yoda. I think were both really great showcases of the matchup here and of the decks for Soul Fury discard Zuntai. And I think that I want to see this deck be pushed a little further. Obviously, we've seen some tried and true deck building choices from the casters going into the past couple tournaments between what we've seen so far in terms of composition of decks. But I'm really curious to know what fire cards can be dug out of the archives. Mentioned the Ash Rabbit, of course, both Champion and Hestia, and seeing what cards we can use to discard. Things like Golden Apple of Discord, even. I saw that come back for a while, too, for the Outback Sunrise for a long time. So maybe Fire Discard uses that card.
Well, we were talking about this a little bit in the prep for this round. And one of my favorite things about seeing the meta develop is seeing casters do exactly what you're talking about. And that's look at these previous cards, refine lists, get these very laser focused tools. Of course, that comes from not only familiarity with the lists that they're playing, but also familiarity with the threats and ways to basically make these like moth-seeking missiles or whatever the threat that you happen to be worried about. And of course, there's a story to be told through every meta, through every development of the deck. I mean, we saw in the previous meta with Lockagon that Spoiled Fruit, a card that really had not seen much play, then suddenly make its way, if not in every main deck, certainly in every side deck. And I can't wait to see what Sunstrike in particular digs out and what it brings back. I think the Golden Apple of Discord, you know, Discord. Who knows? Yeah. You know, maybe we could rework the name there. I think there's some opportunities, but I know that's one that, like you said, people have been looking at for a little bit, and maybe, hey, anything to get things into the underworld. I know that underworld interaction is something that has become more prominent and more prevalent, and hopefully as we get more cards that sort of interact with the underworld, as the Hermes strategy is shown, it can do masterfully. Fire now doing this a little bit more. I personally can't wait to see how that's going to develop. Yeah,
you know, not to, you know, tick on the brainworms a little bit. You just said the interaction with the underworld, and my brain immediately goes, look, we're in Sunstrike now, but I know that Snowshade was revealed, was talked about, little preview of the blue flame. You know, shout outs to, of course, our Trifernal and our Necrof line. But oh man, I hope that's a teaser of what's to come for the next set. You're absolutely right. In this one today, in the side of the Sunstrike meta, a lot of the decks and a lot of the tools available to us in the game are starting to really form out. You know, we get a lot of really interesting side deck cards, a lot of really interesting main deck choices casters are making. Spoiled Fruit, like you mentioned, is also making a comeback in this one, but similarly to Livestream, not quite targeted on a specific deck, but a specific card and a specific way of playing. And I think that's maybe the big difference as we go into today's tournament, is a lot of casters are looking to work around how do they play against a certain portion of each strategy, you know, the setup and payoff, if you will, for each and every deck inside of the meta.
And that's something that's going to be revealed to us today as we not only see the threats that emerge. I mean, there are sometimes decks that everyone talks about that it's like, these are so scary. This is going to be the deck that wins everything. And then you look at the stats and it's like, actually, conversion rate's not so good. We have these other decks that, you know, we talked about these dark horse strategies, decks that have all these answers and different toolbox strategies. Because a lot of times with these huge, explosive, very fast, it's a very quick meta with a lot of these If you don't get the combo off, or if the combo is answered, sometimes that's the only thing the deck is able to do, and sometimes it struggles to recover. So, maybe these a little bit more slow, low to the ground. I know we were talking about this where it's like the meta is so fast that we're talking about Krakatuga as a slow strategy right now.
Fire observation. Fire. Y'all don't know how good that is. It's so true. She's so right.
So just looking at the speed of this meta, I'm hoping that we see a lot of game 3s today. I hope that we see a lot of we're going down to the wire. But I don't know, your experience in Card Party, what did that tell you?
Well, I think it told me a couple things. Looking at my desk here, of course, I do have a very special card that I did happen to pull from the promos. Again, if you're going to the Fort Lauderdale or also the Dallas one, shout out to D-Town, you're going to want to look out for, of course, the promo Lumavale. These things are absolutely gorgeous. And I kid you not, I don't know how they keep on doing this, topping their previous arts over and over again. And these ones are, of course, no different. Absolutely wonderful. I think that the promos were amazing. If you're able to get your hands on any of those too, I know that some certain casters are ravenous for those promos, and of course the stellars too. Those things are also gorgeous. I think what's funny is that a lot of people cracking open those packs and looking at their stellars, they obviously this is a really great card, but oh my god, are they gorgeous? They're insane.
And for those of you who might be new to the community, possibly joining us from Card Party, saying what's Elestrals about, I know that they were giving out a lot of product. People are opening a lot of packs. Be sure, if you're new here, even if it's not from Card Party, but you've maybe opened just a few things, go through that collection. See if you see any of those stellar symbols. I can't tell you how often in this community, people having just gotten into things pull a stellar, whether it be reverse or sometimes even serialized, don't know what's going on, put it in with their bulk, say, wow, those were cool cards.
So funny.
Only to go back and realize that they've been sitting on gold this entire time. I found reverse stellars in my collection from when I first got into the community, and I finally went and was like, I should sort through my stuff from Elestriad Season 2 and beyond. I found like 2 stellars. What?
Just 2? I mean, your stellar collection is crazy. If y'all don't know, she's got like a lineup on the desk, like close by, for the most insane stellar lineup you've ever seen in your life.
They are all wedged over there. My personal favorite that I've pulled from Sunstrike so far being my reverse stellar family of Hera.
Oh!
Exclusive to, by the way, if y'all haven't gotten those double starter decks, insane deal. I'm so happy to see them back. This is exclusive to the Aeolus, shout out Moth, and Hera one. I personally am chasing that Quackle. I need it. And but I was thrilled to get the family of Hera because, in a way, those of you who don't know, I did kind of pull the Quackle. There he is, stellar baby, right at the back, all pink and uppies back there, and I love him. And I'm gonna keep hunting. So actually, wait, none of you go buy the double starter decks because I want to buy the rest of them until I get the Quackle. Hang on, never mind. They're not that crazy. It's not just that you get 4 packs as well as 2 full competitively viable decks. Don't worry about it. No.
It's really quite that simple. If you had one wish for this Celestial season, it's for all the casters in the world to join hands and sing in the spirit of peace and harmony. But if you had 2 wishes, then maybe all stellar Quackles being delivered directly to you from Dan A Drive in the form of the Hera and Stratamoth starter decks. And of course, the thing about the casters joining hands, and that's perfectly fine. But I think that would be the least that we could get for you.
No, if I had 2 wishes, it would be Quackle and Opossum Stellars. But casters can join hands. That's fine. I'm out for my own interests. Have you seen these cards?
Yeah, they're gorgeous. Honestly, absolutely, I've seen these cards. I pulled a few Stellars in my day. Back in the olden time.
Oh man, I've got a box of Sunstrike here. Be sure to stay tuned if we happen to have any downtime today. I'm going to be cracking packs. I have so much love for this new set. It is so exciting to open. And hey, you know what? Maybe we could even have a stellar pulled on stream today. I think that's always so exciting. And We do have word that those of you who are like, they're just yapping about Stellars. Yes, exactly. That's why I'm here. But we are ready for our preview. We have our 2 casters. Of course, one of these casters we know is on Sulfury. Swole, talk to me. I know that you have a familiarity with the absolute cookers in this community.
Yeah, the cookers or chefs, as they're known, I think in this community are probably the wildest I've seen amongst any TCG. And today we got Dry versus Gibby. Now, Gibby with their Premier Top 32 slots for 2026 and 2025 seasons, so they are no stranger to getting those qualifying points and working up to Worlds. And Dry, 2-time Top 24, and then also for a Top 4 on another previous Premier here in this season. Dry has also been playing for quite a bit of time, jumping from different strategies. I think for a long time rocking up with like Thunder, Invul, Tempest. So that could also be what we're seeing today. You know, maybe the champ Oncolith and the Arcolith is going to come to fruition.
Or is it Possum?
Or is it Possum too? You know, there's a lot of casters, a lot of options out there for sure on both these things. So I'm excited to see how they perform here. I think both these casters who are kind of more familiar to our Premier structure play, I'm curious to know what we're bringing in here. Like you said, one of these casters is rocking up with Soul Fury, so that's scary stuff.
And it looks like we are ready to get into the action. Both of these casters are currently 1-1. All of the stakes are on the table right now. Dry is going to be starting us off first. Hopefully it will be revealed to us soon what these casters are on, what they're playing, what these strategies are looking like. And I cannot wait to get into your first stream match of the very first Sunstrike Premier event. Let's go, Dry. Start us off strong. What's the opening hand?
Love that stellar mat too. That's such a cute mat. Look at the little babies.
Is it the thunder? The thunder? Hey, we were just talking about this. Have you ever seen something so classic, Swole? The first play of our stream in Sunstrike is an Ask Rabbit. How many do you think they're going to set after looking at the top 3 cards of their deck, choosing one, adding it to hand, shuffling the other 2 back? How many do you think?
Big fan of Rabbit set 3. You know, like you said, big, exciting, new meta.
Rabbit.
We're going to go back to Rabbit.
That Wascally Wabbit cannot keep getting away with it. But, you know, I think that means that both of us have some hope. Maybe there is an Arcolith. Maybe there is a Zipossum here if we're looking at truly Thunder. Or maybe Dry is the Sulfury player. Who knows? Oh, my good gracious.
Rabbit on Rabbit action. You love to see it this late into the Elestrals life cycle. We are really, truly back. Dry activated PTA right now. Say psych right now. This is a match for the ages.
PTA, and then somehow Gibby casts out a whale. Please, just run it back. Take us through the history of Elestrals here. No, we have Rabbit and Rabbit, which means that both of our casters feel comfortable starting off pretty slow. We were just talking about the speed of this meta. However, both of our casters say, you're going to start slow, I'm going to start slow. I'm going to build up my hand to get all of these tool pieces that I need for whatever combo I might be working towards as we are re-enchanting the Asked Rabbit. Swole, is that a good play?
I don't know if it's a good play, but it's definitely one of the best plays in Elestrals history. This is such a funny inclusion here. I was hoping and I was expecting some Sunstrike, but it turns out, and I could never predict, that we're actually going all the way back to our beautiful Kickstarter and base set 1. And if you would like to predict on who is going to take this one, Dry or Gibby, you can vote now at twitch.tv/Elestrals. We can poll open now and let us know what your thoughts are. Not a lot of information on what we're doing here between the 2 Rabbit set 2, but which Rabbit set 2 are you going with? I'm going for Dry on this one. I'm voting Dry.
I was going to say one of these rabbits is Stellar, so I feel like that is at least a flex as, ooh, we are starting to get a look at a strategy that I personally was not expecting to see at all today, as that looks like a Snowaddle Champion of Hera.
Oh, that's so beautiful. It's such a cute card too. I love the little penguin engine that could. I'm so curious to know how this is going to work. I know a lot of people have been eyeing those new cards and saying to themselves, I think this really works, right? So I love the Snowaddle inclusion. So presumably got Dry on Sulfury, hoping to melt the ice of the Snowaddle.
Let's see if we're going to see a special ascension here at any point with this little Snowaddle. Unfortunately, it looks like we are instead going to just be Gorgon's Gazed, as I see fire being used to pay for that. highlights who our Sulfury player probably is here. But it does look like actually the Ascension is going to go through as Penguat, Champion of Hera, hits the board.
Yeah, that Snow Waddle was protected by a Blizzard Whiteout that prevented the Gorgon's effect to negate here, which is huge, especially considering as Hera touches down here. This is a Hera El Clasico coming in here. My previous understanding of this deck does absolutely nothing. And turns out the Penguins are sliding and slipping all over the place. Look at this big defensive tools. As Pandora's Box coming in here to prevent the search, I believe, for the Penguat.
Oh, okay. As we've been, like Hera is wont to do, and her champions are also wont to do, trying to return these thunder spirits from the underworld, adding spirits back to the spirit deck. That has been stopped in its tracks. Couldn't be done by the Gorgon's Gaze, but you know, if you re-enchant Rabbit, it turns out you can build up a pretty solid arsenal in the back row to stop your opponent from doing the things that they want to do.
Man, this is so crazy. I really do love just how much I'm seeing from this. As an Up in Flames gets cast down from Dry here, discarding a Brimscale from the hand to take out the Penguat. There's a lot of spirit investment gone, and this Brimscale can ascend over the Rabbit if it really wants to. Let's see how Dry responds.
We are instead going to be grabbing with Fumarole, a card that a lot of people have been talking about. Casters are very excited about this as we go and grab that Brimscale back and ascend over the Rabbit. Unfortunately, because the Rabbit was a Thunder Elestral, it couldn't use its special effect from the Underworld, but being able to grab it back with that Fumarole says, actually, I'm going to be going and casting this Brimscale anyways. And let's see if we're going to be going and searching for a Sulfury.
Yeah, so interesting here, because the idea would be that there might be another Fumarole in the hand from Dry as Brimscale sends the Sulfury to the Underworld, and you'd have to figure out what we're doing here. I think that might have been a discard of a Smell Tongue.
There was a Pandora's Box from Gibby that unfortunately means that that we had to mill 2 cards. However, you know, if we got into a position where we milled the Sulfury anyways, that's exactly where Dry would have wanted it to be. However, I think you're right. That does look like that full art Smell Tongue there.
Beautiful full art. Yeah, one of the things about Brimscale that does lead to a lot of counterplay is that you do have to, similar to Hermes, search your deck for the card, which is a nice targeted interruption that you can just employ with that at Pandora's Box. And now pass back to Gibby here. Dry on 1 back row with Gibby starting off with a Quackle, Champion of Hera here to try to search and get some value. Still kind of a slow start after having that really explosive Penguat.
You know, we have the family of Hera coming out here. And I'm looking to see, is that the reverse Stellar? Doesn't look like it, but that's okay. As we go and we have searched out a card that mentions Hera in the name, which is what that beautiful Quackle likes to do. And I am so excited to see a Hera strategy. I mean, even in the whole beginning, we talked for what, 30 minutes? Not once do I think we mentioned Hera, only for Gibby to come in and really switch things up on us.
I've been advised by my lawyers to say, might be best not to stellar flex on our casters playing. Man, that's crazy. The Gorgon's Gaze come down here to stop the Brimscale effect to send down, which I think leads me to believe that Gibby is trying to really accrue that advantage, like you were mentioning previously, and stall as much as possible to get into a big swing turn. Brimscale is really scary, as if you can allow it to get that Sulfury set up in the Underworld, you might not be able to ascend over immediately, but you have to deal with that as it's just a loaded bomb staring at you.
I think that Gibby is fully aware of that, as we have preemptively Gorgon's Gazed this Brimscale, as Dry is now forced to expend to draw. So that tells me that either Gibby is preparing for a big turn in this coming turn, or already has it, or is hoping to get a piece to have a big turn, or is just trying to stem this this dragon bleeding that's going on here. As we see in Ascension, I thought we might see something.
Ooh, and it's just another Ricer Ridge coming down here from Gibby. This card is very, very cool, allowing you to return a Thunder from the field to the Spirit deck and foretell 4, which is already very, very strong in itself. But you can add up to 2 Thunder and Frost cards and add one to hand, send one to the underworld. So a lot of really nice setup there for it. And looks like we have the foretells now.
That was an Arcolith.
Let's go!
We're so back, and that looks like Rhinosect Champ to me.
What are you doing here?
This is such an interesting deck. I don't know what's going on, but a lot of cool things. I think that this Thunder Frost strategy is very cool. Thunder being one of those elements that is obviously performing so differently with Hera and this new family aspect, this sort of healing, but Frost being one of those elements that has access to so many powerful runes, as we already saw the Blizzard whiteout in this game, and combining the two, hey, we might be cooking. I don't know what Rhinosect's doing here, but I want to find out.
Ooh, an Eruption coming down here, one of the premier removal cards inside of the Sunstrike meta. First one of the day too. Jealousy going to come in here and absolutely obliterate this Ricerage. It enchants a Fire Spirit to a card on the board, and at the end, destroying it. I mean, this Ricerage, while very, very strong, allowing you to get a lot of great advantage there, man, just one simple Eruption, yet again, coming in here.
As Dry was able to use those spirits efficiently, paying off of the Brim scale there for that Jealousy. And it looks like we were finally able to get a Soul Fury in the Underworld, which means we might be off to the races.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of the tell here, is if we're going to go for an immediate Soul Fury Ascend with something like the Fumarole, or potentially even like an Ash Rabbit to add it back to hand, and popping the Hera, which, you know, Gibby on no back row here and such limited cards in hand, this is going to be a pretty big swing turn, though Dry might opt to take it a little slower just for the spirit differential. We have Comagma coming down.
Okay, Comagma, one of those Elestrals that for a brief period of time, everyone say thank you, Cobalt, was incredibly powerful. And now people looking at it again with this new fire discard strategy, as we see
Hellmelt.
There you go. Hey, I know that you are partial to this particular strategy.
I love Hellmelt. Very, very cute. And a Fumarole coming down here too. Oh my God, Dry is just going all out on this play, adding back that Soul Fury from the Underworld to the hand, and potentially ascending over our Brim scale here. This is a big onslaught right already. I wonder if that Comagma was able to snag that from the deck.
This is a massive turn, as we are actually going to be siphoning off of both that little baby Hellmelt and the Comagma, leaving the Brim scale, which, hey, you know, at 6'3", that's a threatening body. I don't blame you leaving this on the board, and instead going to be using these two smaller babies to ascend into the big bad Soul Fury.
A beautiful textured full art too. I love this card so much. It looks so cool. You feel great touching it down onto the board and destroying that Hera here, leaving Gibby wide open. Now, while Dry leaves themselves vulnerable here with just 5 spirits, it's going to be able to do 5 spirits worth of damage directly to Gibby's spirit deck, putting them back on 6 and evening it out here. This is a very strong position now if you're Dry.
Fortunately, because of the strategy that Gibby is on, Hera, this is a healing strategy. So that doesn't mean that we can't recoup some of these spirits. That doesn't mean that we can't come back. I would be interested to see, based on, I mean, we saw that foretell, right? I'm not sure what that means is coming down the pipeline for us, or what Gibby has in terms of answers. But right now, it is looking a little bit bleak.
And it almost looks as if the Brim scale was turned to defense here on some level, potentially to protect itself from some piercing damage or some chip damage that Dry might not want to deal with, especially as a 6 body. But as a 3 body, I can't imagine that's advantageous.
Yeah, I would be very interested about what that play was and what the idea behind it there is. As we have Hera hitting the board, as I mentioned, this is a strategy based on recouping spirits. And that family of Hera that we grabbed with the little Quackle earlier coming out as well.
Yeah, this is now, like you're mentioning, this is a back in the board situation where Family of Hera allowing Gibby to heal up a little bit of spirit damage that Dry was able to inflict, and just buy a couple turns here to get some advantage down. The big Imperial Champion of Hera, which is of course the big cover card for the Hera strategy, it can drop itself at any single moment and disenchanting from the board from your opponent. So I think that's something that Gibby potentially is wanting to set up here is one really big turn to get themselves back in here.
I would be truly fascinated to know how Gibby fit, if there is an Imperial in this list, fit all of these different lines, all of these different Elestrals. But hey, you know what? I guess that's the idea of it, right? It's a family. Hera wants all of these different Elestrals in the deck. So maybe that's exactly what the point here is.
You'll see here on the draw, it's going to be an eruption coming down here. Full art eruption from Dry, hitting Gibby with 3 extra points of damage just for free. Trying to put them in a really uncomfortable position here to play around, of course, one of the most powerful counter runes, which is Shield of Achilles, just making sure their board's able to stay here.
I think that is game, unless that was exactly Tsunami, but it seems as if we have a scoop from Gibby, which means that the family of Hera has fallen to the mighty power of Soul Fury. And wow, what an incredible match that we have here. I'm almost speechless at seeing this Hera strategy. Not only the Hera strategy, but with the Imperawatt lines seemingly. Is this something that you expected at all?
No, honestly, I think that I've looked at the Hera cards back and forth, and I know that Ricerage is one that some players were looking at, and it's actually fairly strong, allowing you to ascend itself. The foretelling is really good, but I don't think I've ever thought to look at the Penguin line past a certain, like, oh, this is really cool to see. You know, maybe this is also the Shady Penguin agenda. Wait a minute, you got Tongs, you got the Penguin coming in here. What's going on today?
Yeah, if I see a Corvus Smith hit the board, then I've got some questions, certainly. So in this situation, Swole, what are you siding into to deal with Soul Fury? It's such a scary strategy. It can hit the board at the drop of a hat. And in that case, what do you do, especially within the Hera element?
I think one of the things you have to kind of keep in mind, right, when you're playing against a deck like Soul Fury, like you mentioned, you can drop it at any point in time. It can come straight from the underworld. And I think one thing to note is that mass removal, which would normally be the answer towards a lot of Elestrals and a lot of big boss Elestrals, works on a different way for Soul Fury because they can just get it back, and they almost want their Elestrals in the underworld. So what's the solution there is to try to get it out of the underworld with cards like Catabasis. That's a new card inside the Sunstrike meta. It's a lunar 1-cost counter rune that targets 3 cards in the underworld and shuffles them into the deck. And that can be really helpful against decks like Hermes to play around Trickery, but also against Fire Discard. Let's say they go for a discard the Soul Fury, Fumarole target the Soul Fury, chain Catabasis, and there you go. You're on your way to winning the round. Now, I think that can be sometimes very contingent on the fact that you're drawing this and making sure that your opponent doesn't have multiple copies of that Soul Fury, doesn't have their own sort of counter to that play. So that's probably the biggest one, I would say, going into this matchup for Gibby that they could employ.
You know what I would be curious to see as we're getting into this game too. We talk about how the Frost element has so many tools. One of those new tools being Glacial Stasis. Ooh. And I think that would be against a strategy like this where Ascension is so key. I think that would be an inexpensive, easy in-element card to add from the sideboard if it's in there, and hopefully be able to keep these things a little bit more under control, as it looks like a Riceros is hitting the board.
Riceros and Hera mean that we can turbo out into the champion of Hera, Ricerage, and hopefully see some of those Frost counter runes like you're mentioning. Glacial Stasis is an excellent call out for this deck, allowing you to go and protect your board and stop your opponent in their tracks. We've also seen that Gibby is employing the Blizzard Whiteout as well. So all of these really strong defensive options to buy them some time for these big swings. I would not be surprised if more of the Frost runes would come in here. And we have Penguin coming down here for our foretells to start.
If I had a nickel for every time we've seen Arcolith foretold in this matchup, I'd have 2 nickels.
And I think we're about to go for this one, sending the Penguin to the underworld, it looks like, for a little bit of setup play. Ooh,
okay. And we did see that Thunderstorm there, which it could be very interesting for a big setup. We saw Gorgon's Gaze come and as well as Pandora's Box stop the strategy in its tracks in that last match. So, hey, you know what? A well-placed Thunderstorm could be the answer here.
Pass back to to dry here and going for the rest on your laurels to start and take out that Rice Ridge is huge. It's a lot of spirit investment for just the easiest removal inside of the game of Elestrals. And let's see how dry follows up this play. It potentially looks like an expend to draw.
Ooh, okay. So while you don't want to see resting on your laurels immediately, an expend to draw at least feels a little bit better. You have slowed your opponent down, and it looks like we are simply just going to be bouncing back over on Gibby's side of the board here.
And there comes that thunderstorm down, like you were mentioning, sniping out the one single back row as it's just another Riceros coming in here for Gibby, allowing you to ascend into an additional Ricer Ridge as Family of Hera coming in here to enchant and allowing you to have a little bit extra spirits on board for this big ascension. In defense, opting to go for this big 7 booty of Ricer Ridge.
And here comes that Riceros effect here. We are foretelling. Ooh, okay. We see 2 shields. Very interesting coming down the pipeline here.
Yeah, and there, like you mentioned, I think was that Rhino sect. I'm still very, very confused in that card, but it might be a really nice option to boost the Elestrals and a Hera as well, I think, getting added to the hand.
I am very curious about this Hermes Hera team up. Herma? Harry's? We'll workshop it for sure. We'll see what Gibby is thinking on this one.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for set 8 on the Hermes Hades team up, really.
Ooh,
yeah, let's theorize about that one. Hashtag play Elestrals, y'all.
As it looks like this is another expend to draw from dry.
Oh my gosh. See, okay, funny thing is here, we talked about this before inside of our commentary, but like you mentioned, the curse of the Mulligan's curse coming in here. Do you think that dry should have taken that gamble and said, I'm going to take a little bit of that curse on me for a little better hand?
I don't know, but what I am telling you is that, like our caster here, that hand has got to be dry if we haven't made any moves here. Gibby allowed to simply keep getting away with whatever Gibby wants to get away with. And, personally, I'm hoping to see some of these big Hera Elestrals hit the board. Can we see Imperawat, as many people are calling it?
Many people indeed. I think what's funny about this kind of state that we're in right now after they foretell, and there's glacial stasis, like you're mentioning previously.
Oh my gosh, someone really smart and beautiful must have mentioned that card. Oh.
Excellent pickup and an amazing call out from our desk here today from Kay. The funny part about this game state from Gibby is while Gibby is taking their time to set up their board, they're also not necessarily putting in pressure on dry, allowing them to, like you're mentioning, get that hand, hit the hand a little more moist. As the Rhino sect coming in here and enchanting the Ricer Ridge.
This is very interesting. We have, one of the things that I've enjoyed with the Rhinymph and Rhinosect line is Elestrals acting as artifacts, and that's been so cool, and it's such a unique to these 2 particular Elestrals strategy. And here we have it, Rhinosect just hanging out, saying, "You know what, pal, this is about you."
Yeah, this is like
me.
Such an interesting interaction, right? So if for other that don't know in terms of some of this nuance, right? Let me just break this down. We've got the Ricer Ridge, allowing you to foretell decks off the top and send a Thunder Frost card after you add one of them foretold to your hand. Now, cards that are foretold are still considered to be in deck. So when this Rhinosect is sent to the Underworld, you can activate its ability to become an artifact rune and giving this Celestial +4. This is a 9/7 Ricer Ridge.
As from dry, is that a spoiled fruit? It's a bit hard to see.
Oh, wow. Absolutely.
I guess on the effect of the Hera here, we have a spoiled fruit from dry.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I've heard of initial rumblings of this tech against the strategy here. And I think right now our casters are looking at if this ends up working the way I think it does. And from my understanding, Hera returns from itself to the Spirit deck and then enchants itself from the Underworld. So it's kind of a workaround to Spoiled Fruit, which only negates from their underworld directly to their spirit deck.
Ooh, okay. So we have a bit of a middle woman situation saying, technically, and as Hera has survived, I think that that is the ruling here is that technically because there is that enchanting to the field and then bringing back to the underworld, or back to the spirit deck, not necessarily the same spirit. It looks like Spoiled Fruit may not be the tech card that we think it is in this matchup.
Yeah, very unfortunate. It's the Arcalith, the Blizzard Whiteout, Gorg's Gaze, and there it is, Catabasis coming in here from the side deck. So while Dry's side deck option of the Spoiled Fruit might not work out entirely how they think in the strategy, Gibby has clearly done some of the research, and Catabasis is coming in here strong.
Shout out to both of our commentators on the desk right now, because the two cards that we were like, hey, this is what I would side against this strategy. We've now seen both of them. So, well, give yourself a pat on the back. I'll give myself one too.
Dang, we're good. See, this is why they got us on the desk, folks, not just to flex our stellars and be funny, but also, we might know a thing or two back in our day. She's a store champion, actually. She's a regional champ here.
A regional champ. Yeah, I have that gambit, Matt. Make no mistake.
Right. Coming down here for our Dry is finally casting an Elestral onto the board, and it looks like Hydrake coming in here, the new Sunstrike Hydrake to search a Brimscale and add to the hand, trying to do a little more setup play.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying hi, Drake, as we go and grab a dragon, say hi to it, and add it to the hand. A lot of people are saying that, not just me. And I think that that's very fun and cute. Now, this particular line obviously allows us to finally start setting up the hand that up until now has been dry. But, hopefully we mentioned it. Sulfury is one of those strategies that all of a sudden you can have a 3-drop at the drop of a hat. So this next turn could be huge from Dry, and Gibby needs to be prepared and start getting some motion going.
Yeah, this is kind of the funny part about the Sunstrike speed is we expect these very big swing turns back and forth and just massive spirits from either side being either slung on board or being leveraged against your opponent's spirit deck. But Dry, it took a lot of time to set up their board, and I can only imagine when this day will come that after this turn, Comagma or Noxid even coming to play to discard the Brimscale and do the whole loop. This is an avalanche waiting to happen, ironically, from our Firecaster.
Ooh, hey, very good, very good. As we have what looks to be an eruption coming out here from Dry, again, 2 games in a row.
Ooh, that's going to put Gibby at an uncomfortable spirit advantage here, and this is kind of the thing that Fire likes to do with Eruption nowadays. Previously a game ender and community boogeyman from Eruption, but now being able to be looped with the card Noxid. This card is crazy in this scenario. Eruption, Noxid, target Eruption, Dry. Tell me it isn't true.
Oh, I think that might be exactly what we are seeing with the little baby Noxid hitting the board. Are we going to see Sulfury? One thing I will say is that we know for as Glacial, we know Glacial Stasis is in there somewhere. We do have the ability to stop the Ascension. However, we were not able to stop the add back of that Eruption, like you said, Swole. So it's coming again.
Yeah, this is the really difficult part here, I think, if you're Dry. Gibby knows that Dry has a Spoiled Fruit back there. Unfortunate circumstance of activation there, giving a little bit of information away. And now, similarly, Gibby has to play around this Eruption, saying that I cannot get below this spirit threshold, or else the game is just automatically over. But being able to stop the play for just one more turn means that Gibby has just a little bit extra to push with this boss Ricerades. This thing is huge.
One thing that I will say is we also know that Blizzard Whiteout is in the back row. We've seen it a couple times foretold. I assume that has to be the set card, which means that if we continue to only have Frost Elestrals on this board, Sulfury can't destroy through the effect, at least. We will be able to stop that targeted destruction effect. Now, will we be able to stop the actual attack going through? I'm not sure. That remains to be seen from Gibby.
As a champ, Quackle coming down here onto the board, getting a little bit of a search. And this is, I think, where the Hera deck really starts to shine and makes it a little tricky around those Eruptions, is that Hera now starts to heal back those spirits that are previously lost. And, God forbid Gibby gets 2 Heras down. That's going to be a massive spirit advantage off of just so little resources.
Ooh, and you mentioned we have that spoiled fruit there. Really cool to see that we've figured out that interaction, the way that it works, and the workaround that Hera has there, making it actually a really powerful and loophole heavy healing strategy.
Yeah, heal control, we're so back. Heal control, we're so back. Heal control players, only you can hear this message. Start cooking. Start cooking. As a Ass Rabbit coming down here from Dry, taking it all the way back to that game 1. And Gorgon's Gaze coming down here from Gibby, putting them on to 4 spirits. This is a little bit dangerous. What do you think of this Gorgonzine on the Rabbit this late game?
I know that Gibby is just trying to keep Dry off of any of these key pieces, whether that be Fumarole, so that we can go in, get Brimscale back, or start trying to do any number of shenanigans that we know this fire deck can do. Gibby saying, I just need one more turn, boss, please. And, stopping the rabbit search, stopping your opponent from being able to go and handcraft, so to speak, is honestly huge and advantageous, especially if you're going to be going for an Ascension in your next turn, as we finally see this Pingawat once again hit the board.
Oh, and Pingawat being such a powerful threat here, we do know that Gibby is on the new champ Imperawatch. Shout outs to my Cryo Scorches here in our round 1 on the stream. This is now going to be a little scary for Dry as Gibby starts to go on the offensive. But again, that Eruption is looming back there in Dry's hand to snipe out this game 2.
One really cool thing is that I'm sitting and I'm thinking about these cards. This Imperawat does naturally, stat-wise, beat Sulfury, and if we have the protection from the destruction effect, even if we can get it on the board, then I think Gibby's in a good position. I think Gibby can sort of protect the castle here. However, we have Fumarole coming out, that card that Gibby was desperately trying to keep Dry off of, and it looks like we are instead off to the races.
Yeah, this is going to be a cast of that knocks it down to discard another card, potentially another Brimscale would be kind of killer here. But Dry similarly can't put themselves in too low of a spirit deficit, as now we know with that Sulfury in the underworld here too. Oh, that could be very dangerous.
Okay, opting to go for a Gorgon's Gaze and paying off of that Rhino Sect. That just shows how important it is to Gibby to stop this nonsense from happening. And, if that means that next turn we get the faded Imperawat, I'm really hoping to see it hit the board. We got to see Sulfury in game 1. Come on, Gibby, get your 3 drop out.
And Gibby is playing around this so masterfully, especially for being at such a low spirit differential. Dry is having to utilize cards like that Fumarole back into the hand, and it cannot ascend over the Noxid, but can definitely siphon from the 2 Rabbit and the Hydrake to lead into just a big Ascension. I think that'd be incredibly scary, unless you want to siphon over that. Yeah, siphoning from the Noxid over the Rabbit, similar to a Tadpuff play from Lockagon back in Livestream, enchanting with an additional Fire Spirit, destroying the back row, which is a set shield. Gibby's on such low spirits. An Eruption here into a Sulfury swing is killer.
This is very scary, and exactly why Gibby was trying so hard to stop this from happening. As we've lost our final back row here, and we are looking at one of the scariest cards in the format having hit the board. Gibby just needed one more turn. I know it. If we had had one more. However, both of these Elestrals on the board are Thunder and Frost. So, if we have it in hand, that means we can still make the Imperawat happen. And Hera being a healing strategy, we didn't see that Eruption. We're not too low. We can still make things happen.
Yeah, it looks like here too, leaving the Rice Ridge is very dangerous because it allows you to foretell and potentially dig deeper for that Imperawat. Like you said, if it's already in hand, then good stuff. We ascend. Looks like we might be going for it here.
Ooh, it's happening. It's happening. This 11-9 body. It looks like we have one back row set from Dry. The only thing that could save us here is if that is a real back row. Although we already saw that other one was a fake set Fumarole. So who knows?
Yeah, let's see from here. And the Imperawatt line enchanting the Thunder Spirits is going to be really nice to try to recycle some spirits. But again, putting Gibby on only 3 spirits here, we have to have and make sure that Dry does not have a way to combat this this 11 body. Can Gibby squeeze it out here inside the game too?
I would be curious to see if this Nexus effect actually goes off. The fun ability to go get more damage, and then after the battle step, being able to say, okay, preserve it, bring it back to the Hera. Be a little more reasonable. I think that's such a cool interaction there, and something we haven't really seen from any other Elestrals. So, let's Gibby. I'm rooting for you here.
Yeah, let's see how much spirit damage that Gibby can do here onto the Dry. A well-timed tsunami here could just be the way from Dry 2. This comes down to potentially the final turn of this game. Let's see what they decide to do. I don't think we've seen a declaration from Gibby yet. That big penguin staring menacingly down this fire dragon.
I gotta say, as we have 3 back row being set all of a sudden, and the attack does go through. Soul Fury goes down. Imperial. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe this. The comeback that we've seen from Gibby, the fact that there are 3 back row back there, Dry only left with 1 bitty baby dragon.
And look at this too. Gibby is on 4 spirits here. I think maybe back to 6 after a little bit of the healing to play around this eruption and really trying hard to stay in the game as a Comagma coming down here to discard a card. Let's see what we got.
What a comeback that we just saw from Gibby. I thought for sure that we were looking at the end of days as we have, it looks like that Smeltongue being discarded here.
Ooh, Smeltongue enchanting back to the Comagma, meaning the Comagma can activate its effect again and trigger to draw and dig for more resources and dig for some more answers here, trying to wake up this little board with this sleepy Comagma.
That being said, I mean, unless we can get something that can deal with this Imperawatt, I don't know what Dry is going to do, because it's not Soul Fury. We know that we probably have Blizzard Whiteout back there. You can't destroy it. You can't swing over it naturally with the stats unless we can move it into defense. Like you said, a tsunami would be huge here. There's not a lot of answers that Dry has other than to put up some bodies on the board and hope for the best.
Yeah, this is the Australian agenda at its peak, right? This is just I'm going to go into this big 3 body, set up some defenses, and go crazy here. And just like that, a Pandora's Box coming in here from Dry, taking out their Hydrake and a Spirit from Spirit deck, just trying to manage their spirits a little more effectively here and set up for potentially another Soul Fury play. But while they might not be taking damage from this Imperawatt swing onto the Comagma, that leaves them very, very low.
Yeah, fortunately, the Comagma with the 3 spirits enchanted to it, thanks to that Smeltongue, is going to stop the damage here. But it very much a scary position. Can Gibby keep this going? Can Gibby bring this win in with Imperawatt, bring this to a game 3?
Yeah, what's crazy here is this is only game 2 after just so many actions and setup here. This is insane. We typically don't see games inside of Sunstrike go the distance like this, but both our casters are clawing tooth and nail to get back here.
As we see Gorgon's Gaze paying off of one of the extra spirits on that Comagma and also sacrificing the little baby Helmelt, I believe, there, and saying, I got to keep a body on board.
Yeah, the Blizzard Whiteout comes in here to protect the Imperawatt, like you were saying, that big call out to protect the Frost Enchanted Elestrals, and Dry scoops it up from there. We're going to a game 3 with not that much time left.
Yeah, we were talking about how fast this format is, and by goodness, we have been made fools of, because here we are coming down to the final 10 minutes by the time we get started here. And it looks like, I don't know, it looks like Dry might have a little life left in him yet, actually. I don't think that was a full concession.
I saw the cards picked up. I was sure that it was just absolutely over as an additional Comagma comes in here. Those beautiful marble rares, discarding the extra cards here, digging further and further for resources.
It looks like that was instead just the destruction of Imperilot that we were seeing. As Dry sets 3 cards with only 2 spirits left. I mean, while yes, one of those might be real, one of those might be able to do something, we can't afford to shield. We can't afford to do a lot of things. And even if we can stop it temporarily, there's nothing that we can really afford to do that deals with this unless Dry knows something that we don't.
Yeah, what to say? This is probably why Dry's, on the feature, and I'm here on the desk. I think if I was in the position, I'd be staring down that big 11-9. I'd be out of there quite quick. But trying to get back and secure this game 2, I think it might just be worth it here as we see Gibby ascend into this Pengua, and there is the concession. I want to call it too early, but
I do think that we are officially there. Hey, you know what? You never know as a Firecaster. You might be able to go in, grab that Eruption again. If Gibby were to let themselves get down to a spirit count, it doesn't matter what you have on the board. You can still Eruption for game. However, because of Hera, because of the healing, because of the family aspect of this deck, it was so cool to see Gibby just simply never allowed themselves to be put into that position, to be vulnerable to that.
Yeah, that was also so interesting to work around there as you're trying to make these big swing turns and set up boards, as you're constantly taking spirit damage and bringing yourself so low. And I guess all it really takes is that one turn to say, I'm so back, and it's not so co-magma over. I'm trying to think of that one and workshopping that. But out of that play here, going into game 3, I'm thoroughly impressed by this Hera strategy. I was not expecting the Penguins to show up and show out like this.
I mean, no, this was not on any of our radars. And here we are going to game 3 with, I believe Soul Fury was one of the most represented decks today. One of the biggest threats in the meta, one of my personal favorite decks to play. But now I'm seeing this and I'm saying, maybe I want to play Hera. I don't know. And also, we got to talk about the Hermes, the Herma, the team up. We had that Rhino sect coming in and honestly putting in work. What a cool, literally, Frost deck.
It's really just the Australian innovation. They dig up these cards and you say, despite the fact that I think I revealed this card in reveal season, I'm still sitting here like, where did you find this thing? Where did you dig up this artifact? What Hephaestus magic did you do to disenchant one, search it from deck, and add it to hand? As a rabbit coming down here from Dry, starting off strong. And, this was a start that led them to victory the first time. Let's see if they can repeat the magic.
One thing that I know for sure probably happened in that little side deck exchange was expeditiously removing those spoiled fruit. If that was something that Dry was thinking about there, as Gibby says, you know what, run it back. We have the double rabbit start. As you said, it worked out for Dry, did not work out for Gibby. Gibby definitely needs to find a way to get this going quicker, to get the snowball rolling, so to speak. That's been my one impression of this deck, is that Gibby had to work so hard, masterfully done, by the way, to keep Dry off of this strategy that is so fast. When you're against something like Moth, however, that it's hard to interact with, especially if Moth goes first, you don't have the kind of time that Gibby's been able to buy themselves in these previous games.
Yeah, I think that's one thing here that, as a re-enchant the rabbit here, comes down. Kay, is that a good play from Dry?
I've been told by casters far better than I that this is an excellent play. And, as we saw Gibby trying to desperately stop the rabbit in the last game, which, hey, worked out for them. Clearly, Gibby is of the same opinion, as is Dry. So who am I to argue with all of the experts in the room?
Yeah, so as you mentioned previously before, too, the spoiled fruit coming out of the main deck, or rather side deck, from side deck into main to side, back and forth. What do you think is replacing those for Dry?
Oh, honestly, I have no idea. I think that this is one of those strategies that, as we have Gorgon's Gaze coming here to stop this penguin, Dry clearly having a hearty respect for these little birds. I think that the strategy worked so well for Dry the first time, and does put Gibby in a position to, if Dry can make things happen quicker, there aren't a lot of changes that needed to happen from game 1. You just need Gibby to see fewer answers, fewer glacial stasis, fewer Gorgon's Gaze, fewer things to stop the dragon from hitting the board.
We have Co-Magma coming down here from Dry, which I think after getting hit with a similar Gorgon's Gaze here to potentially stop a fire snowball, if you will, from these discards. I really do like that play a lot, as it just buys you a little extra time that you don't want their setup to occur. And Gibby here going to activate the effect of Snow Waddle, as there's no back row from Dry to ascend into the Penguat.
Ooh, okay.
Or is that a rice? Is that another Ricer Ridge?
I think you're right. That is a Rice Ridge. We saw that Foretell effect being so effective in the previous games. And it looks like that's what we're going for here right now.
Ooh, and we have the Blizzard Whiteout here, which came in clutch in the last match. And another Ricer Ridge coming down, and a Rabbit here. You don't quite need that yet anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And wow, this is such a powerful Ascension tools here. This sort of Frost and Thunder strategy is thoroughly surprising me. I guess it's true that you can eat the yellow snow. It's gross.
Anyways, I'm going to move past that, as we have Penguat sliding on by and ascending over that Astrabit. Dry really was trying to keep Gibby off of these scary, scary penguins, because here comes Imp Herawat. The second that thing hits the board, we saw Blizzard Whiteout. There is very little that Dry can do if he cannot stop this Ascension from happening.
Yeah, and that 6 attack from Penguat is just enough to get over Rabbit and clear the board here. And though Dry is, open board here, they're also open minds and full hearts. They got a whole hand to deal with here. And Rest on Your Laurels comes down here as a key card in the last game to clear out a card. Let's see what they choose. Definitely a rock in a hard place, ironically, because of that that Imperawat in the hand. You got to be able to clear both these big bodies to put Gibby on some game.
This is exactly the situation that we saw ourselves in the last game. We had a Rice Ridge and a Penguat on board. Dry was only able to deal with one of them, and what that meant is that Gibby was simply able to ascend anyways. So, as you mentioned, Dry is on a bit of a timer here, and if we can't clear both of these threats, then we're in trouble. I am curious why we decided to go with the Rice Ridge instead of the Penguat in terms of keeping on board. Just looking at pure stats, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and also in addition to, and there as for of, I think the Rice Ridge Foretell effect has been really crucial here, especially as bigger cards like Brimscale comes down from a Noxid effect discard. And we know that the sweet tech of that Rhino Sect, Champion of Hermes, can pair well with boosting this to a big 9 body. So I'm also very curious. Additionally, too, maybe know something that we don't for setup for this Imperawat, but there was a foretold Blizzard Whiteout that we did see, which Rest on Your Laurels would then be stopped by. I guess I have to see how this plays out. It's either that this game's about to be explosive in one big turn, or maybe we're about to stop it in its tracks and be at a glacial stasis.
I am very curious. Okay, here comes. I was going to say, I'm curious when Blizzard Whiteout is going to come about, because we hadn't seen it yet. However, Brimscale, because we chose to keep this Rice Ridge on board, can just swing over, as we have an Eruption coming down from Dry and putting Gibby low on spirits. However, not low enough. Thank you, Hera.
Yeah, I've been able to heal back these spirits, mean that the Eruption is a little less effective, but does set it up for some Noxid loops in the future that we have seen. And maybe just trying to even out the spirits just a tiny bit, as Brimscale can get over this big body naturally. But passing back to Gibby here, we have an Ascension coming down for the big Imperawat, Champion of Hera, once again.
Ooh, and like we said, once this thing hits the board, especially if we have another Blizzard Whiteout back there, very little that Dry can do about this situation. Frost is just such a powerful element, and it has so many tools. It has so many good cards, and Hera combined with that, with the healing, keeping us out of any sort of dangerous range. We're so deeply comfortable just doing insane damage right now with this Imperawat, and going to be nexusing those spirits onto the Hera as well.
Yeah, and that draw effect is very crucial here for keeping advantage up on Dry, because look how many cards Dry has in their hand for some plays here. Normally, Fire Discard doesn't actually quite have this many resources available to them, but with only 5 spirits left, Dry go ahead and cast out here a Comagma to discard, trying to get something going.
Okay, looks like we are going to be discarding. That was maybe a Hydrake?
I
Yeah,
think
it looks like it was
so.
a Hydrake. So unfortunate. It does not look like we have too much going for us here. As is this a scoop at
I
this point
think
in the game?
I think that's a concession just so early. We have only 1 minute left in the round, and Dry sees the writing on the board that Gibby brings out the big Frost Thunder
Mhm.
bodies to take it over Dry 2-1 in our round 3. That was crazy. Did you expect Hera today?
No, and if I expected Hera, I did not expect Imp Heralot. I really didn't. And this is so cool. I want to play this deck now. This is such a cool brew. I mean, like you mentioned, the foretell effect has been so crucial here, being able to set up the hand, go and get these tools that Frost has to offer. Hera keeping us completely comfortable, able to afford to pay for whatever moves that we want to make, keeping us out of the danger of eruption. I'm curious how this stands up against Moth, as we were talking
Ooh.
about a little bit, because it is slow. That is the one thing. Gibby was never able to quickly get into Imperilot. And that is something that, I mean, just looking at the stats, Imperilot definitely beats Moth. But if you can't get there, I'm curious. I'm curious how that matchup works out.
Yeah, I don't quite know either. Knowing the Australians, you think a meta is there and solved, that you've seen everything, but they come in here heavy hitting, swinging, and just say that no, it's actually, this is really the best deck in the room. So maybe they've figured out something we don't, utilizing some of these more niche cards and these more very situational gameplay cards to get them into these crazy positions. It's one thing to notice in the last game too, both between Gibby and also Dry, is this ability to utilize their decks for these big setup plays and saying, okay, all the pieces are in order for this chessboard. Now let's play. And I think that's such an interesting thing to see here, showcased, like you mentioned, the contrast between something like Moth, which normally has this big swing play up front, puts it all on the line and says, deal with me. And while these decks are just slowly getting that advantage out, so interesting. And I love to see the dichotomy here for our first game of Sunstrike.
Well, that gives us so much to look forward to as today continues to unravel. I don't know. I think that a lot of casters going into this first premiere event for Sunstrike pretty much thought that they had the format solved. But as you said, that Australian wrench in the format is never something. It's a bit of a boomerang, really. It always comes back, it seems, when we have these significant tournaments. And I can't wait to see how this Imperilot strategy goes. And honestly, I'm still rooting for Sulfuri, rooting for Dry. Hopefully we can see this strategy continue to I mean, that game one, it is so powerful. Once it hits the board, there's very little that you can do about it. Both of these casters played so well. And just to look at what we have for the rest of the day lined up, that of course did go right up to time, which means we are already going to be getting ready for round 4. So we are going to go to a break. And when we get back, Swole and Jock are going to be back on the mic for round 4.
And welcome back, everyone, to our round 4 of this webcam premiere for our Sunstrike season. A lot of electrifying gameplay in the last round there. I think that took everyone by storm, realistically. I'm joined here, of course, by Jacques. Jacques, tell me about what you saw there. That was crazy, no?
Well, chat voted to see Fire Discard, and I was like, oh, that's going to be a really cool, interesting deck where cards are moving from all different zones, from hand to underworld to back to hand onto field. That was less interesting than what was actually being played on. Amongst Hera ideas, I haven't even seen someone talk about the Penguins and the Rice Ridge and such, and to see it all in one deck, crazy. And was that that was a what, like the new Frost champion of Hermes was on board too?
Yeah, I gotta know that one eventually. You know, this is such a funny thing to realize sometimes, that while we have these big cover cards and big boss Elestrals for the sets, Locagon for Aphrodite, Laodagon for Dionysus. Similarly, we have Stratamoth, we got Imperial, Vesuvatuga, and I'm forgetting our fourth one here as we're getting into this meta. But the Celestial, oh my god, the Daybreak staple. How could I forget the Australian Menace again? See what's happened. They replaced Celestial in my brain as an Australian staple with Imperawatt. That's what happened. This is the psyop waiting to happen. So this sort of strategy and the sort of thing we look at and we're directed towards saying Imperial is kind of how Hera can and wants to play. It really takes some excellent chefs in the kitchen to break that wide open and potentially explore some of these more niche cards and slower interactions. And by slower, I really do mean slow. That took a lot of setup.
Yeah, we've seen this before on like sort of the cards that aren't necessarily the cover cards have shaken the meta. Let's think Morphrost Chimera form. Let's think Iwoli Champion of Kione. These cards that are very powerful. They're just, not everything can be a box topper. And yes, that was a very like slow game, but it didn't look like it was slow because the deck was necessarily weaker. It was just slow because it was grindy. Hera healing effectively every turn and these Penguins gaining all this card advantage. You don't have to kill quick. You just need to kill.
Yeah, and that's something that I was also just not expecting down. Previously before, I think we've only seen an Imperawatt touchdown once in some official capacity. Shoutouts to Wirtz on that one. But the new Imperawatt really did impress me with how threatening it was. And Sulfuri, Fire Discard, did its thing. We had one really big swing turn of a Noxa getting Gorgon's Gaze, saying, yep, you can't ascend over it, you can't do anything with it. Siphoning off of the Noxa, ascending over the Rabbit, and still popping cards and dealing massive amounts of damage. So both decks equally, I think, give us a great showcase of what to expect here, is these really nice setup and payoff turns of allowing pieces to be put into place and then exploding from there.
Yeah, and both these decks were grindy in different ways. The Hera deck is grindy with ability to heal turn after turn after turn and then use the Foretells for card advantage. And the Fire Discard was grindy via, discarding cards that discarding them actually gave you advantage. So whenever you were drawing discarding, you're kind of going up a card the entire time. This, created a really interesting dichotomy of like, is the spirit system going to carry one player, or is just having more cards going to carry one player? And really, it was really hard to tell at any point in the game who is actually in the lead.
Yeah, isn't that so crazy too, is that for a long time, you think to yourself, especially in the Sunstrike meta with a deck like Stratamoth, the idea is that you're putting it all on the line, all the spirits out there, and as long as you have one or even sometimes no spirits left, you can win the game from there. But other times, it's about the cards you have left to play and how you can engineer those game states and get yourself out and into messes, so to speak. But I could not have been jump scared more and better by the Australians today if I tried. That was a crazy good showcase of some things that I was never expecting. Which
and what I love about Elestrals being a game that you can continue to play all the cards that are legal that have ever been printed. I was sitting down on my couch, I had the stream pulled up, and I see the Funny Buddy on one side, and then a return Funny Bunny on the other side. I was like, oh, more things are different. The more things change the same. I could not stop laughing to myself seeing that both these players looked at their deck list and was like, I wish I could look at 3 cards and add one to hand.
Yeah, honestly, I think, and to that end, Rice are doing the exact thing and foretelling and adding additional copies and cards on top of that too. I'm really looking forward to what our casters could be digging out from the trenches today. I know for your predictions, having out from the Moth here, and we've yet to see this deck on stream yet. But tell me where you think Moth is landing on today, and how we might be able to kind of predict this in the upcoming rounds.
How Moth plays is very different, and before the stream started, we had the card party finals match playing. It plays quickly to the board. It spends a lot of spirits to get on board fast, and hoping to use that overwhelming tempo sort of, using spirits to create a really strong board state early and hope to snowball that advantage. Create a lot of tempo early and go into the toolbox of, P-Gust, Nemasail, Cockadoodle, people pulling out all sorts of cards out of their deck. And, that is a little different than what's been good in Elestrals in the past, where in the past it was spirit efficiency all the way down. It's, fives was one of the best decks because it was hard to attack over your guys, and so they were very spirit efficient. You never had to worry about getting 2 for 1 by your opponent.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing in this sort of deck composition that I've been kind of noticing from our top breakdown of the Moss and even Vesuvituga. Ken mentioned a great observation earlier that Vesuvituga is kind of being known for a spirit efficient deck nowadays, which is kind of insane when you think about that sort of spirit investment in the past. But similar to tying that into what you mentioned, that sort of 2 for 1 value that you're getting is often the trade you're looking to do inside of these more explosive turns where people are dropping 3 drops like it's nothing nowadays, which is absolutely crazy too. And Frost, Frost is no stranger to that in general. We've had Blizztrix in the past make some really deep runs, and I think even Bean Soldier taking down whole events with it. I'm surprised we're not seeing some experimentation with things like Dougie or Dugabus with cards like that. What's your opinion on the Earth suite for Sunstrike coming out? I know we only got a few cards in there, but
the Earth has some interesting tools. Even outside of Earth with like the Havocub stuff in your Dionysus deck, just it goes into an 8. 8's really big. It's if you can get it to to connect and destroy an Elestral in like a Viscerous way. And the actual Earth cards, Dougie, really powerful with finding that first copy of Earthquake and then recycling it. I've tried out at locals a Blizztrix Dougie build where you're milling every turn. You're casting Sisyphus's Boulder and Avalanche. You just want to keep on turning over your deck and turning your Underworld into card advantage in that way. And Dugabus, what a card! Once it's on the board, pops a guy, boom, and then it's just big old stats, but it's big. It's not a small guy.
And it comes almost out of nowhere too, which, to your other prediction on the slots coming in here, hopefully they're doing well on today too. That deck and the big Neander sloth coming in here is a pretty big imposing threat. That 8 attack is kind of crazy into a field that you can just kind of hit around on.
Yeah, it's really powerful, but I think we're ready for round 4. Let's see what this match is going to be. It could be anything. I'm excited for what decks we are about to see. We have some Boucher or Butchett, I'm unsure, versus Kryber. Kryber with a number of top 8s this year and the previous, and a top 16 from last year. 2 top 8s this year already. Incredible work from them. And some Butchett, a couple top 32s, top 16s. They look less impressive than top 8s. Those are good records. That's a winning player showing up, and all you need to do is go on a hot run to gain a lot of QPs.
Yeah, and Kryber here too, no stranger to a deck that I think a lot of us are curious about this format, which is Hermes. You mentioned it earlier in our pre-stream that the temporary ban list is no longer in effect, which means we have some powerful cards coming back to the fray, like Aphoros, being able to Nexus water and draw cards. Cards like Novacore, which previously led to World Championship wins in the past. And then a card that I'm very scared of, which is Aviolith Champion of Hermes. This card, I think, is kind of the piece that brings it all together, allowing you to recuperate these effectively really expensive spirit swings that you have. But the true ball knowledge and the card that I'm truly scared of, Toxiswarm Champion of Hermes, being able to search out arguably the best card in the game, Hermes Trickery.
Yeah, and Hermes, a great part of it is they have essentially a heal 12 on command throughout the game. They just are able to keep on fueling their toolbox, keep on, fueling their spirit deck. And Hermes Trickery used to be just power draws that you would draw sometimes, bring back that Champ Avalith, dodge removal, play really annoying around cards like Shield and such. And now you can search it. And also, Cyclovenom can search Toxiswarm and, also like put a card back on the bottom. Hermes has new tools, and the old tool they got back is really important for the deck.
Yeah, as we're hopping into this round 4 of this Elestrals Premier tournament, we do see that Kryber is expending 2 Wind Spirits to mulligan and draw that fresh new hand. Those Wind Spirits could be a good indication of what they're playing. We're just talking about that Hermes strategy here, and Hermes sometimes can look for that really perfect turn, but honestly, I think between a lot of the new tools, it gets better and better every time as Sunbouche is keeping their nice hand of 5. And there's the Hermes touchdown.
Yeah. Sending actually those first 2 Wind Spirits, not even a huge deal because, just being able to immediately send the Champ Aviolith, essentially the first mulligan's free. Yeah, and there's the Champ Aviolith. Reload that Hermes. Go 6 tall on that Hermes. It's going to be able to search 3 times. And in one of those searches, reload it again. Just keep on going. Now we got to see what the actual normal action will be, though.
Back in my day, that would be the final and only Aviolith you could actually use here. As I think we're going for an expend to draw from Kryber to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, and getting rid of a Lunar there, that can mean anything. These Hermes decks have been known to splash any card they feel like it on the day. It's like we've seen all sorts of cards throughout the live stream meta. And is that a Winjin?
Oh, it kind of looks like it, but it's going to be a Plucky for an Apollo.
Plucky Search Apollo, and now this is another deck. If this is the Celestlio deck from live stream and from the past, this is another deck that got some cards back in Champ Novacore. Yeah, that was a Plucky, and Champ Novacore still a house, still a non-targeting destruction, really powerful card, and an activation of this Apollo. What will we see?
We have the Winjin coming down here too, like you mentioned before, which it got a powerful new tool in the form of the champion of Aeolus, Tornagin, and they're going to have to make some pretty good predictions here if they're going to ascend into it. And I think as well, if y'all would like to predict on who you think is going to take this one, Hermes with its newly unlimited Aviolith champ, or Solar with its newly unlimited Novacore champ, then let us know on twitch.tv/Elestrals. Vote now for who you think is going to take this one down. Obviously, as a previous Solar caster myself, I love to see representation, but this Hermes deck is a killer.
Yeah, that Apollo ended up grabbing a Tornagin, the new Champ Tornagin from Sunstrike, I believe. And there was a Winjin and a Guardian of Light there. So that Winjin, I'm guessing that call is going to be pretty easy to make next turn. Kryber is definitely going to have to plan for how they are going to deal with, a Tornagin potentially coming down, and the Pandora's Box stopping this Hermes search at the pass.
Ooh, and I just want to point out here too, the nice addition of what I presume is a new Chicago Eddies logo on these Spirit sleeves. Shout outs to the Chicago Eddies here, really bringing it out for Elestrals week after week. And
new World Season, new logo.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go. Hop on Elestrals, everyone. Support your local game stores and let's get it out here with it as an Ectopossum?
Hypnossum, yes.
Hypnossum? Oh my god. Ectopossum, Hypnossum, Hermes?
You can run anything, and it makes a lot of sense why the Lunar was expend earlier, because Ectopossum, you actually have to use Lunar in your Underworld to special cast it. It's really spirit efficient, but you need to be in on Lunar a fair amount. And if you haven't seen this card, when the Hypnosm is destroyed by battle, it's going to allow you to special cast the Ectoplasm from your hand and, immediately multiple copies if you have multiple. So even if, some Boucher had options to walk over this Hypnosm, they might not choose to actually do so. It's really scary.
And a Winjin coming down here for our big prediction and a Pandora's box from Kryber to hopefully snipe out some of these foretells, make it a little bit harder. And I believe there's a Guardian of Light, the beautiful full art, and a Larvacell coming in here. Ooh, so an Apollo Larvacell deck attacking in this Winjin and Tornadin. Phosphocell Foretell is quite scary on the board. That little Larvacell charged really does boost up all of your Solar Elestrals, making them these previously small bodies powerful forces.
Yeah, that's the new Larvacell from Sunstrike, and I'm guessing there might be a new Phosphocell from Sunstrike as well. That card really just is a headache to deal with, a board breaker, a game decider, and it's a good thing to go all in on from some Boucher. And this Hermes activation, well, let's see what the search is this time. I'm guessing the Aviolith to reload this Hermes one more time. No, instead going immediately into I forget the name right now.
Carry on champ.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit interesting for our setup plays here. And the Hypnosm just sitting there menacingly as Sun Boucher is now have to be staring down an Ascension here into, with another Lunar Spirit, potentially a carry-off coming down here. The champion of Hermes, beautiful marble art.
That is not only the marble art, that is the top 16 marble art from the Firestorm meta. So Kryber flexing a little bit. And I believe this is the one that can steal opponents' Elestrals, if I remember correctly.
No, it's the OG one. This one, I think, shuffles back cards from the Underworld into the deck. But it's so interesting here. Lunar Wind Hermes previously, and I imagine there might be some Earth tech in here because of our beautiful design searchers. But talk to me about this inclusion. What do you think's going on with the carry-off deck is what we're seeing?
Yeah. So you're already in on Lunar with this Hypnosm, which is going to move into attack. It says if it's destroyed by battle, it doesn't say, it has to be attacked into. This is like a foamy play, essentially. And is going to crash with that Plucky, and here comes the Ectoplasm coming down, and has the option to spend 2 Lunar on cast to bounce the Winjin, get it off the board, let's attack directly while there's no back row there.
And it looks like, too, the Ectoplasm's so interesting because as you're expending 2 cards to bounce and dealing those extra about 2 to 4 bits of damage back to your opponent, you can use the Aviolith Champs in future turns to heal back all Wind Spirits to keep you healthy on plays. And now, all of a sudden, we've snowballed from an expend to draw turn 1 into a 6-body and an 8-body, and then a Nova Core dropping down from Sun Boucher. We're just slinging 2 drops everywhere.
This Nova Core is really big, and it's really important to actually get this carry off the board, because while it didn't really have that important of an effect on board, just shuffling back Elestrals, it does have an important effect of being an 8. So having the Nova Core get it off the board, but this Ectoplasm is actually contesting the Nova Core exactly. They will crash, and no one will take any spirit damage if they decide to walk in. This for important Apollo activation, grabbing another Nova Core off the top. That card back at 3, probably 3 in the deck.
Ooh, honestly, that's such a big resource to have back for Sun Boucher, allowing them to trade now this Ectoplasm, or at least potentially threaten some back row back there, and then have another destruction on hand to drop. That's going to be kind of difficult to deal with if you're Kryber, because now you're in the position of having another Hermes to disenchant and send the Aviolith, or as they put down a Trickery coming down here to tag out into the big 8 body of carry off once again.
Oh my gosh, this is a miscast carry off, as it's lunar now rather than Lunar Wind. That doesn't matter. It won combat, and now an 8 body with 2 spirits on board is coming back to Sun Boucher with only 1 back row set.
And I think this is the Nova Corps coming back here from the
Oh.
underworld, I think not necessarily the destruction of the Nova Corps. If I'm remembering right here, because the attack target is leaving on the declaration, that
You're able to redeclare.
either
And
redeclare, yeah, because it was in the attack deck, or yeah, I believe that's correct.
yeah, if you wait until battle, uh, in Kryber would take the damage, and it's like the Elestral wasn't there. But if you do it on attack deck, the Nova Corps would be able to prevent its own attack. So there's no super big combat there. But this looks like an Ascension for a third Lunar
Into a please don't
Ouroboros.
tell me this is Ouroboros for 3 spirits, bouncing the Nova Corps back to hand. It does return those spirits to the spirit deck, but swinging with the 3 spirits here, meaning you can make up that differential. And while Sunbouche does have another Nova Corps in hand, this is such an interesting little loop now that Kryber gets to put Sunbouche in, and that's really funny.
Yeah, the Altar of Stars is going to prevent those 3 spirits coming in. So, exchange some cards for a little bit of tempo. And here comes down the Nova Corps. Could be the first copy, could be the second copy. But here is a Hermes trickery.
No.
And does this Nova Corps have to blow up itself? Yes, it does.
I believe so. El Clasico, not to dog on the law too much, but I remember seeing this for the first time. After Nova Corps activates its effect, the cast goes into a limbo, meaning that your carry-off champ, the big 8 body, is safe, and Nova Corps has to destroy something. So, see a Nova Corps.
Yeah, that is one downside of it being a non-targeting pop, because it will resolve. If you declare your target and they had trickery it out, it's like, oh, okay, that'll resolve without effect. It'll fizzle. That's totally fine. The Nova Corps cleared the board for Kryber, and here is coming big attacks to carry off, seeing way more play on board than I'm guessing Kryber even expected.
Yeah, it's Kryber here going in for a Disenchant 2 for an Aviolith champ, and Sunbouche is a completely open board, only that temple to the top, and I can't imagine from Sunbouche you're expecting so many trickery plays, especially after you haven't seen the Toxiswarm to search it. But Kryber showing off exactly how powerful that card really is and why that searching does matter. And now back up to a nice and comfortable 9 spirits in the spirit deck.
Yeah, but Sunbouche is not out of it. Will take most likely 3 spirits worth of damage this turn, but we know that there's another Nova Corps in hand from the Foretell ad earlier. So a Nova Corps and a Dream with 2 spirits remaining, and Solar has good healing tools with Guardian of Light to prevent attacks and maybe facilitate good Ascension plays. But starting out with an Ambrosia, the classic healing tool.
Yeah, those spirits can be so important here, especially as Nova Corps does take the 2 proper enchanted to do what it does. And Kryber on no back row, similar to Sunbouche in the last turn, dropping down a Nova Corps to take out the carry off and swing into the carry on is enough to clear the board similarly. And I can't imagine that this doesn't put Sunbouche in a significantly better position now that Kryber is down to 4 spirits.
Yeah, this Nova Corps is a 6 with that Temple of the Sun, and Kryber is going to be in a dangerous position with no access to Hermes, with no back row to help facilitate getting this Nova Corps off the board. Kryber is suddenly on the back foot after making plays that looked incredible.
Yeah, that's kind of the big thing here is on the surface, those plays looked game ending. You're playing around your opponent's cards, and honestly, I would say in some capacity, outplaying some of their techs, the Nova Corps destructions, or even the ascension into the Ouroboros, and then trickery onto the Ouroboros to play around Gorgon's Gaze, to play around further destruction. But now that big spirit investment and heavy on gets taken out by one Solar Elestral.
Yeah, there's a saying I like to use at my locals whenever people try to use like weird, funky cards rather than the more meta staples. Is stats synergize with stats, and this Nova Core is big. You know, the moment it hits the board, you have to find a way to deal with it, or the Temple of the Sun is going to search out another Hermes here and maybe able to heal up with another Champ Aviolith. I think there's another one in the deck, and actually, maybe the carry off put the one in the underworld back into the deck earlier. So, there might be a whole lot more game than it may look like from this point.
Yeah, that's the one thing about Hermes. You can never quite count it out because of those heals. And similarly with Solar, you can't quite count it out because they could just drop the Nova Core on you. Both these casters are showcasing exactly why they were so powerful in the previous meta. And I think that's a 3-enchant Hermes coming down here from Kryber to facilitate just a little bit of extra grind game.
Yeah, 3 enchant, interesting. Hermes normally a 4 enchant. Divine. Sometimes you do two if you have two of them, and you do like Aviolith, re-enchant one or the other, and you can do all these sort of plays. 3 indicates sort of one thing to me. Maybe a third trickery is around, and you need that last one to keep the Hermes enchanted, or you're just really low on spirits, and you're just looking to make a Nexus play like this to get the Spinosect on board.
Well, you're never quite out just yet. This Spinosect able to bounce the Nova Core back to hand, leaving Sunbouche on just 2 spirits here. This is coming down to the exact wire because both decks are just so chocked full of removal. And a draw from Sunbouche, if they had exactly 2 more Solar Spirits left, this is the game ender. Let's see what they served. And it was the Nova Core dropping down again. Those last 2 Solar Spirits masterfully managing those spirits to play around Kryber's insane removal. That was a back and forth of just taking every card away from your opponent.
Yeah. It might seem obvious, like, oh, of course the Solar deck has Solar at the end of the game, but Sunbouche hadn't taken damage in a while or spent spirits on an Omnivore in a while. Might have been thinking, oh, I'll leave a wind in there if I draw like another wind in and I want to make a play. But around from the 10 spirit point to the 0 spirit point, you might be only casting cards with your own plays, and you're like, okay, it's time to get rid of this wind. And you look over and you got wind Solar left because you're trying to leave options open, and you realize you close an option of a Nova Core. Great management there. There's a lot of just little things that gain you turns, gain you edges, gain you cards.
Yeah, one of the classic things is you have the 2 spirits for Earthquake in your deck, shockingly, and you are expending spirits, and you're like, well, I need this Earthquake to go off, and if I end up drawing it dead in the hand, if I expend these Earth spirits, so it's all about that sort of consistent management, like you were mentioning there, which is part of the reason why I just forego that entirely. I don't need to worry about those spirits if I don't have them, right? As we get into this game too between Kryber and Sunbouche, what do you think that Hermes can do against Solar now with their new tools back? Or do you think there's any side deck card that they're bringing in for this matchup?
Side deck cards. Well, first I think about the cards I want to bring out. I don't love Ouroboros into Nova Core. It doesn't work out that well, as we saw there. Every time you cast a Nova Core, it feels amazing. Every time one's cast against you, it feels backbreaking. Let's not add one to their hand, in that way. But, maybe looking for ways to deal with the stadium is going to be really powerful. So a Nova Core can come down, not multiple, or maybe there's you want to deal with the Winjin a lot, so you leave the Pandora's box in, but the shields are actually a little slow because they're going to happen after all the card advantage was gained. Meanwhile, for Sunbouche, if they weren't on Pandora's box in the main, you bring them in. You want to stop every Hermes search that you can, and you want to make sure that even the Hypnosm search, if they don't actually have the Ectoplasm in hand, guaranteed, you take the risk and attack into it just fine.
I completely forgot that we saw Hypnosm and Ectoplasm come down from Kryber in this game. That's absolutely absurd. I don't mean this genuinely, but y'all have to stop surprising me with Amperawatt and then also with Ectoplasm Hermes. This stuff is going to give me a heart attack, and Unc can't quite take that.
No, it's like Last time I was on here, we were seeing like Neandersloth, the original, hit the board. We were seeing all sorts of cards. We saw Quackle out of Hermes because they only had one Aviolith. They're like, well, we need to heal somehow. I'm like, do you like that? And, eh, the- when you have a deck that is like, let's say 30 cards built, like Hermes is, you can add anything in those last ones, and it really changes the headache that your opponent has to go through. But is this a double mulligan to start off the game for Kryber?
Ooh, I think so. And the one thing that Hermes, the classic, is that if you do not see that perfect opening 5 draw, then you might as well just mulligan once, right? And mulliganing twice, you can stem the bleeding a little bit with that Aviolith champ. And it worked out pretty well last time, too. They put themselves in a pretty decent position. Similarly, though, Boucher is saying, no, I'm good with this hand as well, which Solar can brick up quite nicely. There's a lot of hands with Solar where you are just drawing Nova Cores without Stadium, or you're drawing your Celestials, your big Lions, depending.
Yeah, and this is a good start for Kryber. Just having access to a Hermes in the Hermes deck, really important. Not every Divine is so core to someone's strategy. You can keep hands without access to Apollo, for instance, in your Solar's deck. Sometimes you just have a bunch of Nova Cores, or you're like, oh, I can like double fire Wingens. That's powerful. Sometimes with this Hermes deck, it's all about finding the Hermes. I like to say a bad or a mulligan will cost you your first 2 spirits. A bad hand will cost you your last 2. You're going to fall behind, and eventually the card quality in these toolbox decks. There's a number of cards you don't want to draw, and sometimes in your toolbox decks you only draw the tools and not access abilities to search the tools whenever you need them on demand, and that's not what you need every time.
Yeah, that's absolute fire coming down here. What's the gif of Future riding the fire down as they step rock? That absolute truth. Expending bomb coming down here as the bad hand will cost you your last 2 spirits, and Apollo coming down here foretelling. I believe it's a Plucky, a Nova Core, and a Larvacell from Boucher. So still yet to see that Phosphocell line here.
These good players are always thinking about the cards that your opponent could play. Ooh, and Larvacell coming down now, and that can search for cards to help make the plays. It can search for a Solar Charge, correct?
Yeah, it can search for the Solar Charged, or it can go and cast out, and we'll see if it's the OG Larvacell, tiny little uppies, and this card is extremely scary. It was scary back in the day when people like 15 Ducks and even Kryber themselves are trying to put Phosphocell into things. But the OG Larvacell being able to Nexus from this Apollo to itself and threaten Ascension into an Anacell, which Kryber seemingly says is okay.
It resolves. That's scary. That's scary for 2 reasons. This Anacell, it's got a real chance right now to go all the way up to Phosphocell, and Kryber is going to have to find a solution for that card. As the new Phosphocell, I'm holding one right here in my hands right now. When this Phosphocell is destroyed, you can target and destroy up to number of cards equal to the number of Solar that was enchanting it. That's a lot of cards, but we don't have to deal with that right now. Stopping on the Anacell line with a Gorgon's Gaze, I like that play. If they're only on one Anacell, you don't have to fear the entire line the rest of the time.
Yeah, what I like about this too is that it does threaten, especially with the Spine Nymph out, an Ascension into a Spinosect to bounce the Anacell back. So you have a lot of ways to deal with the Anacell on the next turn, which normally, even if you Gorgon's Gaze this Anacell once, you have to say, okay, that's fine. If you don't remove it, I'll just do it again. But luckily, Hermes has all the removal in the world to deal with this line.
Yeah, Hermes, just right here, while searching for Champ Aviolith might be what you want to do right now, so your next activation isn't going to kill off your own Hermes, might just go immediately into the Spinosect to go do the Spinosect play. Doing the Nexus and disenchanting to cast out a Spinosect from the deck. Let's see if this bounce will deal with this Anacell and then walk over this Larvacell there.
Yeah, this will be kind of telling if the back row is Gorgon's Gaze or not from Sunbouche. This would be the only way to continue play. Otherwise, this board is cleared, and Sunbouche have to start from the very beginning. We did see that Novacore added to hand from the previous Foretell, so there's a lot of options still available to remove the Spinosect, but they have to play around this Hermes Trickery, or else they're going to get got by the same interaction again, where Novacore drops down and explodes itself into oblivion.
Yeah. Also of note, Kryber has not used their normal action yet. It's that was all done with a special cast off the activation Hermes, and here comes the Ball Knower card. Toxiswarm will go get that trickery, and with a Spinosect on board, a Spinosect in the underworld. Tell me about the headaches that this will cause.
Oh, it's insane. This is partially why I'm wincing every time this Toxic Swarm coming down in this position, because you're absolutely right. Spinosect in the underworld and Spinosect on the board means that you can loop now, bouncing cards back to hand. And because of the previous Novacore interaction that we've seen, not only are you bouncing Elestrals back, but you potentially threaten 3 points of interaction on your opponent. Even outside of the 3 back row Kryber has, which knowing one of those is trickery, it is just an absolute swing turn of an advantage for Kryber. Oh, but that's a Tsunami coming in for Sunbouche to help stem the bleeding a little bit.
Big Tsunami, really important play there. One issue, Spinosect is big. It has a 7 defense, and just being able to walk over that is not going to be easy. But while the trickery, something happens, so now it's going back to attack. Did Sunbouche not have the water spirit to properly cast that Tsunami?
Oh, I firmly believe that was looking at the spirit deck, activating the Tsunami and being like, well, we'll put those back into attack. That is unfortunate. Going back to that spirit management we talked about previously, it was very important for Sunbouche to save those solars in the first game. So maybe that's the gambit that they're taking now for this one. But that's such an early expenditure of the water spirit that's gonna be so tricky to deal with these guys now.
I sure hope Sunbouche has a water spirit in their spirit deck. It wouldn't be the first time a solar player has misbuilt their spirit deck due to deck construction.
So true.
And a Plucky picked up from this Apollo. While there's a Novacore in hand, we haven't seen a way to get to the stadium yet. And if that Apollo didn't find a Glimbat there, this Novacore might not be coming down, and that Resting on Laurels must go after the Elestral with the least number of enchanting spirits on it. So that Spinosect still around, still scary trickery plays.
Ooh, and an Earthquake coming in here. See, this is the problem. If there's no water spirits in here, what are these things doing now? Earthquake coming in here to take care of the Spinosect, targeting it, but a Hermes Trickery coming in here to save the bacon of this bug. And while Spinosect won't be able to get its effect to bounce here, just having the body on board is very threatening.
Oh, does not go into the Spinosect. Instead says, I don't think you can out this 7 defense. I'm going to re-enchant or get an extra wind onto this Aviolith that's currently miscast with Earth Wind. And I am going, or does it have 3 spirits on it?
Yeah, so the Spinosect being sent to the underworld there to Nexus.
Okay. So yeah, there's 3 win on this Champ Aviolith saying, I'm going to dodge your removal, and also I'm going to go up, this Spirit Exchange like +4 on you. Now deal with it.
We have a Winjin coming down here, and we know the Ambrosia was on the top from the Apollo. Go ahead and grab that to the hand and ascend over now into a, first time I'm seeing this, potentially properly enchanted Tornadin, Champion of Aeolus. This card's so interesting here because the big roulette machine of either draw 3 or return cards to hand is really cool. And also, coincidentally, gets around Aviolith Champ's healing restriction. So if Sunbouche can hit it big here, then we see a removal of the heal option that Kryber was setting up for.
Also, really important detail, because Tornadin, the original, is banned, that card is an 8/2. This one is a 7/1. That does not deal with the Aviolith on board. We're going to have to, maybe roll some dice to figure out which one is being popped.
Ooh, a target on the 3 cards here. Another trickery coming down from Kryber to dodge this targeting. And there comes the Spinosect that was set up before previously, now bouncing the Tornadgen back. Kryber is in the full driver's seat now of this game.
Yeah, some Boucher probably thought, I'm going to use this EQ to get rid of a trickery. Psych, there's 2. Really backbreaking. Going to use this Ambrosia just to try to buy another turn, but it's going to be a real issue. Doesn't know the top of the deck due to just the special ascension from that Tornadgen, or actually that was from hand, and there was a Glimbat on top of the deck that we saw. Maybe one Novacore gets all the way across the line. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and that's 2 trickeries down already from Kryber. So similar to the last game, if that back row in the last one is a 3rd, then that means we are back in the position previously where Novacore is blowing itself up. Alternatively, still these big 2 spirits on Spinosect and potentially a 3rd one coming out here puts Sunboucher so low that they'll have to have a hard drawn Novacore and also the Temple of the Sun to out the board.
Mm-hmm. And here's Kryber. Is that a Hermes activation to send that Champ Aviolith heal back up? This game, low spirit count, not quite. We're going longer and longer and longer. Kryber probably has a few lunar spirits in the underworld too, so if a Hypnosum Ectopossum ever comes down, if it's still in the deck, it's, we have a lot more spirit efficient value in this game than your fire discard deck might have.
Well, and what's crazy too is we're about at the glacial pace of the Frostone as well. This is now slowed down. We mentioned before, and we're outside of our predictions. Hopefully those are correct today. The one thing we've gotten a little bit slow today, as a Plucky comes down to Search and Apollo, is the speed of the Sunstrike meta. These games are looking so back and forth, even though both players are taking these massive sort of swing turns. The mid-range is really showing out today, and I've been a big fan so far.
Yeah, traditionally in card games, as you get more cards, the game generally speeds up. As you get more powerful options, they go a little faster, it goes a little more efficient. They also can really grind to a halt, where everyone has such efficient ways to make plays and not spend as many spirits in this case, that it's all about, card advantage and being able to access whatever tool that you need. Plucky just looking to save the spirit deck a little bit from this Spinosect attack.
Yeah, I think this is now an ascension into a Cyclovenom champion of Hermes, the new Cyclovenom card, coming in here clutch is just a big body, and somebody's going to scoop it up there and go into a game 3, for this round 4. Wow, that's insane. This one doesn't quite come down to the wire like it did last time, but somebody really trying to grind it out. I don't know if there was a combination of cards Solar had to break them out of that position.
No, it's like Trickery is so good against Novacore, as we saw in the first game. And it's not like removal was light on the side of Sunboucher. We saw resting. We saw EQ. Dodged it. Didn't matter. Just kept on grinding through. This is a long match for both players, but you have to play as if it's a fast match because you don't want to, get snowballed in advantage. As soon as Hermes is actually on the board in a substantial way, it's a headache to start clearing. Solar is able to break boards really effectively, and if the Phosphocell actually came down, Hermes is going to, have just an entirely poor time dealing with a card that is able to get rid of the Hermes itself. Really interesting game 3 up here. I'm curious on what Sunboucher will do going first for the first time this match.
Yeah, I think that one card I'm hoping to see here, potentially to help combat the trickery, is that Catabasis. You mentioned it in the last game with the Fire discard, and that card just screams side deck to me. Some things are made in this game to be side decks. Pandora's Box for the longest time was, I could side deck this, and it probably will come up. Beautiful inclusion. Catabasis, similarly, the 1-drop spirit counter rune to mess up the Hermes calculus One thing is that, Hermes likes to project these couple turns in advance to set up the boards and get themselves in these winning game states. But if Catabasis can sometimes or temporarily stop that calculus out, I think that Sunbouche can put themselves in a very nice position of just saying my solar mid-range can just carry. So I think this will definitely be a war of attrition as both players can set up their Nova Core drops or their trickery plays. And we still haven't seen like Celestia or anything from Sunbouche. So I'm not quite sure if there's a bigger game ender here or if it's just saying, I have removal, I'm going to use it.
Well, we guess that there is a Phosphor Cell in the deck. So that is a top end. But nothing is telling you that you got to play, you just have to play one top end. We haven't seen a Neblio. Maybe that's in the deck, or maybe that was all replaced with the Larva Cell stuff. It's and that could change after board. You could try, it's like, okay, they're going to bring in all their Pandora's boxes whenever they see the Larva Cell stuff. So I'm going to side into Neblios and Celestios, which mostly dodge Pandora's box.
Yeah, and I think the thing too here on the Phosphocell is that because of its beautiful ability when it's solar enchanted with those 2 solar, it can be returned to hand. So the less effective methods of removal from Kryber being that the Spinosax cannot bounce, and then oddly enough, the secondary, I don't know who on the Elestrals staff and team was like, when I designed this card, I have Hermes in mind because it covers the bounce. But then also because it destroys cards on destruction, covers the carry-off champ send, which I think is super dangerous if you're Kryber to set up Hermes and they could just get blown up the next turn. Very interesting as far as things go. I am curious to see how this plays out.
Yeah, Surge of the Glimbat here, get that Temple to Sun, which seemed to be an issue, not having access to it the entire game there from Sunbouche until maybe the end, but couldn't stabilize with it. But here comes the Larva Cell now. Turn 1. Are we going to go into it right now?
Yeah, I think so. With the searching of the Nexus Bank and casting out an additional Larval Cell charged from the deck. I don't know if I know this line entirely, unless you're trying to set up for more of a slower ascension play here in the future.
Maybe this is just a play of let's get bodies on field while Hermes has good ways of dealing with multiple bodies with bounces and removal. It kind of needs a turn often. It has to get a little bit of its own game plan going. If you just have 2 bodies on field, one or both pretty likely to stick by after turn 1.
Yeah, and I one set back row with 2 cards on the board. The Larva Cell Solar Enchanted for one of them is not a super imposing force, I think, if you're Hermes, right? Like Hermes is able to break apart this fairly easily if they can handle 2 fish 5s in the last format. I don't know if 2 small defense is the way to go, as there's that Hypnosum coming back in for Kryber.
Yeah, and this is the headache card. How do you deal with this? It's going to force you to not want to go to combat or have an answer as soon as you are ready to go to combat, with maybe a Gorgon's Gaze or another ways to suppress, not Dense Fog though, as Dense Fog does not affect this card. So eventually the Ectoplasm is going to come down essentially. And Sunbouche is probably going to look at their hand and think, well, how do I deal with this inevitable threat that is just going to be in the way? And just a natural Hermes from hands. And in the instant Pandora's box, do not let them set up at all.
Yeah, the Pandora's box here is going to be so crucial for stopping these early Hermes plays, which, again, Hermes is a deck of everything but, setup and payoff, right? That's trying to really establish those lines early. And that Spirit investment is a little scary, so keeping them off it for just one turn or subsequent turns can help. But the Hypnosum is a little funky here because it does mess up the in sort of like aggression as far as attacks go. So maybe Nova Core coming down for this option here. If we can see it off the Foretell, would be nice. Potentially an Ascend into an Anacell. I can see that line being possible from Sunbouche.
Yeah, and that is 3 cards reveal. I saw an Ambrosia, and I believe maybe another Larva Cell, but I'm not sure there was an actual solar card in that pile, so the Apollo whiffing a little bit.
Yeah, that top card there, the the Guardian of Light can be nice to get us back into this grind game here, but Hermes can very much work around not attacking until the exact moment it needs to. So this is a little bit of a slow start from some Boucher, and I think now we'll see the Nova Core drop in defense to take out the Hypnosum, which I think is the best thing you could ask for here, in that it works around its battle destruction, and the that's gonna mean a preventing of the Hypnosum unless there's a Gorgon's Gaze in response from Kryber.
Yeah, you feel good about this interaction as the Ectoplasm didn't come down, but you also feel a little bit bad. It was like, oh, did I just spend my entire turn trying to destroy a 1/1? But here comes out the trickery and forcing once again Sunbouche to pop their own board. Sunbouche not a fan of their board at all, getting rid of the miscast Larvacell, it looks like, or the properly cast one is going to leave the one with Solar Round, as it is a 5 under Stadium right now.
Interesting. So I don't. That's so funny because I think the other one says it gets +1/+1 for each Solar Enchanting, means that this Nova Core gets to be an 8 under the Stadium and then a 10 defense with the properly enchanted one. Though if you're Sunbush, I think you can take that trickery hit. That's a pretty decent snipe out from the back row. It leaves a little bit of stuff open as the Ascension over this Carrion is going to be a little bit of a worry, but overall, I think I'd be happy with taking out one of the best cards in the game.
Yeah, for sure. And also, Sunbouche, no back row. That was all the interaction they had with that Pandora's box for now. This Apollo might be able to dig them a little deeper throughout the game, but Apollo can't pick up counter runes. You know, it'll set them up, put them on top. You do have to wait a turn to get them, though.
And I think this how telegraphed the Guardian of Light would be there. Kryber can easily configure a board state where they're playing around as an Ascension coming down here for the Cyclovenom, the champion of Hermes coming in here. That's a big 7 body able to contest the Larvacell.
Yeah, the miscast Cyclovenom due to ascending over the Lunar Enchanted Carrion, as we all expected in the game plan when you were playing this Hermes deck. This is how we're going to do the plays. And firing off to send the carry off to deal with this Nova Core EQ that you can search. Very good card.
Yeah, this now is a clear board from Kryber. And it's so funny. We were talking about this in the first game where both players going back and forth and clearing back row and Elestrals. But now Kryber is in a very comfortable position with just a big solid body that Sunbouche has to have additional Nova Cores to take care of. And one Phosphocell could turn this whole thing around, but let's see if Kryber's back row is real or if maybe that's just another trickery bluff.
All right. That is starting off with an Ambrosia. That might only be 1 card left in hand for Sunbouche, especially after the Apollo whiff the previous turn. Might be really low on resources and is considering firing off this Apollo, which would stop most like Larvacell plays if you want to leave the stadium up. So, you know, it has to consider all the different options here. But here comes out the Larvacell. Shuffle that deck before Apolloing to get different looks. Unless Kryber stops it right here.
Yeah, let's see. This is Prime, Pandora's Box, or Gorgon's Food. And if not, Phosphocell Ultra Charged is that high end you were talking about, the game ender. And while it doesn't have anything, a big destruction effect like a Mama Bear, like a Majursa when it's cast, or like the Dug Abyss we were mentioning previously, it does have an insanely big body and a very menacing effect on removal, which we did see Kryber use already. So maybe they have extra tricks in their sleeve to get rid of it. It's just going to be so difficult now with the Larvacell OG coming in here, next into itself, ascending into this Anacell.
Okay, here's a play. We might be able to see the Phosphocell come down, but Kryber has been looking at their back row and is going to stop even before the Anacell. And I like that play because more Solar Spirits could have gotten onto that Anacell and, you know, make sure that it actually gets really big underneath the stadium and be able to fire off on the previous or on the next turn as well. So Kryber waiting the first time for the Anacell to make sure, you know, the extra spirits were spent and resources were used. This time saying, let's keep the board small.
Yeah, I think this is an insane tempo swing now back for Kryber's favor. The big body of the Cyclovenom is honestly enough to threaten at least one of the Elestrals, probably the OG Larvacell. But now, too, Sambouche has to find a way to claw back with another Novacore or something in hand. The Kryber is his board state is not necessarily the most threatening, but is just now just far enough ahead to where Sambouche has to now come back from this very weird state.
Yeah, but because this carry on was cast, or this carry off was cast, but the because the stadium, just due to the size of them, could not clear both these Larvacells. That's still a body on board. Stadium's still around. A Novacore could really shake this up as Kryber is out of back row, and they're about on equal spirits here too. Resources have gone back and forth, and it was a little hard to keep track of who's winning the game right now. Sambouche could easily crack back into it.
Yeah, there is, I think, a lot of deliberation going on between how to best approach this. I don't want to say this is the game ending play or the game winning turn, but when you're staring down just a big body inside of Elestrals, sometimes you do have to say that's enough. We have all these counter runes and counter plays and spirit synergies, but a big beat stick can just threaten your entire life savings like it's draft format. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a miscast body out there, and here comes another Hypnopossum. So as soon as the board is ready to be cleared on Sambouche, they are going to have to deal with an Ectopossum, and actually two. There's nothing stopping you from casting multiple. So as soon as a Hypnopossum can run into somebody into attack, but the Tsunami, this time properly cast, actually having the Water Spirit, great job this time. Fool me once, and that also throws that Cyclovenom into defense. Just 2 defense and no back row from Kryber to help protect that big body that was defining the game state.
Yeah, this one's going to be so difficult now because the Hypnopossum now threatening battle on any Leshel that turns into attack. And so the sort of sword and shield dynamic you have between the Cyclovenom and the Hypnopossum is just so threatening. I think that Sambouche is going to expend to draw and set a card again as Kryber ascends over into the Ectopossum for just another big 6 body.
Kryber has cast most of their Elestrals miscast at this point, I believe. Just doesn't need the text on any of them. The number on the left, number on the right, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, this is going to be even an extra Tsunami back from Sambouche would only send the bleeding for an additional turn. You'd have to have another Ambrosia into Novacores. And in the previous meta, this stadium was not staying out for long. This is kind of crazy that Kryber's been able to slowly rein back in the tempo and just go in number by number and swing in for a little bit of damage here and there.
Yeah, and I think Sambouche, after having to take that attack, concedes the game, does not have a way back into the game, having the stadium around the entire game, but did not have more than one Novacore, and that Novacore blew up their own Larvacell. Great play from Kryber, just using the resources in really creative ways to just get the job done. You don't need to use the cards exactly what they say on them, exactly how you need to. Sometimes you just need to win.
Yeah, that's the one thing I know about Hermes players is that they have such an interesting mind, being able to establish and set up plays that I don't think I'd ever think of. Like you said, all of their Lestrals were miscast this game, and so you're playing on a completely different axis than what your opponent might realize, and it sometimes just works out. Sambouche needed to claw back in with a big Phosphocell push or some Novacore destructions, and couldn't quite seemingly find the pieces. And Apollo could not find those Solar Lestrals that they're so known for. But congratulations to Kryber for taking that one, and I hope that we get to see Sambouche's representation of the Chicago Eddies in the later rounds with Solar and get to showcase what it can do, because while we have a lot of new toys here in the meta, getting back some of the old ones like Nova Core really is quite strong, like in that first game we were seeing.
Yeah, and throughout that game, that game one, we were talking about how grindy it got with, exchanging of spirits left and right from each player. But, in that game two and game three, the expended draws were happening because Sunbouche was out of relevant cards. Hermes being able to search cards throughout the game and, after multiple mulligans, finding that Hermes, make sure that they'll be able to play a long game, heal up, and Sunbouche just ran out of the card advantage, and that Apollo didn't really deliver for them.
Yeah, and I think that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in the matchup specifically. Both decks with their massive amounts of removal, and you do have to see it at the end of the day. And Hermes, I think, has an easier time of making that happen over the long course of a game and has almost better spirit management and healing than a deck like Solar, which is funny historically considering that Kathmel, cards like Plucky, and now Guardian of Light have really positioned Solar really well to be a sort of heal strategy and how it controls the games and game states. So I'm looking forward to see how both these decks progress inside of today's Premier into the Moth meta, into Sulfuri, into Krakatuga, even. So I think it's really been so far my surprise on a lot of these casters are cooking. Did you expect Hypnosm in this list? Like, is that something that people are doing nowadays?
Hermes can play anything. If Hermes like cast a Snowlit versus me, I'd be like, sure, I guess. It's like I get Fuel the Underworld. They could play their own Catabasis to cycle back more Aviolifts if they wanted to. They can do anything. The core of the deck of the Spinosac, the Carry On and Carry Off, the Hermes, it's really powerful. And just adding a little bit more core in the Trickery and the Cycle Venom, the Toxic Swarm, really creative plays from there, and gives you a lot of access to powerful tools. And you stick around with Pandora's Box and Gorgon's Gaze, but that doesn't fill out a deck list. You can put anything there at the end. I've seen some people actually put Stratomoth at the end there. Play sort of Moth Hermes. You can go in more Earth. No other card sends cards to the underworld? Dougie and Dugabis.
True.
You can't send Dugabis with Hermes, as it can only send Wind Elestrals, but you can do all sorts of things with that deck. And the Apollo deck, now there's new things to do with it. Previously, it was, Apollo, you were doing sort of the Kaufmel and, going all the way up to the Pharaohgeist, or you were going into Celestlio. Now we've got Larvacell and Phosphocell, and Phosphocell doesn't say you need to be playing into Apollo deck. You just need Solar and Thunder. You can put that in a Hera deck or something. A lot of mix and matching with these little engines that you can do.
Yeah, the incidental synergies I think are really fun, and I've loved the way that the casters are mixing and meshing them together in today's tournament. I'm looking forward to seeing what we have in store next. Round 4 was explosive. That round 3 was incredible. And coming up, round 5, Jacques and Kay will be walking you through the next electrifying action here for our first Sunstrike webcam premiere. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned for that. We'll be right back.
Hello, casters, and welcome back. We are back getting ready for round 5. It has been an absolutely electric day so far, and I cannot believe the variety of decks that we've seen. I have loved seeing the different things that our casters have been cooking, from Imperilwatt to Hermes looking basically the same. How are you feeling about this meta right now?
Electric is right. We're seeing Thunder out of Hera, which came with its own little Frost, which is not a combination that has really seen much play in the game. Even with, original Imperilwatt, that deck didn't make too much splash on the meta. We've been seeing Thunder out of Apollo now. We've been, even Hermes, it already wanted to play a little bit of Lunar for its cards that it liked to play, but now it's got Hypnosum and Ectoplasm. Every time that came down, I was like, oh, that's a different headache of a bounce that the deck can do. That was also the match that we saw in Ouroboros come down. So, there is some more tools, and Hermes is the deck that bounces everything back to hand. Every card is going to go back to your hand at some point in the game. And we haven't really seen the decks that we were most scared of besides Fire Discard. That was a known quantity, but it got beat up by a deck that we didn't expect. We didn't even mention.
No, and you're so right. Hermes has always wanted to play a little bit of Lunar. That being said, we have seen Hermes of all kinds of flavors. There was one of the premieres that we had recently where I swear to you, those of you who were not there, every single round was Hermes, but with a different element or like a different spin. And it was every single caster playing it. So it is just one of those toolbox decks. And I remember saying this when we were doing the reveal podcasts for Sunstrike. It seemed like the only tool it was missing was a way to consistently get Hermes Trickery. And of course, now that it has consistent access to that, I mean, that last game, we were just seeing trickery after trickery after trickery. And it goes to show that sometimes one little card, one little addition can make a strategy completely come alive.
I think we saw Trickery get cast twice per game, which, at first you would assume it's like, oh, they drew like the really powerful card in their deck. That's like, of course they're going to win, but they're now able to search it out. They're able to do all sorts of things with it, but it's not an easy thing to search out. There's a lot of ways you want to use your normal cast in Hermes. While you have this toolbox to go into, sometimes you just need to get on board, though, and the 4/1 body is looking smaller and smaller with each passing day as we're able to go into these high-level ascensions.
Very true. And I mean, clearly the Hermes players have considered that, because both of our casters in the previous round have been performing very well. Larvacell into the Phosphocell is something that was also interesting to see. I know this new charged, supercharged, ultra-charged line is very cool, is very scary, and as you pointed out, very annoying. Very annoying to play against. There are some Elestrals that, and Hypnotum is one of those, where you just don't want to attack into it. It's so bittersweet removing it from the board, because it's like, threat dealt with. But now with Phosphocell, of course, you're dealing with this destruction effect as a result of it. Or in the case of Hypnosum, you're getting possibly multiple Ectoplasm flooding the board as a result. And, we love to see Foamy be so back in so many ways.
Yeah, the Hermes decks from the past premieres, especially once they lost multiple copies of Avolith, they were like, let's throw in Quackle. Let's throw in Rice Ridge. One time we cast a match together that was Hermes, and I think I said they cast a different Elestral every single turn, and they cast like 10 throughout the game. It's like, the deck can do anything. And, we are highlighting that these cards that aren't on top of the box, aren't on top of all the marketing, are making a big difference for the, the meta. These Larvacells, while the Phosphocell is, a big reason, it's a big promo card. You get it at the pre-release if you went to it. It's the Larvacell is also a big reason why that deck is able to work, being able to cast out another Larvacell or search for the Solar Charge to really get going.
It's funny you mentioned that there are multiple strategies that have these individual cards that have been introduced within the new set. It's like, obviously, we have these whole big strategies like Moth, these new decks that are being introduced. But sometimes these single, very potent cards really make a difference. And one that we haven't gotten a chance to see yet that I personally, those of you who know me, know I love, that's right, bears. The new champion of Hestia, the Ursir that just changes everything. It's one card, but it changed the entire identity of Bear Bomb. It's like there used to be one way to get to it. There used to be one way to drop the mama bear. But now we've got this new Hestia strategy. It's so interesting. We're special casting, we're nexusing, we're doing all of these different things. And oftentimes as a result, that means that we have multiple bear cards on board. So Mama Bear is getting even more use out of her destruction effect when she does hit the board finally. So I hope at some point today we get to see the bears. I would love to. I love the baby bears, especially teamed up with my girl. Got a redhead solidarity, Hestia. Love her.
Yeah, the new Ursmog being able to special cast any 1-cost bear or champion of Hestia is really crazy from your deck. You're nexusing also, so you can go search a Mama Bear off an Earth Scout champion of Hestia, a card that hasn't seen play but now is instantly, multiple copies in the Bears decks. Hestia herself was a deck, you could play the line that was all around the cats and getting those on board, the Leo Brights in that sense. But now it's all about, just doing these big ascension, big booming plays. Hestia has completely transformed. And I'm excited to see exactly what we have up for round 5.
Me too. I'm sitting here, I'm speculating, I'm thinking about it, and you know what? Sometimes these thoughts just creep in your head. You know what I realized? I never pulled a full art Hestia from Firestorm! And now it's suddenly in a deck I want to play so bad. I feel like I got to read Firestorm now. I've been loaded up on Sunstrike. I love this set. It's so fun. The fact that I've had 3 boxes now that I've opened that I've pulled multiple full arts from, which feels so good. But now I gotta go back to Firestorm. I need the full art Hestias.
I appreciate that, the cards that you think about, it's like when you pull, it's just like, oh, it's a cool full art, but maybe it's a card that hasn't seen play yet. Like Hestia in that sense hasn't seen too much play. But then you were like, oh, I want to play this new deck, and now the new cards are out, and you look through and it's like, oh, I have a really high rarity version of it. How wonderful. What a great day to be me.
Truly, everyone in the last format realizing that they pulled a full art Locagon back in Frostfall was living good. I know I looked back and I said, oh, that's right, because it's also just one of the most gorgeous arts that I've ever seen. And being able to see it actually hit the board, see play, show off how gorgeous, all of that like sunset lighting, everything. So, hey, you know what? If, like you said, sometimes these full arts, they come back. If you have these full arts that you really love, maybe they're not unplayable. You're just early.
Yeah, even in live stream, Firestorm bear format, you play Ursaden. Live stream, a little bit of bears around, but you didn't play much Ursaden, but you opened the full art Ursaden. Now we're back. Let's play that Ursaden, let's play that Hibernation. But maybe we don't even see that in this upcoming match, but there is a beautiful Locagon mat there on the table.
I know this might be hinting at things to come, as we have 2 very familiar names, both Gatsby and Windascent. These are 2 casters that I know I have seen plenty of before. Gatsby having gotten to top 8 in premieres, as well as the top 16 twice. So Windascent coming out here, having also seen the top 16 themselves, a couple top 32s, no stranger to casting and no stranger to these streams either. I don't know if this Locagon is a prediction of things to come. I guess that remains to be seen.
Maybe. And, even if it's not Locagon, there's new water tools. You can now search Poseidon with the new Drakid. You can do the new Draking and steal your opponent's spirit, most likely destroying their Elestral on the way. But let's get into this game. Gatsby is going up first. They are both 3-1. It should be a fun match as we're just about to get into things.
Ooh, I cannot wait. Water is doing some of my favorite things in this set. I know that Sunstrike, obviously, it's the Solar Thunder deck, but Water is doing a lot of really cool stuff. You mentioned a few things. Elephants is another deck that I know a lot of casters have been loving. Eagle was the one who months and months and months ago dropped the knowledge that it was going to be a very strong deck in the new meta. And you know what? Not only is it strong, it's really fun to play. So let's see, as we have... interesting that we have the Hurricane Mat. I wonder if that's hinting at some P-gusts to come.
Yeah, a windy day it could be, but we see 2 fire going to the Underworld. That could mean some Sulfury that we have again. More fire discard. Could be bears,
Very
Hibernation, bring back 2 fire. Boom. These decks are better at mulliganing now more than ever with cards like Champ Aviolith back at 3, these lunar decks, a little bit of lunar in the Underworld for their Ectopossums, these fire decks. If you're playing with the new Champion of Hestia Ash Rabbit, you need a fire in the Underworld to get going. But here it is a search for a Olus, I'm guessing here, off the new Exaltator.
Yeah, that looks like exactly what it is. We do have a Hurricane coming as we are going into, I assume, Moth, as there is that Aeolus. I do wonder on Win the Scent side if we are actually going to see fire water. I mean, we know the Turtles strategy that Adam won the card party with is out there. That's a fire water union. There's some earth in there too, so who knows? Gatsby looks like has signed the deal with the Moth, the big bad wolf in this case, coming out huffing puffing, blowing all your Elestrals down. And here we go. We see the Disenchant from Aeolus going into search. I imagine Nimbug. This is already such a practiced movement for our Moth casters already. There we see the Nimbug. Nimbug then gets to search probably the Stratamoth. We might see something else. We might see Back in the Bag, as that's exactly what they search.
There it is, a Back in the Bag. If you aren't familiar, Nimbug, when added to your hand but not drawn, you are able to search your deck for a Bag of Winds, or you're able to search for a Champion of Aeolus, I believe, or I believe it just searches its own line.
Yeah, Spiracoon and Stratamoth.
And this Bag in the Bag will pick up the Champ Exaltator, and you're able to special cast out a Champion of Aeolus. Boom,
and
there it is.
We have Moth.
If you aren't familiar with Moth's Nexus. When it does, special cast a 1-cost win card from your deck and to the field immediately. What's commonly searched out is P-Gust if you need to blow up back row, Cockadoodle if you need to suppress something, get it out of the way, or Nemasail we're going to see here to be able to heal up some of those spirits, as a lot of these plays cost a lot, as you're special casting out a lot of things, and you're searching, and Aeolus costs a lot of spirits. It's able to recoup a little bit of the value to be able to do these powerful plays on turn 1 with this Nemasail.
Yes, as you mentioned, these decks are so expensive. I mean, before this Nemasail heal, we have used half of our Spirit deck just getting to this point. But this is exactly what makes Stratamoth so scary. There are so many different ways to get into this 3-drop. The Bag of Winds, Back in the Bag, or as I affectionately refer to it as, and everyone write this down, BOWBITB. Going to be saying that a lot today, I assume. As we go ahead, pass back over to Win the Scent, who it looks like we are in fact going to be doing some fire things as Volcari's Champion of Hephaestus goes and search out the champion that he is familiar with. Hephaestus hits the board here. This looks like we could be seeing turtles.
Well, we could be seeing turtles, but for now, we're going to see most likely Tongs of Hephaestus. When I said that decks are better at mulliganing now, this is another deck that's good at mulliganing. This Champion of Hephaestus, Volcari's, is able to cast artifacts using fire from the Underworld. That new Tongs of Hephaestus is a 3-cost fire artifact That gives it 4/2, and whenever it destroys an Elestral, you can discard a card to destroy target card on the field. And right now, so this is a juiced up 8/4 Volcaries on board, and is going to be able to walk over this Nemesail and pop this either Aeolus or this Stratomoth, most likely the Stratomoth here. This is not what Gatsby wants to see on the other side with 2 back row. Gatsby having no back row. This is uninterrupted.
Yeah, this is one of the things, as you mentioned, it is just so spirit efficient, being able to completely pay for the first ever 3-drop artifact completely from the underworld. We didn't even have to pay for that, as we see a Noxid go into the underworld here. So actually, you know what? We might not be looking at turtles. We might be seeing another run from Sulfuri, this time with more of a Hephaestus flair, which is very interesting.
Noxid, it's obviously a card in the Sulfuri line. It does not say you have to bring back dragons or anything related to the Sulfuri line. It brings back fire cards. You know, this could be Eruptions, this could be Volcaries, it could be Tongs. It's just a way to recoup value as long as you're willing to discard a card. But when you got everything set up, you don't need a Noxid. Toss it in the yard, and here we're casting out the Nimbug. Here's a cool little line with it, with, oh wait, no, searching out Nimbug search back bag like first turn with Aeolus. But the cool little line is Nimbug, it says whenever it is added to your hand and not cast, or not drawn. So Back in the Bag adds Nimbug back to your hand if you pick it up to do the special cast again. That's another search. Now you already need to have the Stratomoth in hand to make a play like that, but instead that is a P-Gust. A little pretty.
Ooh, okay, and I think that makes a lot of sense here, looking at the board that Gatsby is staring down. We need to start picking apart this back row. We need to start making it safe to go for Moth again, because Gatsby is on a timer. We are running out of ability to do Moth again. And this is where Moth really struggles, because so many of these decks have multiple lines. They have multiple things that they want to do or can do depending on the situation. Moth, however, really only does one. All of the supporting Win toolbox cards, while are powerful in effect like this P-Gust, really lack in stats. And so if you're not going Stratomoth, if you're not doing that exact thing, then you're not applying a lot of pressure. As we see another Moth hit the board with that BOWBITB. That's right, folks. Once again hitting the board after having been searched with the Nimbug. We see the Stratomoth coming out once more.
Quick moment to note, though. This Stratomoth needs the Nexus to do the special cast. I don't see a bank anywhere on board. The Aeolus had to be fully used up. It was Nexus from the first time to do the special cast, but does not have anything this time. And is that going to be a crash here, or is this a walk over?
Yeah, it does seem that because of the effect of, well, I'm not sure, actually.
I believe it's a crash. Yes.
Yeah, without Aeolus Enchanted, we don't get the effect of the Stratomoth that boosts up champions of Aeolus. So we were neck and neck there. I think that that's a hard pill to swallow for Gatsby. While you are doing the additional damage because of the 2 additional spirits enchanting the Stratomoth, you're also leaving yourself on 5 with no back row, nothing to speak of, and not a lot of resources left to do this strategy again.
No, and in theory, this might be a turtle deck. This might be a Krakatuga coming out. Krakatuga can burn, and it will. And actually, we're probably, you know, if, yeah, we're searching Eruption here. If there's an artifact already in hand, you can go into Krakatuga, you can burn. Yeah, Reforge, get the artifact back in hand. So this Krakatuga will be able to special ascend up to the Kraking, and will be able to, you know, use the Eruption that was searched by its other ability to search Fire and Invoke runes. This is 6 damage of burn before the attack even comes in, when the set is going to close out game number 1. Gatsby just verifying, do you actually have the Fire Spirits to do all this play? Do you actually have the Krakatuga in your deck or hand? Did you make any mistakes in deck registration? Let's just wait it out. No point in conceding when the games go so fast in this Stratomoth deck.
It is so fun to see how this Turtles deck has come together. I know it's one that no one was really thinking about going into Card Party specifically, and now it's the deck that's on everybody's mind at the forefront. And this is one of those reasons. So we have the original Krakatuga. We saw this deck a little bit in the previous format, teamed up with Hephaestus and doing these sort of artifact things. The payoff, however, wasn't as great. While we were able to, at the time, run a full suite of eruptions, they weren't quite as effective. A lot of times we saw our casters, so to speak, blowing their tops off of their decks, blowing the top of this mountain off a little early. And if you weren't ending the game with eruption, that meant that you were leaving yourself entirely vulnerable. And oftentimes that wasn't a good enough Elestral to cast out and just say, okay, that's what this deck does. But now with new cards, Tongs being one of them, a new identity, having additional turtles to go into with the new Basubatuga. This is such a strong strategy, and it's very punishing, and it makes the fact that eruption is limited sort of irrelevant.
Yeah, one big thing that was an issue for, the Smoltuga champion of Hephaestus in the live stream format is that the Krakatuga was not offensive unless you had the eruption. You often had to search for an artifact, or you had to search for the eruption, but after you popped one thing, or they Gorgonsed it after to prevent popping one thing, you had a 4/9, not a 9/4 or any other offensive stat. You had to sit it in defense, hoping that burning them enough was what you need to do, versus something like Locagon or Solar, Celestlio just eventually is going to overpower your board. Tongs of Hephaestus being able to go into an 8 there, very powerful. It was 8, and also the Tongs was free to cast due to the champion Volcaries. So being able to actually, there's an artifact I actually want to play a lot of, so I don't always need to search one. I can search the eruption with the champion Smoltuga, and having this card that it's I'm going to tackle your Nemesil and blow up your Stratomoth there. Insane swing turn from something that was bread and butter. That was a 1 card, 1.5 cards because you needed a card to discard. But yeah, it was Volcaries, Hephaestus, Tongs.
Yep, and it was paid for by that mulligan, which is so wild. While over on Gatsby's side of the field, we see Moth, this big boogeyman. And I gotta say, looking at this matchup, granted, this is a matchup that was created in a lab to take down Moth. And we saw exactly why that happened. However, Gatsby going first here is huge. Moth being able to be the first thing on the board, uncontested, do this combo, sometimes get 2 Moths out, is such a huge boon to this strategy. When the Scent then needing to pick apart the board as opposed to being able to establish threats for Moth to have to fight through. So we could be seeing a very different game going into game 2 at this point. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, a notable part about the matchup is also Gatsby didn't find any back row to back up that Moth the first time. After the board, there might be more specified back row, shields to deal with, Volcaries as coming in with the Tongs on it. But one card, and your prediction card, is Altar of Stars. If you're playing all these wing on receive Elestrals by special casting them out of the deck with Stratomoth, let's say you have a P-Gust on board and they go to attack with their, Volcaries. Well, let's Altar of Stars a wind over to that P-Gust, blow up the Tongs before the attack is over. And if I have the Stadium out, it's oh, okay, now you just bump off my P-Gust. I'm going to go again next turn. You've already moved to combat.
Exactly. And this is so interesting to see from our Moth player. Only 1 back row set, nothing happening on the board. I wonder what that opening hand was for us to not see any Elestrals from a Wind deck. Wind Descent over here going ahead, starting off with Hephaestus, going and grabbing that Tongs and just getting us off to the races.
Champion Lavalith coming down. This says whenever you cast artifacts, you can pop a back row. Lavalith is back and much more chill, and here comes the Tongs on the Lavalith. This is making it a 9, and that blew up I think that was an Ambrosia, fake set Ambrosia there.
Ooh.
And so Gatsby is going to be fine here. One thing that is I really like about Gatsby's play here, actually, which is just expend the draw. Moth, really powerful. It can do a lot of things turn one. A lot of their cards don't like protect the board, let's say. They need the back row to actually protect it there. But Picust and Cockadoodle, if that's in the list, these toolbox cards, really good at breaking a board. You know, if you can activate Picust multiple times, then go to combat with your Stratomoth. You've picked apart every resource that they have. You don't need to worry about all the cards that they could have. And there it is, Picust. Right on top.
This is going to be a big card because we are looking at a very scary setup from Win the Scent. Not only is this Lavalith super juiced up at this moment with Tongs of Hephaestus, but we have those two back row. Hephaestus was there threatening, as we know, with the different turtles in the deck, it can threaten not only artifacts, but invoke counters. And getting rid of that was definitely key as we are going back over to Win the Scent, who is playing a card from good old base set OG Volcaries. In this format is so strong. That thing hits the board and is already, let's see, we got 3, 4, 5, 6. So that is a +6 on that Volcaries right now.
9, casually. And Gatsby, just Picust pass, blow up a back row, start working on those resources. One thing, the Elestrals get really large with Tongs and OG Volcaries and everything in this Hephaestus deck. Versus something like the Stratomoth deck where they're kind of large, but there's a lot of spirits on board. You're attacking for 4, 5, 6. The Hephaestus deck actually doesn't attack for too much unless you're doing like Krakatuga plays. Then you're actually burning for a lot, but it's just like, okay, I can afford to take 3. If I'm going to do a play that takes 10 spirits, I want to make sure that wins me the game. So I'll take a little damage. I'll work on chipping away at your back row, blowing up a fake set Tongs. Hilarious. Okay. And this Picust, if there's something like a Tower Winds would be able to trigger it multiple times, is now going to set up multiple back row. I like the sequencing here because, blow up the Hephaestus, make sure that no more artifacts are able to be searched. And that means this Lavalith may not have artifacts to actually blow up more back row from the side of Gatsby.
It is very interesting to see this new take on the turtle list. And this is something we've been talking about today as the meta develops, as we see different spins on things. And this is exactly that. Win the Scent has added these new tech cards. We saw the Noxid. We have Lavalith coming in here and is employing them to great effect.
And we've seen a Reforge here.
Reforge again
is Ambrosia and a draw. You're drawing the card that from your Underworld, your Tongs. It's not exactly just drawing a random card. It might be better sometimes, though. That is big old heal, really efficient play. Gatsby trying to play it slow, trying to not commit too many spirits to the board. Winset is just winning a little bit each turn. And that's, while Gatsby is looking to win all at once, essentially. But that looks like a tsunami coming out. And now here, with managing to stick a spirit on the board, this might be the time for Gatsby to go in.
Very interesting that we see Win the Scent having predicted that by water enchanting this Volcaries. So the tsunami wasn't even a perfect answer here. Win the Scent completely putting on a clinic, dominating with this deck right now. And Gatsby coming out with a Tornado, a card that I know people have been playing in these Win decks. Haven't actually gotten to see a lot of.
Yeah, just, the Hurricanes band, let's make it in each part. Picust cast into Tornado. Let's see if that last back row is live. This looks like is that a Winjin?
Hey, that's a Winjin. Ooh, okay.
And Winjin is an awesome on receiver because, you can try to guess it right the first time, and if you get it, awesome. If you don't, well, let's Nexus and let's try it again. It's a really creative way to get a 2-cost Wind Elestral to ascend into Stratomoth there. And was this a proper hit? Doesn't seem like it by the reaction. Gatsby not immediately going to ascend in this moment, but is going to stack that Fortel and now looks at the rest of the hand. Is this the time to go in?
I don't know. I really thought for sure the second I saw that Gorgon's Gaze, because that's such a common call for people to make with the Winjin, I thought that might be it, but no, it seems like we have whiffed the Fortel, and we might be expending some spirits in this next turn when Wind Descent strikes back.
Just passes it over, and that's got to be really frustrating for Gatsby. So whatever was tornadoed back to hand is just going to be able to be set back down. Just spent a spirit on an opportunity to get an opening, and is back under the pressure of all the back row that will be present.
I'm very curious what this opening hand that Gatsby kept looked like. I don't think that I've seen Moth play quite this way. We haven't been able to get really any back row for the most part, and haven't seen any of the pieces. That makes me question. I mean, I wonder if Gatsby sided out of the Moth stuff, or if we just haven't seen it. Is there a second identity to this deck that's supposed to be sort of a jump scare surprise that maybe isn't panning out? I'm not sure.
I've seen one of the sideboard plans that you can do is Pantera actually. Throw in 3 Hydrakes and, work that. But normally you take out, some of the interaction isn't going to work, and you sort of leave the Moth stuff in. But there's nothing saying that your deck has to have the same name after board. You can completely pivot to, Pantera all you want, but you're just playing it slow. Maybe having a lot of Moths in hand and without back in the bags, or, Tower Winds with no Nexus Bank, this is going to be a real big problem. And here comes the Smoltuga champion of Hephaestus, and this might be a headache here if an artifact is revealed from hand.
However, we have those 2 back row. Finally, Gatsby has seen some back row. Can we stop this small turtle from doing what it wants to do? And yes, okay, one of them was that Gorgons that we saw in the Fortel. So there we go. We have Gorgons. We've stopped at least one very scary thing from happening. However, Gatsby hasn't been able to deal with this Lavalith with the attached tongs that hit the board in Wind Descent's first turn.
Mm-hmm. Gatsby, kept at hand to try to play a slow game, realized that they spent all their spirits turn 1 last game and then got blown out. Maybe let's try to play a little bit slower, but was never able to get the footing. Wind Descent just always having back row ready to go, and this Lavalith doing work, just clearing out a couple back row, and that is a handshake. A quick 2-0 for Wind Descent. I don't know. It looked like a nightmare situation for Gatsby.
It did, and you know what? I said this at the end of game 1. This was a deck that was made in a lab to act like a sniper for Moth, and this shows exactly why that's the case. I would love, one of the things that I love about our in-person tournaments, whether that be Card Party, shout out the Card Party coming up in Fort Lauderdale in July, or Worlds, or any of the other opens that we've had, is that afterwards you can go up and say, hey Gatsby, did you side into something funky in game 2? Was something funky in there that it didn't work out? Because I know that there had to be a game plan, and it didn't look like Moth to me. I'm not sure what your assessment of that situation is. I think that the Pantera line could be a good shout out there, but I'm not sure.
Pantera, it's hard to slot out of all of Moth, as you've got the Nimbugs, you've got the Backs and Bags, you've got normally 3 Stratomoffs, you got the Aeolus, which can do any wind, but it's like really expensive. There was a reason we haven't seen much Aeolus before then. Maybe they brought in something weird, but as you said, it was a really surgical matchup. Great play from Wind Descent there, but even the little things on the edge of the matchup are also mad for Moth. It's like, oh, I'll bring in Tsunamis to deal with these fire Elestrals attacking. Well, you took a turn off, so I'll water enchant my Volcaries. It's still a 9, by the way.
That's one of the fun things about this deck natively playing water, and we didn't see it. I don't know if it's natively playing earth. This seemed to be a more Hephaestus identified, Hephaestus aligned take on the turtle list. rather than it just being, a turtle party, which was very fun. But having the Lavalith, having more of the Hephaestus stuff going on with Reforge, which is such a cool tool card that, to me, it's one of those that, I don't know about you, but I have cards at the back of my mind that I'm waiting to be good, that I'm waiting to have their day in the sun. And I think that Reforge is one of those that, especially with a lot of the things we have going on, could be crazy.
Yeah, and Reforge healing for 3, just really different than picking up a Torch of Hestia like it used to, or like a Necklace of Harmonia, or like a poison a poison tunic. All these cards, not 3. That makes a big difference from healing 1 to 2. 3 is so much. We play a card called Ambrosia for that reason. That's awesome. Maybe they're on what is it? Bellowbee can search it.
Oh yeah, Bellowbee.
It could be. It's like just one little one of. If a card searched Ambrosia, we would consider it. This card does that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we talked about this multiple times too already, that sometimes there are individual cards that unlock the potential of either an entire strategy or even individual cards. And you're right, now having this 3-drop artifact is such a big thing for this strategy. And honestly, it was about time. Hephaestus, the tool guy, the guy who is literally sweating away at the forge, making all these tools. You're telling me that he didn't make himself something crazy until now? Yeah. The tongs, absolutely.
I love that. Hephaestus used to be like a one-of index. Even if you were on 3 Campbell carries, you were often playing 1 to go get Torch. Just create a 6, that let you stack your deck a little bit. That was good enough for the deck. You'd play Argo and stuff, and that's how Fire Artifact used to look. Now it's like, let's play 2 Hephaestus, if not 3. We want to see it. We want to be able to get access to our tongs, even if we're not casting them for free from the underworld. I've seen all sorts of crazy things with the deck. Have you ever seen Anvil of Hephaestus?
Actually, I don't think I've ever seen that played.
Yeah, so Anvil of Hephaestus, if you aren't aware, it's been a while since anyone's probably considered that card. If your artifacts are destroyed, you can Nexus those spirits onto the board. But you can also, if your back row is full and you cast a rune over one of your artifacts, it goes to the underworld. Well, let's say you do that, and then you cast maybe a Reforge, pick it back up. Those spirits will go back onto your Elestral. You can do all sorts of things. I've seen people die to Waspire from after doing Anvil of Hephaestus, Tongs of Hephaestus plays that were essentially free as you're casting all these, artifacts using spirits from the underworld, and you're healing them back up with Reforge. It's like, I'm going to burn you for 12 and heal 14 on the way out.
Well, I personally, I can't wait to see what Fire does in this meta. It's already proven itself to be a threat. It's already proven itself to be a Moth go-getter, which, speaking of Moth, it is interesting because we saw Moth get the exact situation that it wants to be in, that being going first, both turns, being able to have that turn 1 uncontested and do whatever you want to do, set up whatever you want to set up, and even with access to the P-Gus, being able to pick apart the back row. It just was not enough, and it wasn't fast enough because we didn't see Gatsby's back row. We didn't have anything to protect, and so we were able to see that just get picked apart. Everything was answered. Everything was destroyed. Like you said, the Tongs play where we saw not only what was it, the Nimisail get taken down, but then the Moth destroyed as well.
Yeah. And, just really excellent play. But I think we're ready to see the top 12 cards. We have maybe the top 12 Elestrals that were here played at this tournament. I'm guessing Stratomoth is one of them, but there's all sorts of weird tech options and cards that, copy over from deck to deck. Let's hopefully we can see that soon. And here it is. Well, that's a Moth deck. That's how you build it.
Yeah, we are seeing essentially a Moth deck list here. And a lot of of this is making a lot of sense. This tells us exactly where we are in the meta. People thought that Moth was going to be the deck to beat. And once again, I want to point out over 100 casters playing today, which is so exciting. People are so excited about Sunstrike. We love to see that. But we also have Fire. Say thank you, Adam, for influencing this current meta. We have the turtles and everything. So this really tells us where are the minds of our casters were at going into today. Now, I personally think that's something that can be a little bit more informative than the top 12 Elestrals, because this is, I don't know about you, Jock, this is about exactly what I expected to see.
Kind of. I want to talk about the details here, though.
Sure.
There's basically every fire deck is going to play Kinleo. Very powerful effect. There's a reason why the card was limited during the Firestorm format. But there's one more Kinleo deck than there is Volcari's decks. That means somebody might be on a Hestia deck or something. They might be on Bears. They might just, be playing it in a different fire deck entirely. Just, maybe with Champ Ash Rabbit and Lutrax or something. But, if you look at the Moth cards across the top, you can see one person decided, Syracune isn't for me. I don't think it actually comes up that often. I'm not going to play that. The funniest one to me, and I can't figure it out why, maybe, it was just added up wrong. Somebody is on Wingen, but not Tornadgen. I don't fully understand that one. Maybe, they call Wingen Gorgon's bait. They're like, let's just play it as that.
You never know. I mean, we've talked about how powerful Foretell can be. Even in the Imperawat deck that we saw, one of the strongest pieces there was the Rice Ridge, being able to foretell and stack up the cards that you want to see. So maybe Wingen is just there to set up your next few turns. I have no idea. I do think that is a funny detail. And with that being said, maybe we can look a little bit deeper into the construction of these decks. Let's take a look at the runes that we have represented today. I'm hoping to see a lot more in-element runes, because I know that a lot of really powerful new cards have been introduced in Sunstrike. And, I think we're seeing a little bit of that. We have, of course, the classics that, hey, fair enough. We have my prediction, Altar of Stars. Let's go. Everyone was thinking the same thing as me. Love to see it. Anything unique standing out to you here, though?
These are not the charts that we're normally seeing here. We're normally seeing cards like, what card is missing here? Shield. Poison Tip
true.
Arrow. We don't see those. Altar of Stars has took their place. That is crazy. Earthquake, still prevalent, still getting splash in plenty of decks, but, it's way higher. Tsunami over Shield is not a card that has always been the case, as, sometimes there's a lot more water in the meta, with like Champ Galaxy in the past. So it's like, or Fish. So, Tsunami coming back in a big way. Eruptions and Jealousy, incredible card in these fire decks. There is a really interesting math here, as we saw the Volcari's is lower than the Eruption count. So there's these Sulfuri decks that are probably on it. Fire is everywhere, and this is a really important card for it. Chains of Prometheus is here. People want to make sure that their combos resolve, get through the Gorgon's Gaze, get through the Pandora's Box, and if you thought your board was protected, well, let's make sure that it actually is protected in this case. Do you have two pieces of interaction? Really interesting.
Yeah, this is one of those things. Change is a card that I've always thought of it as sort of a Helios's Chariot Ride light, where it's like, that's the version of Helios's Chariot Ride that, fair enough. That one seems good, where you're right. You have to play it because you only get one opportunity. You have to play it at the exact right moment when you have your strategy that you're trying to pull off. And if a Gorgon's Gaze comes out, then it stops everything. You chains, you get your strategy to work. And, with many people playing Fire, I think it's a card that people are always going to consider. Now, these are all pretty standard. These tell us what our casters are playing. Let's take a look at the side deck options, because I think that's when things start to get very interesting, because that's when it tells us what are people afraid of? What were our casters building against? And this is such an interesting. My neurons are firing looking at this list. There are so many fun cards here. Of course, Catabasis being a card that's already come up today in the match that Swole and I talked about, being able to not only deal with Hermes strategies, as it might indicate on the art there, but also Fire Discard really doesn't want you to mess with their underworld.
Yeah, there's a number of decks, whether it's Hermes, Fire Discard, my personal favorite deck of the format, Paleoth. You just want to be able to pick up cards with Kione in peace. What I was laughing about at the start here is that Owloon is the third most common side deck card. That's right, the Lunar Spirit is. No one felt like they needed to slot it into their Spirit deck, or not enough people. They're like, well, we want to side in Ouroboros and Densfog and Catabasis, but the Spirit deck looks really clean. So let's just bring in the Owloon after the board. Interesting details here. There's all the Shield of Achilles. There's all the poison-tipped arrows. For decks that do like to go to combat, or it's really important to remove their one big guy, want to bring those in, but resting on your laurels, a classic sideboard option. Even more Altar Stars out here. Interesting card. Divine Blessing, though. We haven't seen Divine Blessing at this high rate since Rise was at 3 in the Blizzstrix meta of Moonrise.
Yeah, this is one of those that, like you said, when we had those high value invoke runes, it was absolutely prominent. But considering that the most powerful invoke rune that we've had for a long time that hasn't been limited to one, shout out Earthquake, is Ambrosia, and there are better answers to that, people have really overlooked Divine Blessing. However, in this meta, there are a ton of incredible invoke runes. Even BOWBITB is one of those. There are so many things that we can stop this. I mean, it only costs one, and being able to stop those strategies, being the only card in the game that I can think of that actually answers invoke runes in that way, it's cool to see it making a comeback. One
detail with, whenever you have back in the bag with Divine Blessing, the Elestral, I believe, is picked up for cost. So, if you Divine Blessing that, sorry, your Exaltair is already in the hand. You don't get to stick that around and still move to combat in that way. And there's even stopping a Reforge could be really important to get the Tongs out of rotation and prevent that heal that they expected. Or, just stopping these different ways on, healing or getting more cards and stuff. Divine Blessing, really cool one to see back in the meta. Everyone has to look through the collection to see if it's still around.
Yeah, I know that I was going through and opening up some Pandora's boxes, which are so fun because you get to open up a bunch of the old sets that, I haven't bought a base set box in a long time, but I still get to open base set occasionally because of Pandora's box. And I pulled a Divine Blessing, and I remember looking at it and saying, this seems like it would be good. And then sure enough, Card Party rolls around and people are putting it in their side decks.
Yeah, it's like what's Flex said. It's like, is any card in Elestrals really bad? No, it just needs its position. One day maybe, it's like Infornax comes in or something. Just all these different cards that actually have kind of good text boxes. There's just not perfect room to slot them in. Could create interesting spots of cards on returning. Like last time we saw OG Neandersloth, and now there's a way to special cast into it. Start looking at the cards again. OG Neandersloth gets boosted by having Titanostock in the Underworld. So maybe you've put that in your mill deck. There is all sorts of ways to, think about your cards differently. And it's not just like, oh, this card's good, this card's bad. It's like, what does it do when I cast it? What does it do to the opponent by having it in my deck?
One card I want to point out that it's sort of harkening back to another card that we used to see in side decks. Ouroboros reminds me so much in terms of the thinking behind it of Boombat, but just with more applications. It's one of those things that people put in their side decks and they look at it when they know that there are annoying cards that you just got to deal with. And it's one of those that it's like, I don't natively have a good answer for these things. What if I just drop a guy who deals with not only Elestrals, but any face-up card. So that makes it more versatile than Boombat in that way.
Yeah, Lunar seems to be the deck or the spirit element that has all the great sideboard options of Dense Fog, Catabasis, Ouroboros at this point. You know, like people used to side in like Spectrus in the past. You know, there's just a lot of different options that come out of Lunar that, you know, do facilitate main deck plans like the Vermalords and like the Hypnosums that we've already seen on stream today. But it's also, you know, these side deck ideas of, you know, it's like, oh, let's go get the surgical silver bullet to deal with this situation. Dense Fog is like, actually, I don't want you to Nexus. I don't want your on-receive effects turned on for your wind. You know, it's like if you pick something up, it's, you know, going to cause way more issues. You know, or the, you know, we saw Achilles miss during the Worlds format with Lunar, and that would be pretty good versus, does it stop artifact empowerments from Tongs? I'm not sure exactly, but it's, you know, there's a lot of different choices on exactly on how these cards can play. You just got to look at your collection and think, can I play this?
Well, I know the Lunar casters are all looking at this and saying, yeah, we've known that Lunar has the best one of cards in the entire game. That's why we're Lunar casters, and we're just waiting for Lunar as a package, not just as individual pieces to be good. And hey, you know what? Today remains to be seen. We've seen the new Hypnosum and Electopossum be really, or Ectopossum. There we go. Ectopossum be incredibly punishing and scary, and hopefully, you know, people look at these sideboards and say, what if I just had all the Lunar cards in my deck? I don't know, remains to be seen. With that being said, we're gonna hopefully see more Lunar, more from the rest of these decks that we've gotten a little bit more of an inside look at when we come back for round 6. Hello, casters, and welcome back. We are joining you here pre-round 6. That's right, this day has absolutely flown by, and part of that is because I've been joined by such lovely co-commentators who make it feel easy. Swole, welcome back.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? You know, it's so funny. I love a Lith, and I cannot believe that once again we have to send another Lith to Tartarus. That's going to be crazy here after this tournament. Win the Scent is so funny to me in that last round. You know, I was talking about what I thought the best decks were going to be going into this Premier, into this meta, and I put Krakatuga and Fire kind of low, and Win the Scent said, hold my spirits, and you know, sure enough, showed out there. That was a crazy game.
I really liked the new, more Hephaestus-centric build. This new take on turtles, which, I mean, for all we know, probably actually Win the Scent has been cooking on independent of Adam's win out in Card Party. So, you know, very cool to see our casters taking these different iterations, these different brews, and how effective they can all be despite the different identities.
It's one thing that's so funny about the Sunstrike meta, right? A lot of the decks we saw inside of our big breakdown are what we can be expecting from the decks, right? We got the Moths, we got the Phosphocells, we got some Tugas, but the composition of each of them is just so intricate and unique per what the caster is playing, their testing group. It's really cool stuff.
And I've really enjoyed seeing that as we got a chance last round to look a bit at the top 12 lists and everything, get sort of an inside look at all of our casters cooking that they've been doing. And, you know, even looking at the surface, it would not tell you the underlying content that we've had a chance to see today. I mean, Hera isn't even on here.
Which is crazy to me considering how much of a cool deck that was. You know, again, sure enough, the Australians coming in here and saying, yeah, here's a crazy deck that you completely missed out of the meta. And even then, you know, we don't see Hermes on this top representation either, but we did see that Ectoplasm teched him by Kryber. That was crazy.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, I wonder in terms of where we put decks, because as you mentioned, there are so many of these different variations of each deck, and it's hard to say, like, this is a lunar deck, this is this deck, because our casters are putting all of these different pieces together and somehow it works and it's all wonderful and cohesive, but there's no real way to define all of these cleanly.
Yeah, and that's, you know, as we get deeper and deeper into the Elestrals lifespan, that's something that we'll have to really combat, is saying my deck is a Fire Nexus deck, when you could call it something much cooler, like a Lavalith Artifact, Hephaestus, Volcari's OG, Champ deck. I mean, there's a lot of really good hyphens here we can put, as long as the deck naming scheme in Play Elestrals allows us to do it.
That one, it just rolls off the tongue, really.
Yeah, I think so. It's like back in the bag, Tower of Winds bag. I'm forgetting something here. I need an acronym for these sort of cards. I don't know if you have one.
Yeah, it's BOW. I'll get back to you when I think on it a little bit more. But with that being said, if you all have your own fun names or your own fun decks or your own experiences having either been watching or playing in today's premiere, the first ever Sunstrike premiere, we want to hear from you, whether that be on socials using the hashtag PlayElestrals or engaging with us over on Twitch. You have the ability to vote in polls. You have the ability to, as we saw going into round 3, even select what we see here on the stream. So if you aren't getting involved, if you aren't vocal, if you aren't posting, if you're not voting, you got to get out there. BOWBIT, go to the Twitch polls. You know what? I'm going to keep working on it.
Yeah, BOWBITP specifically, back in the polls, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something there. We'll figure it out.
Might want to leave the cooking to our casters here at the desk. And, you know, I love a lot of the hype moments that we've seen so far. You know, we've seen the Imperwatt touchdown. We saw Sulfuri come in. We've seen Moth do its thing and then subsequently get burnt out by Fire. And so I think all those are worthy of hashtag PlayElestrals for me.
Absolutely. And you know, I don't know if any of us have managed to get any hashtag PlayElestrals posts up today, but I hear that we're going to be able to take a look at least a few of the posts from our community, which I am excited. I don't know if we're quite ready for that yet, but spoiler, hey, if you want to be on stream, be sure to start using that hashtag and your silly tweets. Oh, here we go.
That's a log.
I know, an Elestrals favorite, an actual log. And Swole, you're a little bit like, I can't believe it. I'm on TV.
Getting Mike Wazowski here into oblivion. This is so good. Oh, and Titan mentioned, by the way. God, that's so fun. You got to get the important stuff out there. You got Titan, you got Schluggle, you got the two best casters in the game. I cannot blame Log for this excellent composition.
I love to see the community engaging, and you know what? There we go. How we found that hashtag play Elestrals. If you want your own agenda, because one thing about Log is that Log is always pushing the agenda. And speaking of for free.
The Soul Fury? Yeah, what are you talking about here? That card is free. It's so fun to play against, but man, sometimes their removal is solid. Big fan of what's going on here from Win the Scent too. My God, the Lavalith gameplay is crazy. Tongs was an absolute knockout there.
With this picture, you're really putting the souls in Soul Fury for sure. And I got a lot of thoughts here, but it looks like you're really finding a way to enjoy this new Sunstrike meta.
This is just a green screen back here. I'm actually at the pool right now. You can hear the waves go on in the background. I just want to point that out there. This is currently the sweltering Texas heat. So, absolutely.
Hey, you know what? With that being said, I don't know if the world is ready to linger on that one too much, but what we are ready for is round 6. We are getting ready to go into round 6. Thank goodness. Very excited about it. Who knows what we're going to see? We thought that it was just going to be Moth and Moth and Moth and Moth, but instead it's been Imperwa and a different thing each time.
It's been kind of crazy.
Yeah. I can't wait to see what our casters have in store for us as we get closer and closer to Top Cut.
I know, we're almost there. The day has really flown by. I can't believe we're almost over this arch, realistically. And you know what's crazy too? I thought today we were going to get off on the wrong foot, but turns out that a lot of our casters are thinking to themselves, I want to bring something other than this really explosive strategy. What do you think the calculus is there for a lot of people? Do you think that everyone's trying to not step on each other's toes? It's the big agreement there from everyone?
I think as we've managed to tiptoe to the brink of impropriety on this stream, that we are truly getting ready for the next round here, as we have genuinely walked a mile in each other's shoes, and I think exhausted this particular line. That being said, hey, there are some lines that our casters have that certainly haven't been exhausted. At least I hope not, because we have 2 more rounds of Swiss and an entire Top Cut ahead of us left today.
Yeah, a lot of fun surprises here in store for the rest of the day. And I think what's crazy, though, out of anything else, is we really have not seen one big show out from that ectopossum, or not ectopossum, excuse me, electropossum, the zipossum. There we go, zipossum. I had to remember the name of that cute little stellar that we had predicted there. What's going on there? What's going on through your mind as these predictions are slowly slipping away?
Well, it's less in my mind and more in my heart, and I got to tell you, all it's breaking. It is, and I really thought that there would be someone out there who wanted to make dreams come true, and you know what? It's not too late, casters. That's right. You can join in the next premiere. Start cooking with Zipossum now. Start doing it for me. Put a fox in there. Who cares? Throw a lot of cards in and say I did it for K. And you know what? You'll have my currently shattering heart forever.
Yeah, I think that the neat part is to get the spirits a little more up there. And then a little more down, I guess, as we're casting things like the Ectopossum, Hypnossum, and Werepup, is that foxes could be back in a big way. We've seen Bo show out and just tear down these events with some of these crazy strategies. So if Bo's cooking up thunder, a caster like that, then I think that Zipossum is right around the corner for you.
I really think so. And honestly, this would all be fixed if I could just pull a Stellar Zipossum. I wouldn't even have to continue with this loud agenda. But one prediction that I think that I I was cooking a little bit with, as was seen not only in top runes represented, but even in the top side deck cards represented, was Altar of Stars. And that really speaks to a lot of what we've seen today. I think it encapsulates all of these strategies in a really nice way, because one thing that we've seen consistently through all of them are opportunities to Nexus in times when it would have been beneficial, whether that be to re-enchant, get additional effects out of the Elestrals that we have on board, or to move around spirits, protect from Hephaestus's jealousy, or whatever it may be. It's such a versatile card, especially in a meta that is very Nexus bank heavy.
Yeah, I think that's one thing we were hoping for from previous metas. You know, we talked about it with Firestorm and Lifestream specifically, where it's like Elestrals went through this sort of period where getting spirits on the board was a slow endeavor, that the ramp up to getting those spirits on board took so long. But what the really interesting, nice part is with the inclusion of Firestorm, that's trickling into Lifestream, and then now into Sunstrike, getting spirits on board is faster and easier than ever. So what do? What do we like to do? Nexusing is the way to go. It's one of the great things that makes Elestral so unique and so fun to play as a game. You know, one of the coolest things you can do is the spirit management, swapping spirits around board to enchant, misenchant, play around cards, and play with cards like the Blizzard Whiteout, or alternatively Tsunami, one of the OGs of the game, meaning that you have to have specific spirits to activate things. And I think that's just so beautiful, and I love seeing that in our casters' choices to play into and around cards inside the meta, things like High Voltage and also Eruption even.
Well, and it's interesting. So we're talking about our predictions here, and I do want to say that we saw sort of your prediction, but it looked a little different. You went with the Vesuvituga, whereas Wind Descent instead said, you know what if it was simply just Krakatuga? I know that you're partial to the turtles in general. So do you feel like this is still a win for you?
No, honestly, it can never be a win for me. That's the problem, is that it can be a win for Scent, but I think that going back to the OG Krakatuga, it may be such a smart meta call. Everyone is expending spirits left and right and mulliganing everywhere, so that extra Eruption on Finns is maybe just crazy. I don't know. I love Vesuvituga, though, truly, and our Earth Turtles can and will hurt you, so maybe my predictions aren't there quite toned in now, but eventually we'll get a little bit more precise as the day goes on. That's my other real big prediction today.
Oh, your prediction is never wrong, just early.
Just
Classic,
early. Yeah,
huh?
just early.
I wouldn't have expected that from you, actually.
No, yeah, you know, I'm full of surprises, truly. Yeah.
One thing about you is you're going to be inconsistent at the best of times. And you know, I think that we've all at least gotten a little bit of vindication for our predictions, even if it wasn't our cuter ones. Shadow was a possum.
That's the possum.
Yeah, I would
Really?
be curious.
I should have done the K Classic, which is Flex and Mog with our Stellar. That really should have been the way. But I should have guessed Lumavale, honestly. That's really the big one I should have done.
Yeah, absolutely. These are not predictions. They're opportunities to show off. That is one thing. No, you don't get to do it because you didn't predict it. So that's
I can absolutely we can. The time is now, because if you are watching this and you missed out on the incredible Stellar Lumavales from the Card Party HQ, Fort Lauderdale's right around the corner. Mark as interested and sign up on the Play Network. And don't miss Dallas too. Listen, my home turf's coming for you, and I gotta finish out the collection of the Stellars. These things are absolutely gorgeous.
The Exalted, I think, might be my favorite Lumavale form, so I'm very much looking at this next one. I'm very excited about it, although, to be fair, I do really like all of them and would like to eventually get my hands on all of them. That being said, we are getting ready to get into round 6. That's right. We are finally ready for some real action and not just yaption from you know, the two yap masters here on the mic. And I can't wait to see what our casters have cooked up for round 6. Ooh, I'm ready.
Yeah, I am so curious to know what we're rocking up with as El Cubano and Astros Knight comes in here for our round 6. Astros Knight is a previous Premier champion, previously rocking up with that Zephrog and Aphros list that we saw so prominently inside of the Lifestream meta. As El Cubano is no slouch either, with those top 16s under their belt from this most recent season. So, and that Haramat, by the way, from Alkibao as well, is just beautiful. Love seeing that.
Ooh. Yeah, we see that top 16, and we see that top 16. There we go. We love to have our accomplishments flexed. And you know what? Hey, we want to talk about top 16. We have the champion playmat for Astros Night. And I will say, Astros Night currently, we took a look earlier today at the list of top casters. Astros Night, I believe #1 currently, or at least like in the top 5. I'm trying to remember exact position, but this is a caster to beat, certainly.
Yeah, I think for each of #1 for our QP points right now on the leaderboard.
Yes.
Yeah, that goes shout outs to my Thunder caster there for Cthulhu. Cthulhu's rocking 325, I believe, that #1 slot. But Astros Night is not too far behind.
Yeah. We have casters who are already racking up these points saying, you know what, I'm going to stay in the top 5. I want that travel stipend. Now is the time to start grinding for it. I'm going to be playing in every Premier. And you know what, so far they have absolutely done that.
Yeah, they've shown up and shown out, and maybe we can see El Caballo dropping down the Premier top 16 Imperial. I think that'd be really great to see here, as I'm yet to see that card out of the Hera lineup get going. But as we get going in this round 6 here, let's see what these two casters are bringing. It is a very decorated round 6, and so I'm hoping for some top Elestrals action here.
I'm very excited. Both of these casters are currently 5-0, undefeated for the day, which means that these are very much contenders for Top Cut, contenders for the first ever champion of Sunstrike. So, you know, this is no small game that we have going into here. El Caballo is starting us out first, so, you know, maybe we'll see a little insight into this deck. I think it would be such a flex, like you said, to play that Imperial. I don't know.
Yeah, and these two casters, the things about these later rounds now, right? The 5 and O's are people that high chances we can see inside of the top cut and top 8 here. And it could go either way. And if you'd like to vote yourself on which way it could go, head over to twitch.tv/Elestrals to predict now on if our previous champion Astronite is going to take it over El Caballo. But I think for money's worth, I think we have some expend and mulligans here for coming out from El Caballo, and that is I want to say that's a water spirit.
It's a little bit hard to tell. Could be water, could be wind, depending. But you know, we've talked about this. The Curse of the Mulligan. Are we going to see it again? So far, in my experience with Sunstrike, the Curse of the Mulligan has been absolutely prevalent and real, and it can hurt you.
And we'll see going down here as if this is going to be the best hand to keep going forward. You know, we've seen the 2 and sometimes 3 mulligans come out here from our casters, and Akabao going for the action here, going into I believe it's a Thunder card going in for is that our Quackle?
It is a little difficult to tell. We're going to be doing our best here with this one. But hey, you know what? If it is a Thunder card, we cannot count out that Imperial is going to be hitting the board. That is my own opinion. Oh, actually, completely incorrect. It's actually a Sprouter.
Dionysus coming in here at 5-0.
Yeah. Okay, who had Earth on their bingo card? Okay, PK had Earth on his bingo card, as Dionysus's Madness is being searched out here.
And this is a strategy we haven't seen in quite some time. We were talking about how dominant it was in the previous live stream meta, but El Caballo saying here today, I think this is good enough to contest the Sunstrike cards, Moth, Pegus, these kind of dangerous removal engines that I think Dionysus really needs to keep on board.
I mean, what do you do if Centaur hits the board, right? Especially if you have things to back it up, especially if you're Nexusing, destroying back row, if you've got Equilinks out here. I think it's absolutely viable, as Astros Knight says, you know, I'm looking at the classics too, and I'm going to be starting out with a rabbit in attack. Now, to me, this indicates very specific things. Historically speaking, what it indicates is an Argo that is being ready to get set in the back row. Is there anything else that you can think of in this current meta that would possibly explain a rabbit in attack?
An Attackster Rabbit is something very strange, especially in going second, but the aggro rabbit is real. And so, yeah, Necklace of Harmonia, some sort of artifact or attack booster is crazy, but the simplest answer of them all, and the one that we could postulate all day on and ponder and look at the orb and say, please tell me what's coming up next. Well, Earthquake kind of shatters that entirety. So that makes a lot more sense.
All right. Well, it is the gorgeous Stellar Earthquake, too. I, to this day, still haven't gotten Stellar Tectaurus, but that Stellar Earthquake I do have, and I cherish it. And it looks like Astro's Knight playing it a little bit slow here. I mean, obviously bringing out the Earthquake, heavy hitting. As we go back to El Caballo, who is casting out, I imagine, another Earth card. It looks like a Drataya to me, Drataya Champ.
Yeah, Drataya Champ going in here saying you have the Gorgon's Gaze, or I'm going to be putting you on better have it here. And with the Ascension only one back row, and Attacker Rabbit can mean a lot, right? It can mean a third or fourth Earthquake as we're predicting more and more things. But
Ooh.
It looks like a Rise from the Shadows from Astro's Knight for a little bit of setup play, getting sniped out by this full art Latagon.
So maybe that was it, is it was meant to get knocked out, risen from the shadows. Maybe we're looking at a 2 or 3 drop lunar type build, actually, and it's not a thunder build. And in that case, that strategy has been stopped a little bit, as we do actually have a lunar card coming out here and dropping.
Yeah, the Ouroboros coming in here is super advantageous for Astro's Knight. And there's a Gorgon's Gaze to stop the targeting and bounce from that Ouroboros. It's so funny because on a 1-drop Elestrals, the Ouroboros maybe isn't the greatest thing in the world, as it's the 1-for-1 removal, and your opponent can just cast out that 1-drop. But with these 2-drops here, that becomes so much better, as they just can't immediately drop it back on you again.
As we have a lunar phase lunar eclipse coming out here, going to be targeting and destroying that back row. Let's see if El Caballo decides to go ahead and chain it, which it looks like we will be doing.
Again, dazing the Ouroboros here and putting this back on to play. I think the interesting part here about this is, now if you're Astro's Knight staring down the Latagon, you invested a little bit of tempo and time here, but only on 2 cards in hand means you have to start making some plays, or else El Caballo is going to just steamroll with this big dragon.
Yeah, and I mean, Ouroboros, nice thing about it is that it can come back, and so there is the potential to be able to just do this again. But you're right, if we don't start getting some momentum, especially with an Earth deck, especially with some powerful 3-drops that we could be threatening, if we don't deal with this Latagon at some point, this could become very unmanageable very quickly.
Ooh, and there comes out the Enrage on the Latagon to snipe out a Pandora's Box, another unchainable back row from Astro's Knight, as this kind of slow start to the engine will now seemingly get a little bit harder to construct, as Astro Knights is taking down more and more spirits in the Latagon onslaught.
We have gone back over to Astro's Knight. Let's see, did not opt to put the Ouroboros back at the top of the deck, instead saying, I will simply just let it go, unless that's what we're doing here. Are we... This almost looks like a scoop, if I didn't know better.
Yeah, I think that was a quick, fast, and over game 1, as the Havoc champion of Dionysus being able to apply that pressure onto the Ouroboros and ascend itself into a Pulveror. Having the 2 big bodies, the whole Dionysus suite coming in. We talked about it previously before, how the new Dionysus cards coming in here are these new lunar tools. The Havoc being able to get itself to an 8 attack at occasion, and then also the Pulveror on the big body ascension is so fast.
This is so interesting, because we've talked about it multiple times today, where there are these strategies that they only got maybe 1, maybe 2 pieces of support additional in this new set, but sometimes they make all the difference, whether that be the new Hermes Trickery Searcher for Hermes, or now we're sticking with Dionysus with just a couple new little additions. And very interesting to see. I mean, so far, this list is undefeated. So clearly El Caballo is onto something here with the strategy.
Yeah, I was very much unrepresenting this deck in terms of competitive nature, right? A lot of times what happens in Elestrals is these big new explosive engines come out and you kind of just forget about the old toys. But these ones are seemingly insane. For Astros Knight here we didn't really see a lot. We saw a lot of Lunar, we saw Rise, we saw Ouroboros, and a little bit of Thunder for the Rabbit, playing like a smaller tempo inclusion. What do you think is hiding behind these shadows?
Well, like I said, it looked like Astros Knight was setting up that rabbit to get risen from the shadows, saying, hey, maybe there are some threatening 2, maybe even 3-drop Lunar Elestrals in this list. There are so many incredibly scary, sometimes game-breaking Lunar 3-drops that exist, and it would be very cool if we were cooking on that. I don't know if this is just a variation of the Ectopossum list, that's what we're looking at, or if this is more of a true Lunar build, and we've been going back and looking at the Lunar suite and cooking up a little bit. Hopefully we see more going into this next game.
Yeah, I would love for the opportunity to see what that Lunar suite has. We saw a small preview of the Sunstrike Lunar cards from earlier with these Ectopossum and Hypnosum lines. And I wouldn't be surprised here if a deck playing Rise is also trying to utilize those sorts of Lunar aggro mechanics. As we go into our game 2 here, and let's see if El Caballo can make it as just simple and clean as that, or if Astro Knight can continue to climb into an undefeated finish here for today's premiere.
Hopefully. I mean, these would both be, I love Lunar and I love Earth. These would both be incredible decks to see represented, and clearly decks that have performed so well throughout this entire day. So, all I can say is Astros Knight, show us what you got in this deck. We want to see. We want you to show us what you've been cooking with all day.
Yeah, the neat part here too is that and maybe this is something to do with kind of the meta inclusion and exclusion here, as El Caballo is doing another mulligan for this first turn, is that, these unchainable back row, things that are so conditional, things like the Pandora's Box or even Rise from the Shadows, sometimes can be more of a liability than an asset to you in these moments where you have cards that are just sniping them out, right? Back in the day, Equilinx was such a big threat that you would often say, as long as my back row is chainable, that should be good enough. And similarly, with Aegis running around too, a lot of casters are opting for cards that you can activate on the fly.
Yeah, that's why we see things like Poison Tipped Arrow being sent to the side deck and not so much represented in main deck. However, if I'm Astros Knight, I probably will go and grab Poison Tipped Arrow specifically. There are so many good PTA-able Elestrals in this Earth package. And, as we saw, if we can't get removal, if we can't deal with these bodies that El Caballo is putting on the board every turn, then we're in trouble. And you know what? Hey, we were talking about Ectopossum. Here comes Hypnosum.
Hypnopossum and Ectopossum coming in here as such a beautiful tight engine. And I love the marble rarity on this Hypnosum.
So cute!
It's such a cute little baby. And the Ectopossum too, it is funny to see this beautiful, gorgeous card search, just a normal rare.
Watch your tongue.
Listen, Ectopossum, it will eventually have its day in the sun. That card is due for a gem rare.
Hey, you know what? And maybe this performance is going to inspire the art team at Elestrals to say, you know what? True. We do need to get a consistent through line so we can have all marble frames or all gem frames or whatever it may be. As we have a Temple of the Moon going up already, which is very interesting. Do you think that indicates possibly an Altar of Stars set? I don't know.
Ooh, Altar of Stars, or alternatively, Lunar Phase Full Moon, being able to enchant the Hypnosum, boost its attack, and also prompt its effect to search for an additional Ectopossum. So really threatening stuff here, as if the back row is any of those things, then Hypnosum getting destroyed by a battle from El Caballo means that potentially 2 or 3 Ectopossums can drop in this next turn.
And it looks like, is that the Equilinx?
It's a Dionysus. Dionysus and a Cypron coming down.
The Cypron, that's right. Okay. I knew it was one of the Shattered Stars, those full arts from Virgo. So we are coming out here going to be able to not do anything about this Hypnosm, but I don't think El Cubayo really wants to. Hypnosm being one of those Elestrals like Foamy of old ages that it just kind of sits there because no one wants to take care of it.
Yeah, the lingering, I guess, scare of Ectoplasm can be enough to make certain casters just say, I'm good where I stand. And the nice part about the Cyprong in this position that I think it's really funny is that Cyprong has a really good and easy time dealing with the Ectoplasm when that drops down. So now Astros Knight kind of has to figure out what kind of board state they want to play into. Do we want to play into Cyprong and make it this really like big food for Cyprong to just eat up these 5 and above bodies, or play it slow and sit there and expend to draw cards?
It is interesting to see this Temple of the Moon hit the board, though, when we know that El Cubayo is playing at least a little bit of Lunar in their list, and so therefore could very much take advantage of it, which it looks like we're going to be doing. That exactly.
Yeah, it's very funny, too, because the Havacub here being able to destroy the Hypnosm and Ascend doesn't necessarily save it from the big threat, but it does help just a little bit. So this is a really, well, I guess incidental meta call is that potentially Astro Knights rolled into a counter here.
Against, yeah, specifically this matchup, which is a little bit funny. And, Astro's Knight here playing right into it with only one little Elestral developed, waiting for this to sometime get triggered so that he can continue to play this strategy. But in the meantime, we really need to start seeing some real action from Astro's Knight.
Yeah, this is the thing that we were noticing from the Soul Fury game we were commentating earlier, which is that sometimes these decks take a long time to set up, and while you might be doing some Rise, Ecto, or Hypnopossum and Ectopossum shenanigans here, quite often you do have times where you're applying no pressure, and so your setup goes a little bit to waste. So I think here, as it looks like the Pulveror is going to come down here from El Caballo, and that's going to be such a big threat as it's now a 9, I believe.
Very scary under this Temple of the Moon. If Astro's Knight has a way to Nexus or has a way to take advantage of this moon or get rid of it, I think that I would be looking at that right about now.
Yeah, it's so interesting too, because in a lot of ways, the option to keep it in the main deck for this game too was thinking to themselves, I should be able to get my big bodies over their Earth Elestrals, their big 5 defense for something like a Sprouter Champ. But that Pulveror being a natural 8, being boosted by the Temple of the Moon, being a 10, can combat probably most things I think in Lunar's arsenal.
I think so too, especially if, we were trying to speculate here, what could the payoff be? What could we be rising into? What Lunar 2 or 3 drop could we be working towards? So far, it only seems like Ectopossum is sort of the cap of this list, unless Astro's Knight has something hidden, something secret, and there's actually more of an answer there.
Yeah, we'll see. We've seen Astro's Knight come back from situations like this, utilizing stuff like Zephyrog to just attack directly and ignore current board positions. So I imagine with the deck choice like the Ectopossum Lunar aggro line, they've got some surprises under their belt, as now El Caballo is looking to enrage the Cyprong and help play around some potential back row.
And it looks like we are simply going to Earthquake instead. So that is one effective way to deal with the threat that you've sort of helped establish with this Temple of the Moon, is saying, get out of here. I do wonder, in terms of the build of El Caballo's list here, do we have multiple of the Pulveror line? I don't know. Or is that all she wrote, and Astro's Knight is now in the clear to just keep establishing these little baby possums that could become bigger problem possums?
Bigger problem possums indeed, as the Ectopossum gets searched from the deck, and that's the second one we know of inside of the hand, potentially third, I think, from the reactivation of the Rise from the Shadows. Loving the Stellar Earthquake coming in clutch. These hollows are coming in crazy for removal on these games, and I too am curious to know what kind of new big threat El Caballo is playing, if they're even smashing together potentially both the Dionysus, the Champions versions of Centaur, along with this too. Is that too much of an engine for them? I'm not sure, but I think that'd be the easiest way to take care of these bodies as Centaur destroys the enraged Elestrals.
Yeah, I guess that remains to be seen. I mean, we talked about these Earth 3-drops, and El Caballo has had nothing but time to sit and develop the hand, the board, get the back row set up as well. And Astro's Knight hasn't been putting on a lot of pressure. Just sort of putting these possums down, which, don't get me wrong, are threats in and of themselves. I mean, we've seen El Caballo have to play around them this entire game. However, that doesn't mean that Astro's Knight has put any real pressure on El Caballo.
Yeah, and it's so interesting inside of this game too. A Temple of the Moon being able to boost these small little hypnosms up with the full moon of the lunar phase. I think the Shattered Star is alt art, I believe.
Ooh, yeah, from Celebration, I think.
Yeah, it's a really nice artwork, and an additional Hypnosm coming in here because Hypnosm can search both itself and also that Ectopossum. And this is now just a landmine and waiting to happen. Hypnosm can now swing into the Cyprong and contest the board, get out the Ectopossums, and do massive damage to El Caballo.
Ooh, okay, here we go. And let's see if we're going to see the expend effect for some BPD, big possum destruction going on. We're going to be bouncing any of these cards back to hand. Or do we just say we've established these large bodies? They're 8-drops under this Temple of the Moon. We've cleared the board, calling it good enough at this point.
Yeah, this is such a massive swing here. One of the things inside of Sunstrike, too, similar to Lifestream meta, is knowing when to fire off your big combo and that sort of pressure on the board. And a Tsunami coming in here from El Caballo after the swing in the Ectopossums to help with the damage, but those are still 5 defense bodies, which can be very challenging for this deck to get through.
Ooh, okay. Especially if we only have a single drop here. That being said, Cyprong is an excellent answer to a lot of these threats, but it can only deal with one thing at a time, which is something that we saw it struggle with in the Lifestream meta, where people were going very wide with their boards, which is something that we're seeing right now, is that when you go wide and you're only able to deal with one thing through an effect that says that you can't attack after you've done it, well, that makes it a little bit difficult.
You know, one thing too, after an Ambrosia coming down to help, I want to push for a big turn here for El Caballo, is the Latagon play that we saw last game, being so clutch in this sort of situation where, you know, Astro's Knight doesn't have any back row there, just big bodies, and Latagon would be able to contest one of the big bodies. I think it's a resting on your laurels coming down here to take care of the smaller possum. But the Temple of the Moon making them an 8 attack Ectopossums, meaning that you can deal with one but not the other. This gets real tricky.
Yep, as we do see that Cyprong, and there goes the search for the other Dionysus. I mean, El Caballo is not out of options and is certainly not out of spirits, which means there's a lot of game left to be played here. And I'm so curious. We have these 2-drops set up. Has Astro's Knight been biding his time, saying, I'm going to get into a situation where you can only deal with one of these, which means that then I can ascend into a lunar 3-drop? Maybe?
I think, honestly, it might be the way to go. There could be a hidden camel under these possums, and it looks like one of the Cyprongs is going to take care of the Ectopossum, and then it's going to be dazed for the other Dionysus to buy an extra turn. I think that's probably the best thing you can do in this situation, knowing that you cannot face this thing with raw stats.
Let's see. I want to see a lunar 3-drop. Are we going to see, like you said, are we going to see camel? Are we going to see moose? Maybe? Are we going to see something?
Moose mentioned could be the way to go. The Artemis's champion Moose is quite scary, especially into a meta that wants to go wide and do its big combo board. But let's see what we get here. Another Hypnosm coming down here. There's another baby inside of the fray. Let's see if they have a third Ectopossum to search.
Well, I guess we're gonna find out right now, because we know that Hypnosm was searched off of the last Hypnosm, which was interesting. I wonder if there was another Ectoplasm, which considering we are not running to the deck right now, might be El Caballo considering a Gorgon's Gaze or something here. But that might indicate that we don't have another Ectoplasm.
Yeah, this is the gamble that you're taking against this Possum deck is, does Astros Knight have the card in hand already? Do they have the ability to drop the third one? We didn't see a third one get dropped previously, which to me, either Astro Knight playing a crazy mind game and holding that in hand, or they're only on 2. So that's going to be the big difference maker, is what kind of deck composition here is this pro playing with?
I think that we're gonna find out. I mean, we're looking in the deck. I don't know if this is going to be a fail to find, but
Ooh, no, there's a third.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so we have grabbed another Ectoplasm. Very interesting that he chose not to grab the Ectoplasm instead, opting for the baby, maybe saying, I want to make this big play and then I want to have follow-up. In that case, another 1-drop to be able to put down could have been the logic there, but either way, we are currently in a bit of a situation with Cyprong here. As we opt to crash, it looks like, with the Hypnosm, meaning we get the Ectoplasm out and we get to possibly, if we want to, expend to Lunar, destroy the card that was suppressed. Looks like that's what we're doing on the destruction of the Hypnosm.
Yeah, this is now getting very, very scary, as El Caballo's thumbing over that back row. A Gorgon's Gaze would save them for 1 extra turn, but very similarly to the last turn from him, this has to be very specifically Gorgons to stop the play, go Cyprong and take care of one of them, but you can't quite combat the third. This sort of grind state that we're in between the 2 games comes down to, I think, this turn.
This is very interesting being in game 2 right now. I don't know about you, but after that game 1, I thought we were going to wrap this up quickly. And yet here we are in a completely different world in game 2 here. And, I think that we could very realistically be going to a game 3.
Yeah, it looks like now that El Caballo is going to have that Cyprong be bounced back to hand, and they're going to take 2 extra damage from the Ectoplasm, but that was a poison tipped arrow in the back row there to take care of the Ectoplasm that was just cast.
Okay. All right. Okay. So saying, I'm taking you with me, fair enough. But we do still have one very scary Ectoplasm under Temple of the Moon established on Astros Knight side of the board. We've already gone through 2 Cyprong at this point, so there might not be a perfect solution to this. Never mind. There's the 3rd Cyprong. Okay. Sure enough.
Yeah. The simplest solution is just Earthquake on legs. And Earthquake on hooves can sometimes just do it. The thing that you have to worry about now, if you're El Caballo, is, well, Ouroboros, some sort of removal there as El Caballo gets put down to 1, and the Astros Knight slapping down the Ouroboros, bringing us to a game 3 inside of this round 6.
Okay, that was lightning fast, those last couple turns there. But, love to see the 3rd Cyprong hit the board, truly. I was so sure that we weren't going to see the other solution. But, okay, so we were able to see a little bit more from Astros Knight. And now that we have a bit more insight into the deck, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think that once the deck gets its game plan going, I think it's really able to establish these really scary defensive, grindy states, right? That's the thing we saw there from the Baby Possums into the big Ectopossum. And similarly, El Caballo is able to say, I have an answer to that, so I'm not necessarily afraid. But the one big difference here was that, compared to game 1, game 2, is El Caballo's Pulveror was able to stick around for more than additional turns. So if Astros Knight can see the Earthquake or hard removal sooner than later, then I think that does get to be put inside of Astro's favor just a little bit. But I'm not exactly sure if now El Caballo coming in here is saying, well, I might go even more into Lunar. I might have my own Ouroboroses to come in here and play more into that Temple of the Moon. So there's like this weird counterbalance going back and forth between these 2 decks that want to play with the Daze and Rage mechanic, as well as seemingly Lunar Spirits and Dionysus. Talk to me about that.
Well, I think that Dionysus specifically is in a very interesting position right now because no one was thinking about it. And therefore, it doesn't have the same difficulties that it had in the previous meta where we saw Madness. Okay, now I'm going to activate Madness. Okay, but I'm going to Madness your Madness. Okay, but I actually had another Madness. So now the thing that you wanted to be dazed is enraged, even though it became dazed again, but it's now enraged. You don't have to do that back and forth. You can pretty much just do what you want because you're the only one playing with this mechanic that I can think of in this current meta. and so it does show that, like, oh, okay, this is Dionysus as it was meant to be before we were doing the madness, Dionysus minus the madness a little bit.
I want even more so on some capacity, right? Because I think the Pulver inclusion to me is just straight madness. I was similar to other decks we've seen so far with the Hera line. I was not expecting this sort of more low-key engine to go off here. The Pulver Champion of Dionysus allowing you to get those runes back, like your draw 3 with your Chalice, or inside of the Dionysus Madness itself, being able to recur value that made cards like Sprouter so strong before. And who knew Havocub was such a big player in this game? The attack into the Ascend Over is really strong.
I would be very curious. You mentioned Hera and Dionysus specifically makes me think these fringe strategies, these dark horse strategies, depending on how they perform today, they are going to really shape the meta moving forward. If Hera doesn't perform well, are we going to see a receding Hera line? I don't know.
A receding Hera line is wild. Incredible. As we're going to our game 3 here of our 6th round. We're starting to shape up Top Cut here from some of the best of best players, and I think both casters are going over their hand, making sure that it's perfect. I imagine that after the first 2 mulligans from El Caballo, they're gonna pray for a hand that's keepable here.
I mean, hey, the mulligans worked out for El Caballo in that first game, so I don't know. I might say that the curse of the mulligan might have been disproven here today, but that remains to be seen going into game 3. Both of these casters, it's really cool to see these strategies both being 5-0 today. I think that gives me a little light, a little whimsy in my heart that strategies like this are performing so well. And I hope that because they're paired against each other in this round does not mean that we won't see them in Top Cut. That is the biggest thing that I am dreaming for from this game 3.
Yeah, that's the one thing I'm also hoping for too, is that both these strategies are just so cool. And I love the Lunar Suite inside of Sunstrike. I'm a big fan of what El Caballo is deciding to do with the Dionysus evolution here. And what I think I want to see potentially is how these decks have been faring off against Moth. Again, the big boogeyman, El Diablo, Baba Yaga of the format. And these 2 decks going 5-0, these 2 players going 5-0 with it, I'm sure surely they've run into some Moth shenanigans in the meantime.
Well, and that's just that, is we've been talking about these in-element runes, these in-element tools that make all of these decks feel so like ding, like very sniper rifle. They've got all these tools at their disposal. They work so well together. There's such harmony with all of the cards. They all interact with each other brilliantly. And one thing I gotta say, Astro's Knight, I hope you got a Lunar 3-drop in there. You can't be a Lunar character and not have some redonkulous 3-drop in there that you're just gonna jump scare someone with. That's all I'm saying. It's gotta at least be in the side deck.
Yeah, if I had a nickel for every time I've been jump scared by a Lunar 3-drop in these premieres, I'd probably have, well, let me get my moose counter out here. That counts, right?
Yeah, I think so, actually. I think that should count as, we loved it. We talk about classics, and oftentimes it's about Rabbit, but man, live stream format, as we're going and grabbing Poison-Tipped Arrow after the cast of Cyanectar, Champion of Dionysus, the most played Elestral from the previous format.
Yeah, I saw those top 12 Elestrals in this most recent one, and it's crazy that Earth has transitioned into Wind at the moment. But the classics are the classics, and this card is really good. We saw in a pretty important turn that last game that Poison-Tipped Arrow could come down here and hit a snipe an Ectopossum.
Speaking of classics, let's go! Poison-Tipped Arrow onto the Rabbit!
Oh, we really are back. And we've been seeing this all day. People going for these classic turns and these classic counters. And this is so interesting now, because now with Dionysus having the tempo back that it needs, it might be able to swing it back into its favor with just this turn. Astronaut has to have a really good suite of back row here.
And definitely follow up for next turn. And, you know, one of the first things that I ever learned about Elestrals was about this Poison Tipped Arrow interaction. I remember talking to Josh Bean Soldier, one of the greatest players in the game, and I said, so do I activate Poison Tipped Arrow against Rabbit? And he said, you exclusively activate Poison Tipped Arrow against Rabbit. And it's so good to see that all this time later, it is still the case, as we are going back over to El Caballo after only having set one back row.
One back row is a little scary. We saw how well that worked out in the first game with Latagon Ascension, enraging it and sniping out P boxes and Rise from the Shadows. So maybe the Rabbit was kept as a way to keep a less than stellar hand and try to turn it into something wonderful. So let's see how El Caballo can respond here. Do they take the big tempo push, or are we going to get a humble expend to draw?
Ooh, it looks like, yeah, we are simply going to be setting up an insane suite of back row and slowly poking away at Astronight's spirit count here as we go for another Rabbit. Is there a second Poison Tipped Arrow from El Caballo?
I think that you might just want to let this one go through. I think you have to save at least one of them for the Ectopossums, but man, this does not feel very good, especially having to expend a draw. We're right back where we left off, giving Astronaut a chance to get some combo pieces together.
It is so interesting because so much of the conversation about Sunstrike has been, the meta is so fast, the meta is so fast. And then all day today, we've been seeing these very slow, calculated, wait until the right moment sort of gameplays and game states. And I'm kind of excited about it. It makes me really excited to play this format.
Oh, and right there, we just saw a very fun interaction from the live stream meta, which was a Dionysus Madness to enrage the Rabbit that was just cast to swing itself into the Side Nectar, effectively making that Poison Tipped Arrow interaction a little bit nicer. And we get an Ascension here coming down onto the board over the Side Nectar is the full art.
Echolinks, yeah.
Echolinks.
Looks like very interesting that it kind of doesn't matter. It looks like we've been Gorgon's cased, but interesting to choose to ascend over instead of establishing a second Elestral. What do you think the logic there was?
I'm not exactly sure, and this Werepup might make quick food of the back row while we're pondering this, because I would like to say the idea was you didn't want to necessarily get rid of your Side Nectar champ in that way. There's, I think, a lot of interactions that don't really feel good there, as P-Box comes in here to mill a Vermalord as Werepup searches for its key Lunar Rune.
Ooh, but and instead we simply just had it in hand. We might have stopped the search, but we can't do anything about what was already in hand, as Lunar Phase, Lunar Eclipse is going to be coming out here, and that means we're going to be seeing, unless there's also a Gorgon's Gaze on top of that to deal with this, we're going to be seeing Lake of Void.
I imagine a Gorgon's Gaze is probably coming down here as El Caballo is wondering, do I chain the other card and in response to not lose both? Do I lose one? Do I lose the other? We see the Ascension from the Werepup come through, and we'll see if that other Poison Tipped Arrow potentially could come into play here on this big body. It's only a 6 at the moment, so that would be, I guess, proposing a crash with this Echolinks.
I do think that if Astro's Knight is in a position to activate a Temple of the Moon, then that could be interesting. However, that might just be, at that point, it might be worth to just let it go, since it's going to go anyways. I might as well take this Echolinks down with us. However, it looks like this Like Void is simply going to be uncontested. Although, I guess at that point, we would have been unaffected by the counter runes, as we saw the cast of that Lunar Eclipse, therefore protecting it. So, at this point, El Caballo is now going to have to deal with this Like Void, and to do that, it looks like we are going to be going to the dark side as well.
Yeah, stringing into Havocub here, Champion of Dionysus. If there's a way to get over this Lycavoid, then that'll be a very terrifying Pulveror coming in against Astro's Knight. Though, without Temple of the Moon, which at that point boosts their Lycavoid over, Havocub can't make quick work of this wolf just yet. There has to be some sort of potentially a Dionysus Madness in the back row from El Caballo.
Yeah, if we can somehow enrage the baby, make him angry, then we've got a game here. But for the time being, he's just a little kitty.
Just a little kitty, and honestly makes it a little threatening overall to have it on board, maybe just say pass to Astro's Knight, because even if a Hypnopossum crashes into this to some Ectopossum lines, Havocub gets its attention, and you can play around other big-sided Elestrals with things like your Dionysus Madness. I think it's a New Moon coming in here to suppress the Havocub.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen New Moon in a little bit, but that is essentially Lunar Earthquake in a card. And hey, you know what? I'm seeing lunar phases. I'm seeing room for foxes in this current meta. That's what that tells me. If you're playing more than 2 lunar phases, you should put a fox in the list.
Wow, the New Moon is such an interesting tech that we see every so often pop up here. The ability to be searched by that werepup and, like you said, activate similar to an earthquake for the lunar engine as a tsunami comes in here to protect the Havocub from the Lycavoid onslaughts. It's no longer unaffected by counter runes, so this saves El Caballo for just 1 turn.
It is interesting with this Havocub because you do essentially have a cute little battle trick that you can do with it, with that enraged effect on it, even if you aren't able to get the special ascension out. It's still a threat on its own. However, this turn we are going to simply be going Dionysus. I wonder if that means we're going to be enraging it at this point. However, with this Lycavoid in defense, it is kind of a sitting duck.
Yeah, that very small 2 defense booty on the Lycavoid is no match for even the 4 attack of the Havocub, but ensuring that the Havocub goes through with it being enraged would protect itself from things like Tsunami or maybe even itself another card to change positions here, like there's a Lunar Phase that does that, I believe.
Yeah, the Lunar Phase waning gibbous, I believe is the one that waxing gibbous. There we go. It's been a little bit since I've been to Lunar Phase school, but I think it is the waxing gibbous that is the position change on other lunar Elestrals. A classic side deck card back from the Moonrise meta, but we haven't seen it in quite some time, as it does look like we have the enrage effect going off from the Dionysus and Havocub swinging in here.
Let's see if this connects at all. This is such a perilous position to be in for El Caballo, as the back row being anything that is stopping this attack, I think it could mean certain death, but a Gorgon's Gaze stopped the attack right there, and that's going to mean Lycavoid has the ability to swing over the Havocub on some level and even play around some sort of Rise from the Shadows too.
On the right side, I think that this means because it was enraged with the Dionysus effect, we stay enraged through the next turn, which means that this is still a 10. I believe that's how it works.
Just 6. It's base attack.
Base attack is 6. Yes, not +6. Okay,
yeah,
I mean, so
plus
we're at least
crazy.
crashing. Hey, you know what? Wait a minute, Elestrals. What if we made things insane? How about that? So we're at least crashing unless we simply earthquake. Never mind. Okay. Astro's Knight, you saw this earthquake every single game. We're here sitting, pontificating, trying to cast, trying to predict, and instead it is just the earthquake as Ouroboros comes out, and I imagine is targeting the Dionysus.
Looks like they're just gonna swing in for 3 here,
never mind.
That's gonna be enough to say that stellar hollow coming in clutch here, always glued to the hand for Astronite in these games 1, 2, and 3. You know, it's not often that we see a caster with this sort of earthquake down. I don't even know this card does half the time. That's insane for the simple removal.
It is very cool to see Havocub be such a threat that you use earthquake on it. That is very fun. to me, in my personal opinion, as we have an Ouroboros coming down for El Caballo here, getting rid of that Leica Void.
Oh, yeah, there's that Ouroboros tagging it out, and it's interesting here too, right? Because Leica Void can just slap back down the next turn over this Ouroboros, and we now go into the cycle. You don't even have to, on some level, deal this Ouroboros now, as 2 spirits left from El Caballo, you're in a dangerous spot.
Yeah, especially if we can manage to get another full moon, if we can get that piercing damage from the Leica Void, this is game over. But we'll see how it goes once we'll switch back over here to Astro's Night.
Yeah, we have a lunar phase, lunar eclipse coming in here to target the back row and snipe it out to ensure that a future attack or ascension can go through. I think El Caballo is just milling over whether they want to activate this. If it's a Gorgon's Gaze or something similar, you're going to put yourself on super low spirits to just prevent one extra turn that you're hoping for an Ambrosia.
And I mean, in this situation, if the positions were swapped, I mean, hey, El Caballo has options here. We even have, although never mind, it looks like we are simply going to concede. Those options were not good enough. We are going to go ahead and concede the game, which means that Astro's Night has won round 6, moving on to round 7 completely undefeated.
Yeah, I think that the Earthquake contingency coming in here strong and just removing those seemingly big body threats like a Havocub. Very funny to think about. That's like you pointed out correctly, where it's like, this is the world we live in, where that 6 attack body is such a big threat. I love to see it, these sort of cards that have popped up out of nowhere, the fringes of the meta. And El Caballo showcasing why the Dionysus strategy still has legs. I was discounting this deck tenfold. I was like, I don't know if we have to worry about this deck at all in the upcoming tournament. Completely wrong. 5-0 finish going into this round was crazy.
Yeah, I think that very realistically, we're going to be seeing this deck convert to top cut. I mean, going 6-1 into round 7, especially if you can get this round 7, and the one loss you've taken all day being to someone else who has gone undefeated into round 7, I'm thinking you have pretty good chances here.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. And congratulations to Astronite for taking that round, showcasing why that previous Premier win is no coincidence. That is a excellent showcase of the Lunar Engine as well, and how effective it can be with those Lunar Toolbox cards. The one thing I didn't quite see there that I was surprised was something like Nabi. We see Nabi quite a bit in these Lunar aggro strategies, and we didn't see one quite touch down, which makes me question if that's a card that Astronites is playing, or if that's one that was even considered for this sort of matchup, especially post-board where the Havocub coming in here doesn't really do much with it.
Yeah, I think that you might be onto something there with it possibly being a side deck option, or something that was side decked out to opt for things that are more effective. Obviously, Navi being one of those strategies that is so effective when people are building very wide boards, as it's able to just chew through them very easily, getting into the Doppelganger. But in this situation, I mean, if you're facing either solar or lunar, that get it out of there real quickly, for sure.
Yeah, and I think once again, pointing out to the speed of this match, that's one thing I've been thoroughly impressed with so far. Going into it, one thing that was just so surprising was thinking every single game was going to be this quick 2-0 finish, or this maybe 10-minute experience. But all these games have come down to the wire and have grinded out to the very last spirits. I think there's been one so far where it's been fairly quick, but everything else has been really interesting to watch.
I agree. And I mean, hey, you know what? Even in this game 1, that was the quickest concession that I've ever seen, where Astro's Night just said, yeah, all right, wrap it up. We don't need to continue. And then managed to come back and say, all right, we're going to do a clean sweep from behind, for sure.
Yeah, I think I cannot wait to see how these decks play out if we get to see the return of El Caballo into our top cut as we are shaping out these last couple rounds. If we continue to see the dominance of Astronite and this lunar aggro strategy, a lot more to come throughout the day. We're going to go to a quick break before round 7, where Jacques and I are going to be casting our final round of Swiss before going into our top 8 in top cut casting. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. There's more action to see. And welcome back, casters, to round 7 of our first webcam premiere of the Sunstrike season. I'm joined once again by Jacques, and talking about that last match, that was something crazy from Astronite.
That was something crazy in that it didn't look crazy, if you're familiar with Elestrals. It's like, I think you played this at Dallas, right? That exact list.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, a lot of Lunar in there.
Yeah, it was, Werepup Like a Void Classic. They're on the Lunar's Temple. That's a little new, but it's just like, I don't know, it's the Elestrals we've seen, and that was unexpected. Like, we were talking a little bit between the breaks. We were used to seeing Astrabbit all the time, and it makes a little bit of sense in Sulfuri, and it makes quite a bit of sense in Hera. There's a lot of Nexusing and stuff that you can do. I wasn't expecting to see it in Lunar Aggro, but more things are different, the more things stay the same, I guess.
In both ways, too, to me, again, going back to the Moonrise meta and Elestrals Dallas, back in the day, we didn't have such fancy tools like Dionysus inside of our Earth aggro decks. We were doing it the old school way with the meter, but, things have changed over time, and I cannot believe that these two engines from El Caballo have started to mesh together. Really interesting way that Havocub and Pulverwar played in that last match.
Yeah, at the start of the live stream format, when people were still figuring out the meta, there were some Dionysus builds that were trying to be like, very Firestormy, where you're playing like Spectrus and, just good cards alongside your Dionysus. Well, that was sort of reinforced here, but with more engine cards, like, Havocub into the Pulverwar, scary. It's just like, it's like when your deck is full of Pandora's boxes and such, it's like, it's a big difference to, you don't have shield to deal with it, to deal with the Havocub and Pulverwar. It's going to run downhill. It's going to get you, maybe.
Yeah, and I don't think I could have known what these two casters were going to bring today. A lot of times I'm thinking to myself, obviously Lunar was represented, and we did see a little bit of Lunar inside of our top decks that we went into the overview for today's pre-stream. But still, in a lot of ways, I don't know if I would consider this deck to be something that people had on their radar in such a large capacity and how well it's been performing. Maybe that's due to like the first opening format and how people would choose to play around it, maybe teching specific cards for it in the future. But as far as I'm aware, Moth being the big boogeyman means that people might just not be fully prepared for strategies like that.
No, really low to ground. Ouroboros, very common sideboard card, so just being able to play it in the main gives you a certain edge in matchups where it matters. And Lunar was always like, the kind of issue with it is it didn't have many good starters. There was no way to open the game. Spectrus normal on turn 1, you're like, sure, I guess it's probably, it might stick. Now it's got, Hypnosum it can do. Werepup was always a good starter, so it's got, all it takes is 1 or 2 new cards to a deck to completely change the archetype.
Yeah, and it's so funny to think about too. You and I cast over the Nova Core and the Solar game that we witnessed previously, and how that card coming back from the ban list was enough to see some success and see some play and go 1-to-1 with Hermes, a deck that got a lot of tools from the new set. So while Solar on one side did get Phosphocyl, it did get some higher end engines it can tech in, it also got a lot of its older toys back that slot in super nicely and prove why they were so powerful.
Yeah. Maybe we can pull up the the bans and restrictions that we had most recently. The cards came back because a lot of today has not just been the new cards defining it. It's just the powerful old cards that came back with the Hermes decks and Nova Core. But I was really impressed by El Caballo's list. He's from my local. We face all the time. I didn't know he was bringing Dionysus today. I'm not sure he knew either. It's a deck that even amongst the decks we're like, oh, maybe this is a dark horse, maybe this is a far out range. We didn't even bring that. It was just like, oh, Dionysus has a new tool. It's purple.
We go for full grape flavored Dionysus there. And it very was effective. Again, between that and the Imperwatt line, there's a lot of these other champions outside of Element that I've been very impressed with so far. And, El Caballo, I hope to see move on further and showcase off this Dionysus strategy and why maybe some old dogs can learn some new tricks. And now talking about this last round here today, we're shaping out our top 8 for this premiere. And on the feature, we've only seen Moth once from Great Gatsby, but similarly, I can't help but think to myself, how are our top players performing, and are they on the Moth Menace at all, or is everyone just so ready for it that it's been knocked out of contention?
It definitely is an incredible deck. Does powerful things that, you place this into old metas, it would define those metas. Being the cards in the deck that defines a meta does not mean you're the best. It means you are telling everybody you are the rules of engagement. There's really old metas where, Elestrals, you were trying to play as much removal as possible, where, in your normal, low to the ground 1-drop deck, you were playing Boombat just to exchange resources with the opponent. Same idea there. It's like, you bring this deck all the way back to Frostfall. Maybe everyone's just bringing in Boombats and, is more prepared for it. It tells everyone this is what you have to face, but it's not telling everybody you don't have the tools to face it.
And that's, I think, one thing I've loved about the Sunstrike meta and deep diving into it is consistently seeing cards on the surface that would say, right, Eruption helps deal with Moth. Of course, Fire means it's well positioned. But then stuff like Ectoplasm is in the lunar element, or Ouroboros too, these sort of removal cards that can help you contest these boards. Going back to the answers that were given here for these decks, there might even be some ancient technology in base set and Frostfall that the people haven't quite uncovered to go for. For example, Moth is teching in things like Cockadoodle. They're bringing up Divine Blessing now for side deck options, and so there's really a lot of interesting things under the surface even that people are using for their counterplay and then counterplay to the counterplay.
Yeah, like Ouroboros is, stretch with me a little bit. Ouroboros is not that different than Peegling, for example. They both
Wait a minute, I don't know about
a job. It's there's a reason we aren't playing Peegling today, but it's this sort of idea. It's just like, there's a lot of cards in the game. You might have to reread them just to see exactly what's up. Like Tower of Winds went from a card that no one sleeved up into a very popular card of today.
Yeah, that one was crazy considering the fact that for a while it was used in some sort of gimmicky Moth decks with Flammamoth. It was the order to get out this big negation body in that card. And what I find so interesting about it is there's a lot of great wind receivers nowadays for the Wind Engine, not just inside of Windgen, but Pegas has always been very strong. And so that combined with Nemasail to recoup those spirits, Tower of Winds is showing to be one of those cards that eventually I think will have a lot more utility play as the Wind Engine gets buffed out and as people really start to experiment with sort of Nexusing in Elestrals. There might even be some Wind Ascensions that play really well with it that we haven't quite seen yet. I keep on forgetting that cards like Arrowmare are real.
I need to tell you, if you read the fine print on Tower Winds, which I had to do, I did some Pandora's Box sealed at Worlds. Actually, I did a lot of these. Tower Winds says you need to Nexus a Wind onto a Wind Enchanted Elestral, but it does not say you need to ascend into a Wind Elestral. You can ascend into any idiot. Penterror is a Wind guy who's the 15... idiot that we like to put on board, but you can put anything on board in a pinch. It's there's nothing telling you to make a wind related play. It's like, I don't know, we'll put Celestio, figure it out later.
One of the scariest things that can happen is just the full weight of a 3-drop body swinging into you, and so even if it's just a big 15 bungus, it ends up working out quite nicely. That is a card that I was hoping to see today as well, was the Penterror line. That new Penterror, one, gorgeous textured full art, but that card is real scary.
Okay, I get to look at the textured full art all the time on the uncut sheet back there. It's incredible looking. It looks great. It's a new great option because, Penterror, very, very cool card. The original, the effect didn't come up too much. That you were happy that it was very large and very in charge. But this new one, very relevant effect, and you can even stop off halfway there and stop at the Twindra and just like, I'm good here actually.
The new Twindra also is very scary. The 6 being able to attack twice is, I think, an effect that will age much better over time, especially when decks and cards like Argo come back into favor. I feel like that's a card that always slides in and out of metas, and so I do feel like Twindra, the new Sunstrike Twindra, can fare very well into strategies like that. So maybe while right now we haven't quite seen a lot of Penterror in the whole Hydrake line, in the future, probably back in a big way.
But I'm excited that we have round 7 ready to go. The final round of Swiss before we go to Top Cut. Great day of Elestrals so far. I'm excited to watch this match.
And for the last round here of Swiss, I cannot imagine we're going to see any sort of big surprise, right? We haven't been surprised every single round. There haven't been just insane tech options slid in and out of people's decks. I can't really imagine.
There's been a lot of decks that we mentioned just haven't shown up yet. We haven't seen any Water Elephants today. We haven't seen any of Ares today. We haven't seen, any fish or really any water. There's just a lot of things that could see play that I'm excited.
Yeah, which at this point in the tournament means that either they're doing so well that we haven't seen them so far, or they're probably relegated to P-Gleam tier, I imagine. Starbit Supernova will be back for sure too. I love that card. Don't ask what it does with the Spear of Hermes. Both players that were going into this round, by the way, are 5-1. And normally what this means is a very strong record. You can really convert on certain tournaments for this one, as MG1 faced off against Adam. And not only are they both players 5-1, they are both fighting for a top 8 slot, meaning that potentially our previous and first Sunstrike champion, Adam, could get knocked out by MG1. And MG1, a prolific player and top Hermes caster themselves, could also get knocked out and burned to the ground by Adam's turtle strategy.
These are incredible players. They're so extremely good. Adam with a number of tops with different lists, not known as like a caster with any necessarily favoritism, might still be on turtles after their success at Card Party. MG1, I know MG1 for one thing, and it's for activating Hermes. But as we've seen, activating Hermes has looked pretty darn good for the last, 6 months or so. So I'm excited to watch this match where they're going to be trying their all.
Yeah, and MG1 starting off strong here against Adam. This is some friendly fire. Are two sides of the 5-sided coin of Penthouse getting after it for the first Premier. You love to see it. The crazy part is of practicing and having these sort of teams and squads of top players is that you might just run into them, and it sometimes can be just like practice sessions, a walk in the park. Other times it can be the hardest game of your life. So we'll see how Adam and MG1 start off here. I think that Adam's going to go for a mulligan of some sort. That hand probably wasn't strong enough to combat this Hermes menace.
No, go find a good hand. You can win more games with a good hand. That helps. It's really important, and they're both flexing crazy mats on us. We have that's a top 16 Hera mat, and that is a world's top 8 or top 16 Ballistrix mat.
Yeah, crazy. That is MG1 absolutely cooking it inside of the world. Yeah, that is a Findus to grab Hermes.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay, sure. Findust. As we all expected.
Yeah, normally a staple inside of Moth. We saw Spicy Sausage use this card for starting up Aeolus plays and grabbing things like Monsoon or Mistrals of Boreas. But MG1's going to take it a little slow. Set 3 after a disenchant from the Findus pass. Not a very explosive turn, but still very strong.
And here is a potentially explosive play coming from Adam. Here's a little Smoltuga. I wonder if there's going to be an artifact reveal and potentially a turtle time. Yeah, artifact is revealed. Torch of Hestia and Pandora's Box keep the turtles tiny.
Oh god, and this must be terrifying for MG. You know, Hermes as a deck notoriously hard to keep spirits around for unless you're healing constantly. And a Pandora's Box to stop the Ascension, milling an Earthquake and a Chains of Prometheus.
Sure, you know, it's the chains goes away, and would have appreciated to have it to protect the Smoltuga play, but Adam can just reveal the artifact next turn as well if it's not answered, has their own back row. And here comes down this Hermes. Activating it now was probably holding back to make sure it didn't get hit by Jealousy, but no, here's the Pandora's Box. Stop all the Hermes searches at the pass. This is going to be a quick mill too from MG1.
Yeah, and this is going to be
Exaltair and
Exaltair
a Spine Nymph.
Oh, Spine Nymph is huge here for those late game Hermes plays. And it looks like that's an Aeolus champ.
Exaltair, a normal cast search out. Yeah, go get the Aeolus and Aeolus Hermes. This is a deck that spends a lot of spirits, but for big, powerful plays.
You know, I can't help but think to myself, and I think we heard it earlier in the cast as well, but teching Moth into Hermes or Hermes into Moth, whichever way you want to split it, is incredibly powerful. Maybe not the most spirit efficient board, but two of the best decks that allow for insane toolbox plays and crazy pushes. I don't think I would have expected to see it in today's event. I think most people would have gone for something a little more straightforward like Hermes or Aeolus, but this is absolutely insane. And if you would like to predict on who's going to take this one, a mashup of the Divines or a humble Tuga, then you can vote at twitch.tv/Elestrals and let us know who do you think is going to take this one down, the previous card party champion Adam or our top 16 world's competitor MG1.
That Aeolus searched for the Nimbug, and Nimbug searched for the Stratomoth, but is not going to go for any plays this turn. Just use the Exaltair to walk over the Smoltuga. Here is a Champ Volcaries. Go search out the Hephaestus, and either that Tongs that is already known to be in hand will be equipped to help get over this Exaltair, or maybe, or sorry, not Tongs, a Torch of Hestia, or maybe a Tongs of Hephaestus will be coming down to maybe deal with those Divines back there. You can pop any card.
Yeah, and this gets really scary really fast. There's another Pandora's Box coming down here, milling an OG Volcaries out of Adam. Seen that powerful play before here on the desk. And these Pandora's Boxes are not doing a ton in terms of their overall presence because Adam is so high up in spirits, but they are, stemming the bleeding for just a little bit as Adam puts on the Torch of Hestia, making sure that they can swing over this Exaltair.
Yeah, Hephaestus is not enchanted, so that Torch of Hestia had to be paid from the Spirit deck. Here comes an Altar of Stars to Nexus from the Aeolus over to the Exaltair to set up for an Ascension to the Stratomoth. Turn that Volcaries before the attack trigger, so there's... Oh, a little too late. Okay. So the Foretell will still happen. And, now Adam has to decide how does he expect to deal with this Moth board that is definitely coming down next turn.
Yeah, and the scary part is, too, despite the fact that MG1 is on 4 spirits, that Hermes is set up still for a send of the Aeolus champ to the Underworld to heal back them up to a nice and comfortable 8 spirits. So you kind of solved the problem that Moth was looking at before, which is how do I play with such a large spirit investment? Well, the answer is comfortably with Champ Aeolus.
Yeah, maybe Adam just spending a little time on the end step to maybe think about a Jealousy, maybe pop one of these Divines, get more, or the Exaltair to make sure that no Ascension plays are made easily, and that looks exactly what Adam's going to do, trying to figure out exactly what spirits to pull off of, and will re-enchant the fire, but most importantly, the fire will go onto the little birdie there, most likely, to prevent a Ascension. Oh, onto the Hermes. Keep the spirit count low. I love that.
Yeah, incredible play from Adam there, saying the biggest threat to me right now could be that Moth, but I think long term is your ability to heal. And so it puts MG1 on better have additional Hermes and additional resources to get that done. Because that you're up by 9 spirits in a deck that loves to sit there and wait for Eruption. That was a huge heads up play from Adam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. While MG1 has had a lot of interaction with 2 Pandora's Box and Alter Stars, you have to pay for that. But here comes the Stratomoth. I'm guessing any Nexus play, if it does resolve, we are going to get a Nemisail, but instead it is a Gorgon's Gaze. I really love the sequencing from Adam here, knowing, okay, I'm going to deal with one Divine, the Nexus will deal with the other one, Gorgon's Gaze will keep it standing still, and if Adam has a way to Tongs, we'll be able to walk over this Stratomoth and essentially close out the game.
Yeah, this is absolutely critical. And there's an OG Volcaries coming down here. And
the Tongs.
And the Tongs mean that this Volcaries is huge. And I think that's going to be a scoop up from MG1. A quick game 1 for Adam showcasing why their burn fire turtle strategy was so powerful for Card Party. Talking about MG1's play there, the Double Divines is so cool.
Double Divines is so cool, but Stratomoth, we've sort of seen the board's been able to are big and powerful and quick, but they're a little bit glass cannony. Well, Adam sort of brought a deck full of rocks to toss that said glass cannon, and just threw a rock at the Hermes, threw a rock at the Stratomoth whenever it ascended, and then brought out 2 Volcaries to walk over everything. Dealt with 2 Pandora's boxes and a third back row, and was just shrugged it all off.
Absolutely insane. And what I love there too is that matchup shows a good inclusion of Eruption and kind of its place inside of the meta, being able to deal with opponents' boards after they've had so much spirit investment. And being on 4 spirits going into that game, not necessarily the end of the world for Moth, but that Gorgon's Gaze at a very key moment was enough to just shut down everything entirety. And I think that speaks to also Adam's experience on when to activate cards and when to let things go through. Because while MG1 was able to establish those Pandora's boxes and stop Adam play after play, Adam kept it cool with the fire deck and just said, I got this. I'm just going to take it turn by turn, and we'll really see how this plays out. I think that was some excellent gameplay, both ends.
Adam's
crazy
plays were being negated, but weren't costing him any spirits, really. Reveal an artifact costs nothing. Casting the Volcaries and not getting Hephaestus costs nothing. It's just doing these plays that MG1 felt like, oh, I need to spend spirits, and Adam's like, well, I'll spend my next spirits beating you.
It's like you're at the playground of Elestrals for some reason, and Adam's just like, why are you burning yourself? Why are you burning yourself? And it's crazy to think about how, again, the tier 1 meta super threat of Moth mixed with one of the best mid-range decks of Hermes. You just say, yeah, that's a lot of spirits you got there. Would be a shame if I were to Eruption that. A very simple answer to a very modern problem. Excellent play there from Adam, showcasing off the power of turtles. I would love to see MG1 be able to explode off here just a little bit and showcase how maybe the Hermes strategy integrates here with these Moth players.
Yeah, took turn 1 off, and the subsequent turns were a little bit, things didn't go super well for MG1 past that first turn, so maybe he's going to keep a hand that really goes all in and, doesn't allow Adam to make, just shrug off spirit inefficient plays by attacking for 5 on the crackback.
Yeah, we see here an Aeolus come down from MG1 to start off the Moth plays early, which maybe this is the advantage of this sort of deck after the Nimbug Champion of Aeolus searches the Stratomoth, is that you get to be able to pivot between 2. And I wonder, do you think that MG1 sided out of one or more of the engines?
Maybe, it's like when you have so much engine that you can play. We had there a Cycle Venom special cast into Hard Ascend, into the Stratomoth, into the Nexus. the Hermes stuff might be completely out of the deck at this point. We find the Fin Dust. I'll be honest, I don't really know what this card does. Do you mind?
The old school Fin Dust, that's one of my favorite cards. This little guy is sweet. You can disenchant from this Fin Dust to search for a wind rune from your deck and add it to your hand. So oftentimes players are utilizing this with Moth as extra reassurance. You know, there's two kind of schools of thought. Do I go for Tornadgen and Tornadgen call counter runes, add the counter runes, get into big bodies? Or two, do I play Fin Dust? And Fin Dust can custom my hand a little bit, add things like the Monsoon of Eris, which MG1 grabs here, an excellent card into this matchup, being able to suppress all non-water and wind cards on the board, meaning those artifacts, Hermes, and potentially even stadium runes from Adam are left null and void.
Yeah, that Tongs, Volcaries walk into this Fin Dust with Tongs seems like a perfect way to out with that Monsoon in the back row. We'll be able to suppress it down, still out the Fin Dust, but this Moth will still be around in that play. I really like this setup MG1 has. This is what they're always going to be looking for on their turn one. Just had to take a small turn off the first time.
And what I love too about this setup is the cascading effects of the sort of defensive play. And even if
Volcaries comes down,
Champ Volcaries coming in here for grabbing the Hephaestus again, Pandora's Box coming in here. We saw that not as effective last time, but here might be the insane mills with the Gorgon's Gaze at the top could be it. What I love about this MG1 board is that next turn, Stratamoth represents potentially a P-Gust to start breaking apart the board, and you can save the Monsoon if you don't need it.
But that was a natural Hephaestus from hand, and because that was Pandora's Box, the Volcaries is not suppressed. We can go ahead and, grab the Tongs here and force that Monsoon out right now.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. The spirit investment from Adam here being relatively low, as Volcaries allows you to enchant spirits in the underworld if Hephaestus is on the board. So now would be the time, I think, for MG1 to look at suppressing here. And similarly, the Tongs coming down. Let's see what happens here. Is MG1 going to force Adam to be proactive here and try to swing and suppress as a cute little battle trick?
Yeah, and Adam, I don't think even feels that bad as the attack comes into the Fin Dust. If the Monsoon comes down, suppresses that, suppresses that Tongs, Adam is just sitting there. It's like, well, that hasn't cost me too many spirits, and you're suddenly down to 6. Understand that Stratamoth will be able to make big plays involving, bringing out Nemesail and healing a whole bunch. But right now, MG1 deep in the tank on whether this Monsoon will come out, and is cast pulling off the Fin Dust. I like that acknowledgement, saying it's on the way out anyways. I can go ahead and pull that out.
Yeah, meaning that you get the 2-for-1 suppression and also can avoid a potential hazardous play here. The Tongs being able to discard and destroy a card is such a powerful move from the Fire deck to have at their disposal. But now MG1 has plenty of spirits to play with on Aeolus for a search, as well as a Nexus fodder from the Stratamoth. Drawing for turn with only 5 spirits left. The big brain theory here is, Adam, are you on something like Spoiled Fruit for a potential Nemesail play?
No, but a Gorgon's Gaze will stop the Stratamoth Nexus here. Now the Aeolus only has two spirits left, so if MG1 wanted to search for like a Nemesail to maybe do like a Tower of Winds or something like that, well, Gorgon's actually stops Nexusing too. But if there was some healing that MG1 wanted to do, Aeolus is off the table.
Yeah, that's one thing that, the simplest answer here is taking care of the Moth, but whoa! We can see a back in the bag here come in and scoop up the Gorgon's Gazed, suppressed and negated Stratamoth, and a really fun and interesting interaction here. If MG1 has the spirits to swing it, we get to potentially see a recast of the Moth come down with 3 wind spirits and have plenty of spirits on the board to Nexus again. This is crazy. This plays around the entirety of the board.
It's not like Rise from the Shadows where you get to use the spirits on like the Elestral that just died. Essentially, no, that back in the bag, you have to use spirits from your spirit deck now. MG1 down to 1 spirit before this Nexus over, but is going to most likely get the Nemesis here, heal back up. Unless MG1 is deciding, do I go all in? Do I P-Gust to help clear your board to make sure I'm really established? And the other line of text for Stratomoth is currently active as Aeolus is still enchanted, so when the Elestrals you control have +1 attack for each enchanting wind on the Aeolus right now.
Yeah, an absolutely crazy comeback from MG1 here, as they only have 1 spirit, and so you kind of have to calculate out, do I care about Eruption at this point? Do I say I'm going for double Nemesail? And we have to see the first one come out here, heal back 2, and get an additional wind back in your hand. Interestingly enough here too, I think there's no normal action that hasn't been spent here. So in theory, you can also disenchant from the Aeolus, search for a second Nemesis, and heal back further without having to utilize a Nimbug discard.
But instead, we'll search for P-Gust and casting it out, getting really low on spirits. We'll have 1 left in the spirit deck after this, but wants to be able to clear that Tongs or Hephaestus, which are most likely the Hephaestus, I honestly think, because you can just walk over the Tonged up Volcaries due to the +1 buff that the Stratomoth has. But no, it's going to clear off the Tongs in that case. Is it other? Yeah, your Champions of Aeolus. Okay, so, may have not realized, could have walked over the Volcaries entirely there, but, is getting in for 4, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, we have, I think, a very scary position if you're MG1 to be in. As there's Eruption coming down here, the simplest answer is just it's just this card. Here I am thinking to myself, well, that back row from MG1 has to be Pandora's Box, Gorgon's Gaze, something to stop for a potential Smeltuga. Search for Eruption off of the Hephaestus additional effect to grab this Eruption. But if you just have it in hand, you might as well explode all over the board. That is probably the quickest game we've had today.
Yeah, that was, they each played 2 turns and just, Adam's second turn there was just, I'm gonna show you a face-up card. It's like, I'm not even sure Adam pulled out the spirits or not. It was just, Adam was like, yeah, I believe you. It's, that's where one part of Elestrals you see is your spirit deck is your resource system. Is how much card you get to play. Against certain matchups, though, it's very much your life total, way more. It's, you look over at that and just like, reasonably, I can only use 15 of these or something, because one of these might be around the corner,
Yeah, and I can't help but think to myself, if you are MG1 there in that position, staring down the burn deck, the Tuga deck, you're probably just saying to yourself at all times, I have to be aware of this Eruption. But in those final moments, you know what? We ball. We just say, we're going to go for it anyways. If you have it, you have it. I have a card to stop it in the back row. But, oh my gosh, that is probably the best showcasing of how Adam also took down Card Party. There were so many Moth players in attendance, and Adam was so practiced against those decks, allowing his opponent to play into the strategy. So not only is the deck synergizing in itself and has great tools to deal with Moth, but also the player himself has the wherewithal and the knowledge to say, I'm going to let my opponent just play into my win condition. Incredible stuff from both casters, honestly. Really interesting to see Hermes, Stratomoth take flight, but Turtles is seemingly the actual tier 1 meta threat.
Yeah, congratulations to Adam. Over 100 people showed up today to play, and Adam is going to be in the top 8 of this first Sunstrike Premier. Incredible work. And Adam, just expertise in the matchup, just knowing it's like, okay, Moth is going to hit the board, try to prevent the special cast with Gorgon's Gaze, and then, once it is set up, if they want to try again, it's going to cost them a lot of spirits, and I haven't done plays that have cost me a lot of spirits, so they're going to go really low, and then I can either burn them out with Eruption or just play one of my big plays in return. My deck is really good at cracking boards versus building really undefeatable boards.
Yeah, it sometimes just takes a very simple Elestral with a lot of really powerful runes. And the Volcari's Champion of Hephaestus has proven time and time again to be such a valuable card inside of multiple metals. I mean, I think that since Firestorm, even into Lifestream and now into Sunstrike, as the game has been progressing faster and faster and faster, this card really does surprise me in that way where it's like, yeah, my big stat body that is very spirit efficient has the ability to break down entire game plans in itself, which I think is just equally impressive. Similarly, I love that the Findus inclusion got slapped into MG1's deck to find some key runes like Monsoon. Very cool to see.
Yeah, very cool. You know, the toolbox deck of Aeolus is like, oh, you know, we'll be able to go get any wind Elestral. Well, with the addition of Findus, is like, well, we can also go get any wind rune. The only thing you aren't drawing is your Omnis at that point. You know, just go find any part of your deck, whatever you want. You know, go find Stratomoth, go find Suricune. Why not? You know, it's there. You know, it would be a Hermes player to look at the deck and it's like, what if I could search more of it? You know?
Yeah, I would love to search more. It's not enough. Yeah. You could search every card. You can send it to the world. It's still not enough.
I bet MG1 would be a little bit happy playing a deck of 40. What's the Earth guy that searches Earth skies?
Rummagem.
Yeah, 40 Rummagem. Just like it's got to feel kind of good.
Honestly, I can't wait for the full Rummagem deck even, right? Like, what's the idea of Rummagem Champion of Demeter to search for all your Earth cards? Or maybe that's our Demeter searcher. Shout out to PK on this one. I've been really thinking about that deck recently. So that the Rummagem just activated a neuron firing in my brain.
Yeah, the Champions of Demeter, they have a good base. Moss Station has seen some good meta play. It hits a lot. I call it green eruption. It's like the decks that are all based around Moss Station. It's like all about like just connecting it with it twice. The first time is backbreaking. The second one wins you the game. And the idea of the Giraflora being able to search, and if you're going first, be able to search again. There's a lot of different things in that Champion of Meter line that. While there might not be a deck currently at the moment, there's a lot of power there as soon as there is something to search.
Yeah, and I think that very similarly, it's a little bit like our Turtles matchup we just saw from Adam, right? Where over time, the Turtles have had really powerful support. They've always been able to do one thing very well. It just kind of took a little bit of time for them to get some pieces together and to really flesh out into a full strategy. We didn't quite see the Vesuvatuga Champion of Hephaestus touchdown on that last game, but that card in itself too also very much surprises me. I'm a big fan of the OG one for the burn effect, similar to its water counterpart Krakatuga, but the search for the Champions of Hephaestus and the re-enchanting the board is also just really strong. It's really simple. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, it's I had a friend who showed up to Kissimmee, with like Smoltuga cracking. And the main issue with the deck is when you didn't draw Smoltuga or it was dealt with, all you wanted to do is draw it again. It was sort of half a deck at that point. You had Volcaries and for Torch, and you had, Smoltuga to go into the cracking. But everything else, you're like, well, I guess we play Champ Whale because that's good. I guess we play Nemesail because we want to search something. You're going down the line. It was just like, I guess we play Smoltuga and, just to fill out some air. Now it got a little bit more cards, and a deck that was 80% of the way there is suddenly 100% of the way there. And we didn't realize how powerful the 80 was.
Yeah. And it gets just so scary, I think, especially whenever there's a lot of cards that are on the fringe of being good, especially. And so it just takes a little bit of push over the edge. Mm-hmm. I'm excited to see this top 8 and how it really fleshes out. If we're seeing players like Adam come up there with Turtles, and seemingly too, MG1 making a deep run with a Moth deck. I think that's the second Moth deck we've seen today, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more. There's got to be another couple casters making the deep run with Moth today, and seemingly our casters are more than capable of playing against it and playing with it. This is a little surprising.
Yeah, it is the deck that everyone knows how to build it. It can essentially comes in the starter deck. Everyone knows how to build the boards. There's extra tricks you can do the better and more practice you are with Fin Dust or with Nemesail or back in the bag, pick up your own suppressed Stratomoth. But not everyone was ready to pick it apart or how to deal with it getting picked apart. That is going to separate the players who make top 32 versus top 16 versus top 8 sometimes.
Yeah, and I can't help but wonder too how our predictions are actually going here today. So, we saw Adam's list here with the Vesuvatuga, presumably, and our turtle lineup. I haven't seen Chunk so far, so no Chunk Arcalith coming in here. I do love, by the way, a small detail of the Thunder Beard on that card. Didn't quite notice that before, but it's a nice addition. And we've seen a ton of Moth. But what about Paleoth coming in here? You hoping for that in top 8?
I would love to, and I think it actually has a pretty good matchup into some of the Moth stuff. In the same way that's like Jealousy can pick apart a board, Ice Age does a great job too. It's like if they manage to go full out like double Moth, it's like, well, none of them are Frost Enchanted, right? I'm gonna go take care of that real quick.
And thinking about our predictions today on the desk, we will be crowning a winner here soon after top 8 for our casters. But for the other casters on this desk, between myself, you, and Kay, I think we've pretty much hit most of the meta strategies. And Altar Stars we've also seen a ton of here today. I'm a little bit afraid of these points predictions in terms of how often a card's getting cast versus how a card's being seen. I think we are a little bit in danger compared to the Zepossum Altar of Stars prediction. What do you think?
We've had a lot. We each sort of had like one we expect to see. It's going to be like meta defining in some sense. The players are actually thinking about it, and one we kind of hope for. And the one we kind of hope for. Those. It appears that they have not shown up too much yet, and you just picked the wrong turtle. Unfortunately, everyone has been too busy burning so far. So.
Yeah, it's in there. I swear, people are playing it. It's good. Hopefully it pops up more as we get into our top 8 rounds. And the beautiful full art is just gorgeous. One thing about Sunstrike that I've loved is just how good the textured full arts are. So I'm glad we got each of the one. Let's go! It looks so good. The stellar is funny for me for that one too because it's such a subtle stellar. I think it's the eyes change color, but I can't remember.
It doesn't need to look fully different. Some of them like really do. When they like become stellar, it's like Smoltuga turns into like a cool like navy, for example.
Yeah.
But it's got just I don't have the stellar here. I wasn't fortunate enough to get the box topper, but man, Hephaestus is having one heck of a time riding the turtle on this art. I'll tell you that much.
And I don't know how much this is true, but the size of Vesuvatuga is small, right? Like if I'm going off of size charts, I think that's one thing that I lose sleep over. Is I thought I remember someone saying at one point in time that Vesuvatuga is actually like only 4 feet tall. I could be wrong. I would love to be correct on this one, but that weighs in my brain quite a bit as our caster's prediction. See, you're going crazy here. 6-0 so far with the Moth.
That was the easier one. I'll say that much. I just felt like it was important to tell the viewers like, hey, we expect to see this one. It's one, but the Altar of Stars, seeing it out of all sorts of plans today. Really like that pick from Kay because, we saw the main deck rune inclusion. It wasn't shield. If you guessed shield there, it would have looked like, oh, of course people are playing shield. I actually would have been less right than Altar of Stars here.
Yeah, and I we're holding out hope for our hero Hypnossum or Zepossum here. My psyop is working already. So, and Vesuvatuga, I know you're there, and Arcalith, at this point, I'll give up on you. You know what? You're a cool card. I love to see it. People didn't believe as much as they told me Champ of Zeus were good this round, but either way.
I have a little story from last time I cast Premier. I put Race to the Top as one of my predictions, and I didn't see, anybody actually playing it. I thought it like had, maybe people put it in their decks in like the, the Supercell decks. Maybe they'll side into the other stadium, or, maybe you don't do the Supercell stuff. Instead, you just do the amp up like a Volt stuff, and you want that stadium. I was like, okay, maybe Race to the Top. Somebody's gonna play it today, and I asked around, like, hey, would anybody, want to help juice this prediction or anything? And Adam said, I got you, man. I got you. Did not play a Thunder Spirit in their deck at all. Did not bring Race to the Top. 0 hits. Extremely mad at Adam.
So funny. Oh my god. That's my champion right there.
Yeah,
incredible.
On top 8, jerk.
That's so sick. All right, Adam, you have the opportunity to do the funniest thing possible. You ruined Jock's prediction once. You can ruin mine and throw your run. Take all the turtles out. Take them out of your deck. Incredible.
Yeah, just side out. It's just like, I don't need the green one. We're just playing Earthquake at this point.
Exactly. Insane. We do have today as well our top 16 players into round 6 that we have to look at are some of the best players going into the 7th round, hoping to convert as well. And a lot of very familiar names and ones that we've seen so far pop up over tournaments and tournaments. What I love here from this one, and this is, again, some of the most insanely stacked names I've seen in quite some time, with Astronite at a 6-0 finish into that last round, Lol Bobfish at a 5-1, Kryber 5-1, MG1 5-1, El Caballo at a 5-1, which we've seen before in the past. Ari coming in here with 5-1 as well. You better not be on Pentair. Pope, our previous winner, at a 5-1, and Skolmuk also at 5-1. This is quite a big top 8. Talk to me about these next 16 casters.
Yeah, if you look here, there's 12 through 2, so there's going to be with Astronite in there, there's going to be 7 or 6 ones here going into the top 8. There is going to be very few X2s that make it all the way there. So these players are really playing for win-and-ins at 5-1. It's not just like, it's like we'll probably have good enough breakers to get in. It's like, no, these matter quite a bit. And there's like some very notable names up here. Ari, sure hope they're on Pen. I love that, the top player is just pet deck in this game. It's, Ari's just like, well, it's like, how would I build Pen to win the meta, essentially? And it's like, well, you could try another deck. It's like, that's not what I asked. I asked, how do I build Pent to win?
And I love the single mind of Pentair. Everything goes inside of the square hole. This is also really fun to me as a boomer in this game, considerably. I'm seeing some names on here that remind me of our best of 1 times over in base set. And, Win the Scent, Brewlock, Hunter Surge, Spicy Sausage. And these people that we haven't seen in quite some time are just now dominating these events. That's kind of the funny part here, is that sometimes you'll run into times where it's like, what year is this? And seemingly when Krakatoa and Water are good, you get some people out of the woodworks that are legends in the space.
Yeah, and we're seeing plays that have sort of fallen out of the meta. We're seeing Water enchant your Elestral for turn so it doesn't get hit by Tsunami, and it working because the opponent did have Tsunami. It's like, we're seeing all sorts of old school plays in this extreme new meta. The meta is fast and quick and loud. It's really loud in terms of the plays that are happening, but we've seen a number of grindy games. There's the fastest cards we've ever seen, but also the best grind cards we've ever seen, or cards that were good in the grind, like Champ Volcaries in the past, have gotten a lot better at, being used now that Tongs is around, for example.
Yeah, and I think it's so interesting how our top players are picking out their decks to tech out for this format as well. We saw those side deck cards coming in strong, like Catabasis, which I am hoping to see a lot more play as stuff like the Fire Discard and Hermes become a little more popular. It's a very targeted sort of side deck rune for our casters. You mentioned it earlier too, that Owloon being the third highest represented side deck card is crazy, considering that previously Leviathan and maybe some Frost Spirits for Cryoblast were like the only ones we really consider, but there's so many good lunar tools that fit so well into side decks.
Yeah, and there's like, you know, there's some times like maybe you wanted like an extra thunder in the, you know, for like thunderstorms if you're going to deal with something like you know, like a divine or a stadium or something out of your thunder deck. But yeah, lunar or the Owloon has been a very common side deck choice ever since Dense Fog has been printed, and now it just continues to being like, well, I can't really think of a 15th card, and it would make my spirit deck a lot easier if I just throw it over here, you know.
And that's something that I think is so interesting to notice as well from this sort of trend of hyper game plan decks before the kind of rainbow theory of spirits of a couple here, and really trying to slam in all the best cards in the game to one deck. I feel like can still work. You know, there's definitely options and decks that can play with that sort of mindset, but oftentimes you just don't have the spirit space to facilitate both your really strong engine pieces and also like a random out of element card. So like you were saying, the side deck can be very useful for carrying just those extra spirits for those scenarios.
Yeah, it's I used to say during like the Firestorm meta when I started out, you know, there was a lot of reason to be playing a lot of elements, you know, just playing the best card in each element without these like huge game plans, these huge engines that are all in one element. And I used to be saying, if you aren't doing spirit math from the start of the game, your spirit deck isn't tight enough. Now it's sort of the same, but you're looking at it and it's like, it's 16 wind, it's 2 earth, it's like 2 thunder. And you're looking at it, it's like, oh, I am doing spirit deck math at the start of the game, but it's like, do I shave off that first thunder, for example?
Yeah, and you expend 1 spirit too little, too late, 1 spirit too early, and now you're looking at a chance of having to find yourself either with an Ambrosia, a Nemesail, something to heal. And especially with decks that are just chewing through spirits like Blam, it's like, what do you do sometimes but have to make your math as comfortable as possible?
Yeah, but I think we're getting ready for top 8 soon, so we've got a break right before then, but you will see me and you will see K-Cray going for the first round of top 8 soon. We'll see you. Welcome back. Hello. Hi. We've had a lot of fun in Elestrals today. As we are getting top 8 ready, there's a few more rounds finishing up. We've seen elements we didn't expect. We've seen elements we heavily predicted. We've seen decks we never even thought of, and decks that, we saw as the boogeyman. Kay, what have you liked most about today?
I cannot believe how surprised I have been. I think that every single round there's been something, whether it be an individual card or the entire strategy altogether, that has genuinely been surprising to me. And I know that going into this, a lot of people were very like, oh, it's just going to be Moth, everything. And while, yes, it is the most represented deck, there are a lot of Moths flying around. I also think that we have very much seen today on stream that it is not the all-encompassing deck that people think it is, and it is very much easily dealt with so many of these other decks that just have tech after tech after tech to deal with threats, not just Moth, but all of these fringe strategies that have been popping up.
Yeah, we've seen as much essentially like lunar-related decks between the Hermes, the full lunar aggro, and Dionysus as we've seen the Moths, there's been a little bit of Hermes. We saw Hera earlier, but not like a Hera that I was thinking in Imperio. It was like, let's go Imperawatt and everything in between that. We've seen like some fire discard, some fire tongs, Hephaestus, really creative decks throughout, and not what I was expecting either.
It has been a lot of fun though.
Yeah. But during this time, while we're waiting a little bit for top 8, I've heard you've got a couple packs you want to crack. You just need to find time. You got a booster box here.
I have been waiting for this moment. I am so excited. Okay. I truly, at the beginning of this broadcast, while we were not even on camera, I brought this on and I said, by the way, no pressure, but I have a whole box. By the way, no pressure, guys. But so I'm so excited.
Is it still sealed? Do we also get to see the box topper reveal?
I haven't flipped over the box topper. We still have it here. We get to check it. Okay.
All right. What are you hoping for?
Honestly, the Imperial is gorgeous, and I really like the Stratomoth Stellar. So.
Okay, the Stratomoth Stellar is the true high roll. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we got Vesuva Tuga. This does not count. Swole does not get a point for this. This does not count.
Nope, not at all. See,
declaring it right now.
When they say sleeve your cards for a tournament, they don't mean like the original plastic sleeve.
No, they do not. No, and so this does not count.
Put the predictions away. Get them out of here.
Yeah. Go on. We have some packs to open. All right.
These packs are exciting. There's no guarantee for a full art, but I've been seeing on average more like 2 full arts per box. No guarantee, but kind of guarantees. Okay. Oh, beautiful out.
Yeah, they got our Owloon spirit there. That's probably my favorite spirit art from this set. Okay. So already a card that we saw today, another card we've seen today, another card we've seen today. Okay, all right. And not you.
Neville out, Ash Rabbit.
Unfortunately, my beloved, not you. Not yet, at least. Okay, another card we've seen today. Yes, another card we've seen today. Reverse Hollow. Ooh, we got the Astrabit Champion of Hera. This was a card that we knew they were going to announce. We saw Hera's design and we were like, I swear if there's not an Astrabit Champion of Hera, what are we doing?
Gotta be a funny bunny, and it's Champ Whale, apparently.
Okay, and the poll is... Oh, Dreamlock. Okay.
I wonder if there's some Dreamlock in that Lunar Aggro we saw earlier. That is a good suppression tool. If it's not in the main, maybe it's in the side.
I mean, we've been talking about Nexusing being such a big thing in this format, so and maybe
Lord and Werepup and Full Moon can get extra spirits on board. It's more live than it may seem.
Mm-hmm. I think that we need to open. I think we got to keep opening. I think we got to keep opening packs here.
Yeah, we got some time. What's one more? What's one more?
What's 15? What's the whole box? Welcome to my pack opening stream. That's right. You thought you were here for top 8. We're not doing that anymore. A giant cane comes in and pulls me off the side of the camera. All right. Oh, our spirit. Ooh, okay. The Vampiro. All right. Let's see.
A little tad puff.
Yeah. Oh, more
Love
Hera.
Magneto. Pick up the guy who was negated.
I love that
Okay.
Jolton art. Ooh,
Rivet
okay.
Tail. Very
Shout
good
out Soul
card.
Fury.
Catabasis,
Badass.
most popular side deck card.
Uh-huh. Okay, our reverse hollow. Ooh, Lutrax.
Lutrax.
That's
I
a
heard
card I
there's
would
a
love to
Hestia
see.
deck that top 16. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we'll see it, but that is, maybe they were on Lutrax and Ash Rabbit.
Maybe. I've heard it's a powerful combo. And oh, okay. The Imperial.
Very nice.
Okay.
Being the main boss of the starter deck for Hera Imperial. Before I finish my sentence, just start opening it.
Listen, they haven't cut me off yet. I feel like we're just getting through the first few. We gotta, like, the first pancake. Nothing is ever perfect at the very beginning. We gotta earn this stellar that I know is incoming. Okay. All right.
Okay, there's the Tad Puff. Hello, little friend. Oh, real quick. That is my favorite card of the set.
I
This
love that
gem
Platypus art. Oh.
This is the most beautiful trading card I've ever seen. I love it so much.
That has to be maybe my favorite of the gem arts. It is so cute.
Yeah, show up to your locals and get some yourself.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Ooh.
Reverse hollow
Right.
is. Ooh. Okay. The Stratamoth reverse hollow, and I've been informed that apparently this is my last pack.
So you get last pack magic on this one too, not just the last one of the box.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And it is. Ooh, okay, Hephaestus, we got a hollow. You know what?
Not
Honestly,
too bad.
kind of an insane pack actually in terms of
No, and I like that art of
playability.
him. He looks like he's in charge.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, he looks like if I was Aphrodite, I wouldn't go anywhere near Ares. Don't worry, Pookie. Do not worry.
Yeah, but if you too would like beautiful gem arts like this, find your local scene near you. Use the store locator. I show up to my local store, Game Guys, and sometimes I make it out a little bit further to a local store called Wandering Mystic. These packs are beautiful. Finding your community is even more beautiful. Find friends to play with. It's why I really show up, is to meet, to see the people I really like.
And with that being said, we have the Sunstrike set celebrations coming up. So now is the perfect time to find a local near you. Get into your local store, get into your LGS, and oh man, this Dragalis champ, the full art, the extended art. I remember when I first saw this, I said, what's he up to? And then we saw this extended art on the playmat, and it was like, oh, complete destruction of the Pantheon. Got it. Oh, is that all?
Yeah, it's just normal amounts of fury, just what he's up to.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely gorgeous art, and this is a huge flex. We've been talking about all day that the flex of the playmat is always the first impression, and what a flex this one would be.
Yeah, just show up to your local, feel like you run the show, and everyone who sees you pull it out, they're like, they kind of run the show. It's how it works.
Exactly. And me personally, I'm so lucky. We actually have our local here, Darkside Games, which is the LGS that was at Worlds with us here in Vegas. So very cool. I have 2 top 16 world, literally like top cut competitors at my locals. So it is very not casual, very not chill, but it is a lot of fun. And if you want to find a store near you, that QR code on screen is going to help you find one.
Yeah, just, you put in your location, and Elestrals might be a lot closer to you than you may expect. There might be multiple stores in your city. Find out, and if there isn't, maybe talk to local card game shops and get a scene going. All it takes is a couple people to turn into a lot of people.
And I mean, Elestrals, one thing that they do really, really well is the exclusive cards, whether that be like a card party, so gorgeous, or like you said, those gem frames. You are absolutely incentivized to go in, get out, and play at your locals, because I need to get my hands on a lot of those tournament packs.
Yeah, those are packs that you can't really get anywhere else. It's like, they're different from the tournament packs. They're not going to be in your booster boxes. They want you to be participating and playing the game. But I think we're getting pretty close to top 8 being ready. So I'm excited to soon get into this first match. I don't believe there is going to be a bracket graphic, but we can tell you all the matches that are coming up soon.
I guess pretty much as soon as we have confirmation, we can verbally tell you, because we actually do have top 8. It's all sorted. It's just a matter of when we can let you all know. And I know that you guys got to look at it a little bit at the end of the last round. And let me tell you, this is a stacked top 8. All of the biggest name in Elestrals, they came out today to play, to claim the title of the very first Sunstrike Premier champion. And they were not kidding around. The best of the best are currently represented in today's top 8, which means that any of the games moving forward could be a finals match.
Yes, we have a top 8 players we have Lol Bobfish, Kryber, Astronite, Pope, El Caballo on that Dionysus deck, Win the Scent, Adam as we saw, and MG1. Both MG1 still squeaking into top 8 after that match versus Adam. Maybe they get a rematch somewhere, later in to the tournament.
Absolutely. We also have Astro's Knight and Win the Scent. And we have heard from a lot of these casters today already. We've seen the decks that they're on, and we already know that there is a very healthy mixture of decks represented in Top Cut, which is super, super exciting. And as soon as we find out what table we are going to be peeking in on for our top 8, I cannot wait for this. I am so excited. I love these monumental event type premieres when we have them, where it's like, yeah, the first premier champion of Sunstrike is going to be crowned today.
Yeah, you not only have to be on top of your game gameplay wise, you need to be on top of your card analysis skills, on top of your deck analysis skills, and then a layer above that is like, okay, everyone thinks these cards are good. What cards are good against those? Are they good enough against those? Can I build a whole deck against those? And do those give up too much at something at the level below? There is a lot to understanding what a brand new format will be like. There aren't really standardized lists going around. Maybe turtles have completely changed and, cut, the earth turtle of the Vesvatuga. Sorry, Swole. But, it's or maybe they have all these, different options out of the board to pivot into the different turtles. No one is really sure on what is exactly the right direction, so it's really impressive to these players to get up to this level.
Today, over 100 casters came out to compete in this tournament, which means that these are the best of the best who have made it here. On top of that, like you said, all of these new cards, almost 100 new cards added to the pool with the advent of Sunstrike. And not only that, but you have to look back in time, because some new strategies and new cards could make viable old cards. And so our casters have had quite a task ahead of them to not only say what's the best deck in Sunstrike, but what is the best deck in Elestrals. And I think that it's very, very cool to see, like you said, not only just going with the meta, but going with the counter meta, making meta calls, saying what works well here and how are people going to be playing, what are people going to be playing, and what plays into that. And I mean, just represented in Top Cut that I can think of, that I remember from today, we have Dionysus, we have Hermes. Both of those decks, outside of a couple cards being added, mostly unchanged from before. We also have, of course, Moth is represented. We had to know that that was going to convert, but we also have a couple different fire strategies. Adam with the winning strategy over at Card Party, and a few other iterations of that. I think that it's a very exciting top cut that we are in for here.
I know. I wish right now there was 3 others of us that we could watch all the matches right now. There's a lot of top levels Elestrals that is about to be played, and we only are going to be able to watch one match. It's a shame, but I mean, these decks have obviously proven themselves through a Swiss. These players have obviously proven themselves through the Swiss, being able to go all the way through it with only 1 loss or 0 on decks, especially ones like the Dionysus deck from El Caballo is especially impressive to me because it wasn't even on anyone's radar to be on anyone's radar. It was when I played Havocub at my sealed pre-release, I was like, oh, this seems kind of nice. It's like good against these like low to the ground, like not super synergistic pile deck. It's also really good when you can just consistently do it. Also, didn't expect that. That's crazy.
I mean, even so, that and the fact that we have seen so many other different decks today, I was definitely trying to keep an eye out to see if we could see the Imperawatt convert to top cut, and I would be so curious to hear about their run and see how that went, and actually like how far they were able to get with it. Because I think that based on the performance that we saw, based on just how good of a card Imperawatt is, something that I didn't realize until I saw it hit the board, I think that it could have been a contender. So even moving forward, as we continue through the Sunstrike meta, there could be these sort of fringe decks that people continue to cook with, continue to refine, that you just need 1 or 2 little changes, 1 or 2 little additions, and all of a sudden you have, Imperawatt winning one of the next premieres. So, hey, I would love to see it. Yeah,
I would love to talk to the Imperawatt player because I have no idea even what the matchup spread would look like. I have no clue. What card, if they told me it's like, oh, this card is like a problem for me, I'm just like, yeah, I believe you. It's like, I don't really understand anything about that. But it appears we have a match just about ready to go. We are going to be watching Astronite versus Win Descent for our top 8 match. 2 players we've actually seen on stream today before, and I think Win Descent was on a Smoltuga build,
I think that was the like
build?
Hephaestus. Yeah. That was sort of the Hephaestus build. The one where we saw the Lavalith champ hit the board and never leave again and be a problem for the rest of time. Are we gonna see a run back of that? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean Lavalith, if we're scared of P-Gust out of Stratomons, it's like, well, what if we play red P-Gust, fire P-Gust, just pop all the back row. Original Lavalith had to go, but this one is much more fair in comparison until you're on the other side of the table from it.
Of course, an Astros Knight over here, no slouch as a former Premier champion and someone who has gone undefeated today, which is crazy.
Wow.
Will Win Descent and Hephaestus be the one to take down Astros Knight on his Thunder Lunar Tirade? I don't know. Or will we see Astros Knight make a run for the top spot again? I think that if he manages to win that, he will probably secure himself the number 1 position on the qualifier point leaderboard. That would be my guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, these players are playing for a lot of prizing, different tournament packs, different booster boxes. As you really start, each win in this top 8 adds a lot onto the value of stuff you're getting. But they are doing this for the glory. They're doing this for the winning mats. They are doing this for the trip to Worlds, the QP, the ability to get the travel voucher and stuff. So there is a lot on the line here, and these players are going to be trying their absolute best.
I personally cannot wait to see these 2 casters, and these are 2 decks that I definitely wanted to see more from. In the rounds that we saw them, I think that we got just enough where it was like, ooh, ooh, what all is going on here? Do you have more to this deck? I know that Astros Knight, the entire time I was like, do you have a 3-drop Lunar in there somewhere? or is this, are you just doing, Werepup and Possum? Is that the core of the deck, which, I mean, clearly has been completely effective today. So I'm very curious to see.
Show us the moose. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you need to borrow the Exo-10?
You just got it on deck. You just got it right there whenever you need it.
Always within my little grubby fingy reach.
I don't know. I've been pulling out props all day on what cards to show, but we are just about to get started. The players are ready. We're going to have a very interesting showdown, which, if you told players at the start of the day, this is what our first top 8 match is going to be, they'd be like, this meta?
I know. I am so excited. Okay, apparently both casters are 6-1. I didn't realize that Astros Knight did lose in the last round. But hey, you know what? Previously, before the last round of Swiss, undefeated, and Win the Scent also 6-1. So I cannot wait to see. Astros Knight is going to be starting us off first here, starting us off, getting us into the action, starting top cut of your very first ever Sunstrike Premier event. Let's go ahead and get into it. I can't wait.
Astros Knight will be in the purple sleeves to match the spirits and the cards in their deck. When the set is going to, let Astros Knights develop. This is not going to be a super fast match if I have to guess. It's Lunar Aggro and it is Eruption Burn, but both these decks, it seems like they have a lot of game throughout a very long game, and it's going to be a lot more nickel and diming than it might seem from the titles of these decks.
I definitely agree. And, this is a point that we talked about earlier and something that I've observed. It is wild how fast the meta is that we define decks like this as slower paced. Anything with Eruption in it being called slower paced, hello. But, that is what low to the ground strategies look like now. These more game plan decks, whether they be built around the Hephaestus strategy, whether they be built as sort of like a Lunar Aggro package. These are the more low to the ground. They can afford to play additional support runes, that sort of thing. And clearly that's had a lot of success today.
Yeah, the Eruption used to, for a while, was just like a side deck card that you'd bring in when you're close to time. So, because the games would go longer and you would be able to burn out your opponent, get a little bit ahead with, spirit math in that way. Now it is a core part of the deck strategy here today. And here we are after a mulligan. It appears we have Expend the Draw, a set 1, and Astros Knight taking it slow here, and Win the Set after a mulligan is going to start out with that Volcari's very important card to the entire deck.
Going to be going in, searching out the Hephaestus. Astros Knight either not having a Gorgon's Gaze or saving it for a future turn. This is something that we saw from Astros Knight previously, this very don't you want to play something? Hey, don't you want to play something? And that just goes to show how much I know, because then he was able to fully wrap up the games after playing this very piecemeal, very I know when to deploy the strategy, I know when to play these cards, and now is not the time. I need to collect a few more pieces, a little bit more protection in the back row, or whatever it may be. And Win the Scent has no such compunction, because we are going to be going ahead and activating, disenchanting from that Hephaestus, going and searching out those tongs of Hephaestus.
First mulligan is free. Those 2 fire spirits to the yard, 1 off the Hephaestus to equip the tongs, and is actually going to hold back a little bit. No point to equip it right now. It's not going to deal extra damage. So just going to hold back and say, hey, I have a tongs in hand. I might go get another one whenever I need it. 3 fire in the underworld. Astros Knight deciding to expend the draw shows that they wanted to accrue resources, and will accrue more resources after another expended draw, and just wants to make sure they are in a position that once the game goes long, I have the correct reactive pieces at different parts of the game.
Astros Knight here is very comfortable to let all of these decks that tend to be pretty expensive, even though As far as spirit management goes, actually Hephaestus is one of the best in the game right now. But of course, at this point in time, we've spent a little bit, we've invested a little bit into this board, and we'll continue to do so as we go in and we search out a Torch of Hestia. And the tongs are one of the artifacts that we've seen most today. Torch of Hestia, however, still very good. A 1-cost artifact rune, meaning that while it may not have the insane effect of tongs, it is still a bit of a boost, and the foretell effect can be incredibly helpful as we are developing our hand and continuing forward in the game.
Maybe Win the Scent is, trying to hold back from an idea of a Ouroboros on the other side. Doesn't want to equip a Tongs of Hephaestus just yet, and instead will just water enchant this Volcaries to make sure it gets in for a little bit more damage, but does not want to, equip with an artifact that will not be returned to hand when Ouroboros bounces the Volcaries back. So just play it slow. If your opponent is playing it slow, why not you? And we have a new moon? Is that right?
Yeah, lunar phase new moon. It is the lunar eruption, essentially, or not eruption, but lunar earthquake here. And we also see, I believe that is the waning crescent, waxing crescent. I was saying I need to go back to lunar phase school because it's been so long since we've seen real lunar phase cards. But Astra's Knight playing a real suite of them here.
I didn't realize we would have to go back to lunar phase school at all. This was not on my radar in the slightest. It's I'm excited to see exactly what else, and that was a Vermilord just discarded.
I believe that was from the effect of the lunar phase.
Okay.
And we did use the earthquake effect, and the Volcaries has gone to the underworld, as we're finally getting some movement here from Astra's Knight saying, I collected all the pieces I've needed. Now I'm going to be playing the Werepup. The effect is good. We're going in and getting, I imagine, the lunar phase, lunar eclipse, given the back row that we're looking at from Win the Scent here, and possibly going to be seeing a Leica Void hit the board.
Yeah, and while it took Astronite a little bit to get into the game, not down on spirits, equal on spirits. So totally fine to take it a little slow because there was no real disadvantage. If anything, Astronite just might be up a couple cards at this point and just going to play it real slow at the exact pacing that they need to play out their threats.
Yep, and here we go. We have the lunar phase, lunar eclipse being added to hand. Astra's Knight taking quite a bit of time to look through the deck, say, okay, what do I have in here? What am I doing? With all these lunar phases, I gotta say, where is at least Volclips? Come on, even if you're not gonna, you don't have to play the whole Volclips line, but at least Voldusk, right? At least play the baby if you're gonna be doing all this.
Yeah, it heals, it draws, it's also efficient. It's not that much worse than expending the draw for a turn. Just get the 1/5 pocket down. Come on. And then Argo is going to be blown up.
I was wondering about Argo, actually, watching Win the Scent sort of operating around these artifact runes.
And the Leica Void is not stopped. Is it going to be a double lunar enchanted Leica Void, or is it maybe going to be water enchanted to deal with Tsunami? This is a, if it's double lunar enchanted, it can't be dealt with by counter runes this turn. If it's water enchanted, it can't be dealt with Tsunami any turn. So real option here for Astronite, and it's going to be double lunar. Get in for 2. Get them.
Ooh, okay. And this is exactly what Astra's Knight did in the previous games that we've seen from him. Leica Void, of course, being one of those cards that people love to enchant with other things. When Cryoblast was one of the prominent cards, people were putting frost on it. And you're so right, with the Water Spirit and Tsunami, that's another one that we've seen. But here we're going biblically accurate Leica Void.
No, and there's a chance here that, in an upcoming turn that Leica Void is actually fire enchanted, but not from the choice of Astronite, maybe from the choice of Hephaestus and his jealousy.
True. As we have Smaltuga hit the board here, we are going to be using the effect to go in, search with Hephaestus, changing the effect a little bit to be able to get an invoke rune, opting to go for that eruption. Very scary. Yep, we're revealing the artifact rune from our hand.
Goes in.
Yep.
Wow, everything is resolving today, and that's an offensive crack. That crack is looking to deal 2 on its own.
It is so interesting to see all of the different iterations of turtles. People have clearly been very excited. And yes, that is in fact the OG, not the champion Krakatuga. This is what we saw from Win the Scent before. I'm curious if they maybe have the other form cited for certain matchups, but I mean, it's so hard to pass up a swimming eruption.
Mm-hmm. Now, here comes the eruption, which is also going to be, I'm guessing, an EQ to take out that Leica Void, unless Astronaut has anything to say. But Astronaut down to 3 before combat. And is that going to be a Rise from the Shadows to bring it back? Yes.
Looks
that
like
is a good play. And now that offensive Krakatuga, unless like a Torch of Hestia is committed to it or something, or maybe the Tongs, but the Tongs would cost an actual 3. You know, no Volcaries around right now, so yeah.
Yeah, we are paying the actual 3 on the Tongs, saying it is worth it to be able to swing over this Leica Void right now.
Do you know how bad it feels to pick up not 1, not 2, but 3 spirits to cast a card, and you're like, oh, I sure hope this works. You know, it's why you play Eruption, is to make your opponent feel that. And it's now they're moving to combat and figuring out exactly what the options are, and successfully walked over the Leica Void falls to the tonged up Krakatuga.
We do see the discard of the torch here to go ahead and take care of that lunar phase full moon that was set there.
Yeah, that full moon from the Shatter Stars. So found 4 different lunar phases, just 4 more to go to summon the Volumbra. But
hey, we could have a Volclipse board wipe coming in. I'm just saying, I've been talking about a lunar 3-drop this entire time. We are well on our way.
But here comes the Ouroboros. And unless there's no reaction here, was this Krakatuga is going to be put right back to the hand, and the spirits are going to go back. Okay, is deciding that to pull a water spirit off of the Krakatuga, saying, I don't need it in hand. You know, this game is getting close enough to the end anyway. I just want to use this spirit to make sure I don't run out.
Yep, so we have the Tsunami there being paid for. Ouroboros looking a little teeny tiny with this little 2 booty in defense there, as Win the Scent is thinking about crimes as we are going to reforge.
That is efficient. So I think one little interesting note there was, though one of the spirits for the Krakatuga was pulled off for Tsunami, the other spirit still got bounced back to Spirit deck due to Ouroboros. Interesting interaction there, but here comes the Volcaries, and is going to cause problems for Astronaut, as Astronaut is now down to 1 spirit, and Win the Scent is on a lot more.
Win the Scent is quite comfortable right now, and I mean, if we're able to get anything that even recycles the eruption, we don't even have to attack to win right now. But we will see. I think that at this point there isn't much game left, but Astro's Knight might know something that we don't, might have a plan in mind. Hey, I don't know. There are certainly lunar healing cards that we have, and there's always the chance for an Ambrosia, which means you get to play the game more.
Yeah, we are going to enchant the Hephaestus with 1, and okay, we are figuring out probably some specifics of a ruling, but I believe, is there a Tong still left in hand at this point that we know about, or there's the Torch of Hestia?
The Tongs was grabbed with the Reforge, and I believe that the conversation was that the Krakatuga should have been bounced back to hand as opposed to sent to the underworld because of the effect of the Ouroboros. So now we're running it back. We've corrected the game state, and we are back here. We have enchanted the Tongs of Hephaestus to to this Volcari's Champion of Hephaestus for free, paid for by the Underworld Spirits, and it looks like that was all she wrote. Astros Knight has conceded game 1 in top 8 to win the Scent. So
yeah, the judges want to keep a clean game. The players want to keep a clean game, but meanwhile, Astros Knight is probably fiddling with their fingers a little bit there. It's like, well, I'm probably going to scoop next turn, so maybe we can just sort of keep this one up, and maybe we can rule this in a more pressing time.
It is important to always make sure that you are getting all of your little steps, even if it's like, I'm going to go back into my deck to do this, or technically this bounces to the Underworld, but then it can come back because of this. But, it's good to know, to make sure, for just good housekeeping, good game state awareness to walk through all of that. Now, going into game 2, things may look a bit difficult for Astros Knight. However, I am not worried for him, considering we have been in this exact same situation with Astros Knight today on this exact same deck, where the first game it was like, oh, I don't know what Astros Knight was doing. I don't even know what that deck was really wanting to do at all, and then proceeded to sweep from behind. So this could absolutely be one of those situations.
Yeah, the hand looked a little bit clunky. A lot of lunar phases, a lot of expending the draw early. It's while a lunar aggro deck can play a little reactive, it also wants to get on board and attack a bunch. Hypnosum was never found. Maybe a mulligan was probably the best course, or just looked at their hand and thought, I have really good odds on finding a starter like Ast Rabbit, which we've seen in the deck, and Hypnosum. But hopefully they are able to get a little more footing on the game and make it a little closer, as getting burned for 6 and then walked over with the Krakatuga was not exactly how they wanted things to go.
I do not imagine that it is. And going into this next game, I'm sure that Astros Knight has a plan to combat that. You must have heard about the curse of the mulligan, because going in saying, I'm going to expend a draw the first 2 turns in hopes of seeing a guy, that seems like mulligan fear at that point. But this time, I imagine we're not going to be in the same situation. Now, for either of these casters, are there any specific cards that you think would be worth pulling in from the side deck that would deal with these specific strategies?
I believe now, and this might not be worth to bring in, but I believe Catabasis will stop Rise from the Shadows from working. If that is an interaction that they really think is important, it's like, okay, I can pop individual guys, but if I want them destroyed, I want them destroyed. Let's make sure that resolves. Meanwhile, Astro Knight is probably looking for ways to deal with jealousy, or keeping all the Ouroboros in, so just wants to make sure that these big Tongs plays actually cost a lot of spirits for them, and it's when you're only bouncing back 1 spirit of the 4 spirits on an Elestral, that feels a lot better for you.
As we have a mulligan from Win the Scent, Astros Knight seemingly content with this opening hand here. And I think that he's also going to be starting us off first. That would be my guess, at least. And hopefully Win the Scent can get into a good hand here. As you said, that first mulligan from this specific deck is essentially free. It is! You can pay for Tongs for free!
The last time we've seen so many, mulligans, it was, when people were trying to cryo scorch people on turn 1. It was
yeah.
It's not quite like that, but we've definitely got some different options. And after that first hand, the second hand will work. And here's Astro Knight with the Funny Bunny, as we all expected to see today, the Ast Rabbit out of Lunar Aggro, as if it's Dallas format.
And going to be looking at the top 3 cards of the deck there. This is certainly a better start from Astros Knight. This is a start that we've seen from him that he's very comfortable with, able to build up the strategy, whether it be getting into the Hypnosum, whether it be setting us up for the Flare Pup package. Remains to be seen. I wonder if he has kept all of those lunar phases in, or if those are cards that circumstantially he's been citing out today.
Yeah, maybe Astros Knight just has looked at them and is like, these haven't been that good at all today. It's like, I wanted a little bit more EQ, but really I should just go find my best cards, my Hypnosums, my Rise from the Shadows and such. But you say Astra's Knight is comfortable with an Ass Rabbit in defense as a start. I think every player is at this point. It's it feels like old times, and here comes a Champ Smoltuga down, and that's scary because there's normally something that follows that.
The reveal that Torch was in hand, and we get a Pandora's box on the effect to special ascend. So here we go, the mill of the 2 cards. Oh, another baby turtle and a tsunami. 2 pretty good hits here.
Okay, so Astro Knight knows if this turtle is outed, only have to deal with 1 more, and it's but it has to definitely think it's like, oh, okay, maybe there's a second tsunami or something. Just 1 fewer of those. You try not to think about the mills that your opponent does. It's it's supposed to be cards you're not like super considering, but it starts to eliminate options. But instead, we got the little baby Nosum coming on the board.
Ooh, okay, so this is not quite aggressive enough, considering we know that we could be getting into Krakatuga next turn. Hypnosum, there we go. The effect going to be going in, searching out that Ectopossum. So that means we have at least 1 in hand. We've seen Astra's Knight cast out 2 in a turn before.
Yeah, it's about the thing about just revealing a card to activate your Smoltuga and to try to go into Krakatuga, the card is still there. It's there to reveal the next turn, and if nothing is done, Astra's Knight has to be prepared for the Krakatuga, or with dealing with the current board, and it's just going to use a full moon to deal with 1 of the back row.
Very interesting. Not using this as an ascension tool for the Werepup, instead just trying to clear back row, which is a second tsunami after that one we saw milled from the Pandora's box. This is going to be a very dry turn, I think, from Win the Scent.
Okay, and we have the Jealousy. Ooh. I don't think this works out too great, though, because Smoltuga is not a fire Elestral, so it too will be destroyed, I believe, by the wording of
Tuga Brute. We'll work on it. But yeah, I think that this is a situation where Win the Scent, I guess, is saying, I don't mind letting this go down, although...
Or is that just opponent's Elestrals, excuse me.
I think it should be any non-fire Elestral. Yep, there we go.
Or I think it's not even just Elestral, just card. It can blow up, runes and such. So Win the Scent, just saying, we don't need that, and is actually going to expend the draw. So maybe that was a slight misstep, just forgetting the intricacy of these new cards that they're playing for the first time. But here comes the Werepup, no back row. And Astro Knight is going to start punishing this with attacking with Like a Void. Maybe this Astro Rabbit moves to attack too. This is going to be an aggressive play from here on out from Astro Knight. Astra's Knight, they see blood in the water.
Yeah, this is exactly the time for Astra's Knight to start getting aggressive. That is exactly what we're doing here. And I imagine with this lunar phase full moon that we are going to be very much not only threatening to have the Like a Void come out, but honestly could threaten to really load it up for damage if we wanted to.
Temple the Moon coming out. So when that full moon is cast, and there it is, Aggro Rabbit is coming in as well. When that full moon is cast, that is going to be a very large wolf. That is going to be an 8 minimum, and full moon can obviously re-enchant lunar somewhere else. And here comes the Volcaries down, and Astro's Knight just letting it happen. Has cards in the back to be able to fight the interactions later, and is just going to let the Volcaries do the work.
Honestly, at this point, Astro's Knight isn't even worried about a tongues of Hephaestus, and can very easily, with that full moon, get this Like a Void over that 8 attack threshold. So, even Tongs, which is such a powerful card. Fortunately, this isn't an incredibly expensive combination because we are able to go and get the spirits from the underworld. Mm-hmm. It is still ultimately going to probably be futile in the face of this Like a Void.
As, these divine specific searchers were created, There was some interesting ones at first that were just like, oh, it's nice to have this in the element. But Volcaries and the, Spine Imp for Hermes and the Foamy for Aphrodite are really powerful design searchers where they're very much part of your main game plan and how you win. Mm-hmm. And there's going to be an interesting attack here if Volcaries, I believe, attacks over the Astrabbit. And then targets the Werepup. There's no great time to activate the full moon, as the full moon would go onto, or the full moon will be on this chain, but the ascension will be on a new chain, I believe.
Does that mean it can be redeclared at that point? If that is okay, seems that we are going for it. We're going and grabbing the Leica Void, and the rabbit goes down,
ascending and siphoning off the rabbit to prevent the attack and have the Leica Void especially large. That is a great tricky play. So now it has 4 lunar on it. That is 10 wolf with the thunder underneath it, just in case.
Okay, so that is one way to get around the destruction effect of Tongs, is saying, okay, but what if you can't even attack in the first place because your target is actually just the big bad wolf?
Yeah, your actual target, I'm going to put it on the big bad wolf as well. It's, it's going to eat up the entire town there.
I mean, I have heard of wolves eating rabbits, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah, and this wolf and the EQ just easily deal with the Volcaries.
Yeah,
get that out of here, but
if I had a nickel for every time I've seen Astro's Knight play that Earthquake, I would be a wealthy woman.
And we know it's that Earthquake. There's not another one.
And we are going to be paying for this jealousy off of the Tongs and enchanting to the Hephaestus to save as many of these spirits as possible. And Astro's Knight, who I guess has been dealing with jealousy all day because he had a fire spirit here to be able to say, yeah, okay, I'll put it there for representation if you want.
Sorry, no thanks. I brought my own. It's yeah, but that fire. Oh, put it on the Temple of the Moon. Okay.
Might have been a situation where because the full moon went off, we couldn't target it with the jealousy.
Yeah, maybe something like that, or maybe a shield is on the way or something. No, that is just a scoop up. The re-enchant onto the wolf is going to attack for, was that 6? And win the send down to 5 entirely, having to pull the spirits out of the spirit deck to enchant with jealousy. Astro's Knight is taking game 2 with really tricky plays.
Ooh, see, this is exactly what I was saying after game 1. This is what happened the last time that we saw Astro's Knight play, where that game 1, you're like, hey pal, what are we doing? What's the goal here? What are we trying to accomplish? And then Astro's Knight spends the next 2 games answering that question thoroughly and saying, this is what I'm attempting to accomplish here. And not only am I attempting, I am succeeding.
Yeah, just, it's like, oh, what are you trying to do? It's like, well, I'm trying to cast Werepup. Okay, and what else? It's like, well, I'm trying to then cast a Leica Void, and that should be enough, right? And yes, the answer has been yes somehow. We've got the Indiana Jones scene. We've got the Wind Ascent like doing all the fancy knife moves, and Astro Knight, pow.
Sometimes it's just the Earthquake, And that makes every single game that we have seen on stream from Astro's Knight today, other than that game 1 just before, I think that was the only time we didn't see that Earthquake. So we are now 4-1 in terms of games for this Earthquake to come up.
Yeah, I mean, put it in the deck to draw it. That's all I can say about that. But there was definitely some interesting plays in there on like how Wind Ascent was dealing with the Hypnosms and dealing with the presence of like, oh gosh, how am I, if I get bounced by an Ectopossum, it's now going to crack back especially hard because I had my Tongs there and I don't have access to another Tongs. Astro Knight is just using the little guys to add a little bit of pressure, and the moment there's weakness is going for the kill. Great play so far.
And going into this game 3, I think that either of these casters really could take it. Both game 1 and game 2 showcased exactly what each of their decks individually can do, what has gotten them this far, and what makes them so scary. So game 3 going to be determining who moves on to the semifinals of the first ever Sunstrike Premier event. The stakes are all on the line. It is incredibly, incredibly high stakes at this point, and I cannot wait to see who moves on.
No, and especially with Astros Knight, with a deck that, wasn't on our radar, and I called it out as a dark horse earlier. That was more of a dark hope. I was really hoping it got this far, and Astros Knight has been putting on a clinic all day, clearly, with it.
It's so funny because, again, both of these game 1s that we've seen from Astros Knight, I remember both of the times being like, oh yeah, maybe this deck isn't going to perform this round. Nope. And we have Win the Scent starting us off strong already with the small Tuga, revealing the Tongs in hand and already getting the Krakatuga out here. I wonder if we're going to already start going for that Earthquake, or the rather Eruption effect from the OG Krakatuga.
Yeah, if you're gonna burn your opponent's entire spirit deck, you best start early. Get it going turn 1. The 4/9. It's not gonna be the easiest card to out, especially if there's any back row. 2 for me, 3 for you. Let's keep the game moving.
And this is exactly why this card is so good. And Astros Knight already starting at a bit of a loss in terms of spirit count here. However, again, this is something that we've seen Astros Knight comfortably navigate, but with Win the Scent having 4 cards in the back row here, I'm thinking that maybe we've got some answers to things at this point.
Yeah, and here's the Werepup. That's not exactly an answer right now, and is probably going to be willing to take a 3 there, but just a Pandora's Box immediately, get rid of a Gorgon Gate and an Ectoplasm.
Huge hits from that mill. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just having 1 fewer Ectoplasm in rotation is big if you plan on casting multiple Hypnosms throughout the game.
Oh my god! That's 5 in 1 that we've seen this Earthquake. I don't understand how this has happened. Okay.
Put it in your deck to draw it. That's for sure. But
honestly, get Divine Blessing stat if you're playing against Astros Knight and set that immediately.
That is crazy. Win the Scent maybe is going to pull the spirits off this Krakatuga on the way out, just saying like, let's at least spend it, and is going to Jealousy, I believe, probably pull off the Krakatuga and re-enchant the Werepup, and figure out exactly how this works. You can pull it off and then re-enchant before the card is considered under-enchanted. Yeah, now the fire is on Astro Knight's Werepup, so the Lunar Phase is not going to be able to convert it to a Like a Void right now, but...
Okay, so, it was not a complete waste here. We were able to salvage some of the spirits. We're able to take the Werepup down with us. And on top of that, we know that the Tongs are still in hand. So if we're able to get another small Tuga, we can simply crack back.
Well, that's assuming there's 2 cracks in the deck. That's not a guarantee.
I think that this is a different art than the one we saw before. So I think, based on that we are running at least 2, because the other one was the base set art. This is the stellar. So
very smart call out. That is, that's a little edge you get from only having 1 fancy version. If you're gonna bling out your deck, go all the way. That's for sure.
Very true. You give out a lot of information by having different arts in your deck here.
Yeah. And then set a card, and the Werepup goes down.
Okay,
and Win the Scent is going to expend a draw.
I think that might have been the damage from the Werepup. Possibly. Oh no, it wasn't expended draw. Okay. As we have the Hypnosm coming out here, and possibly something else happening. We will let you know as soon as we know.
Yeah. Hypnosm coming down. It'll search out the Ectoplasm and create a really annoying board state for as soon as, we've got as soon as we can see it again. But there's a lot of back row for Wind Descent, and there is, wait, Hypnosm can search Hypnosm?
Hypnosm and Ectoplasm, and we've seen Astro's Knight do both so far in today's tournament. As we simply.
One Ectoplasm is gone. Let's just keep on chaining the value. No point on doing anything now, and that plays around Jealousy quite easily there. Mm-hmm. I do like the play.
I do think that if we had a Hypnosm that had electrical interferences with the stream, does that count as a possum? Do I get a point?
Well,
Wait a minute. Do I get a point?
I think. No, I'm just gonna say no. But here comes another Hypnosm. Keep the chain going. Wind Descent under the pressure from a 1/1 Elestral over and over again. First having to use a Jealousy on it, next having to use a Gorgon's Gaze on it. Little baby is just causing the biggest headaches.
That is what a lot of these new lunar cards do. I mean, the Hypnosm, Ouroboros, these 1-drop lunars that it's like you have to answer them. You have to do something about it. But we do have Wind Descent going for the Small Tuga evolution again, revealing the Tongs and ascending into the Krakatuga here.
And we'll see if there is a third art involved to see if they're playing a full playset. I doubt it, but now a thing to look out for as Wind Descent is trying to figure out. However, this Krakatuga most likely won't burn, as Wind Descent is very low on spirits after having to deal with the daisy chains of the Hypnosms coming at them.
Yeah, at this point, I think that this is just a threatening body. And to be fair, if you put this Krakatuga in defense, what does Astro's Knight do about it?
Yeah, right now there's nothing to do about it, and maybe is going to have to dig for an Ouroboros to bounce it, and Wind Descent might be digging for a Volcaries to be able to use a Tongs and then get one in the Underworld to be able to reforge it, as I don't think there's a Tongs in the Underworld right now to actually turn on these reforges yet, as it's all been Krakatuga gameplay and Krakatuga and Attackatuga.
Oh, let's go. Okay, so we are getting bold with it, as we have Hephaestus's jealousy, and we are paying off of that Krakatuga, enchanting to the Krakatuga to make sure it doesn't die, and targeting that Hypnosm so we don't have an Ectoplasm infestation on our hands.
Yes, and while it's Eruptions and Jealousy, so Krakatuga's effect whenever you cast Eruption will destroy the Hypnosm. Do not have to wait till end of turn, can get in a little bit more damage. But Wind Descent, I believe that is 1 spirit left. Astro Knight on 10 after this attack, or 12. 1 Ouroboros could really just shake up the game, as Gorgon's Gaze can't even be cast at this point.
Yeah, we are in a bit of a dire situation, as, okay, here goes that new moon. We are going to be, that is the Waxing Gibbous, I believe that it's discarding for the destruction effect here. And
Rack goes down.
Yeah. Okay, so Krakatuga has been cleared. If we have any Elestral, that means that we win now.
Okay, is Foretelling 3 right now? Does not have anything right now. Wind Descent is just waiting to see if there is something that is going to poke across the line. And here's the Ouroboros, no effect.
Yeah, we had removal either way. Wind Descent saying, might as well play the
on the way out.
Oh, man. Okay. See, this is exactly what I was talking about. Astro's Knight has consistently had a game 1 loss and then taken games 2 and 3, and that's what we've seen again as Astros Knight continues on and is going to the semifinal match. Incredible gameplay over on Win the Scent side there, and such a fun deck as well. I think that that's one of my favorite decks that we've seen today, is this Hephaestus focused fire list.
Yeah, the Hephaestus focused fire list has so many tricks with jealousy, with these small Tugas, being able to search out for eruption before you ascend, or maybe you search out for the artifact they don't know before they commit the Gorgon's Gaze on what you're going to do. Full carries can get a whole lot of spirits on board. Tongs is a card that you almost always have access to because of how many Hephaestus you're playing, some number of Reforges, and also you're probably just running 2 or 3. It's often in your hand, so it's a really powerful deck, and I've been super happy to watch it all day. But that was actually the final top 8 match to conclude, so we are actually already about ready for top 4. We have our results, and we can share them now. Lol Bobfish over MG1 in at table 1. Pope over El Caballo at table 2. We have Adam over Kryber on table 3, and then we have Astros Knight over Wind Descent on this table that we just watched. We'll be going over to top 4 very soon.
Ooh, okay. Very excited about that. We're going to be looking in on that table 1 for our next game match here. And I'm a little sad the Dionysus list has been knocked out at this point, but we still have a lot of fun stuff in contention. Obviously, this Lunar list that we just saw from Astros Knight, and Adam, who's created possibly the deck of the format. I mean, it won in Card Party. Can it win again in this official Premier event? I don't know.
Yeah, this has been extremely impressive. Meta development, recognition of the meta. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what Lil Bobfish and Pope are on, but I'm not sure there is a moth. At least there's not a moth between Adam, and Astros Knight. But so table 1, Lil Bobfish and Pope will be the feature match next round, and I'm not sure if either of them are on moth. I don't really know.
The only moth player that I knew for sure was in Top Cut was MG1. And obviously MG1 not moving on to the semifinals. So either we had a mirror match, or I think that both Lol Bobfish and MG1 have not been on, or not MG1, Lol Bobfish and Pope. I don't think that we've heard from either of them today. So very excited to see brand new decks, at least to you and I, and Swole when he joins me here. And we will be back in just a little bit for our semifinal round. Hello, casters, and welcome back. We are back here for your semi-final match. We are going to be crowning in just a couple rounds the first ever Sunstrike Premier Champion, and I cannot wait. We have two casters coming up in the semi-final round who we haven't seen at all today, so their decks are a bit of a mystery to us. Swole, what did you think about that last round?
Well, I mean, it try as you might, the simplest answer is always Earthquake, right? I mean, that's probably one of the most insane showcases of the fact that both casters had these insane push and swing turns, both with some of these, I would say, not necessarily discovered decks inside the meta. Win the Scent, longtime Elestrals player, rocking up with their ever-faithful Krakatuga, burning the house down. I didn't expect 2 copies of that turtle in the deck. And for Astros Knight, the Lunar deck, it's got some definite legs to it. That was a crazy showcasing.
Yeah, that both of these casters, we've seen from them before today. We've seen them both take wins. We've seen them both take losses. And either way, they have been playing out of their minds and have shown that they both deserve to not only be in this top cut, but could easily have won this entire thing. Now, both of these casters that we're about to watch today, Lil Bobfish and Pope, both not unfamiliar to Elestral's glory and fame, Pope having been a previous Premier champion.
Yeah, it's crazy to see Pope back in action here. It's so funny. I remember seeing both these casters as well at the Worlds event in Vegas. Both of them were playing their hearts and their minds out for that top slot. And maybe Hope can prepare some magic again and make another deep run. Top 8's a good start, and the semifinals with decks we haven't seen before. I think we're unknown on both these casters.
I'm very excited to see. I know that Pope specifically has been known to cook some interesting stuff up, and maybe that's the case here today. Lil Bobfish, a bit of a more unknown entity to me in terms of deck building and everything, though. So we'll see.
Yeah, and here's hoping as well that we get to see some of those crazy techs today. Galaxy was the last time we saw Pope do some shenanigans and really innovate upon the format. So maybe there's a Moth killer today that they are distinctly targeting. Otherwise, I know Pope has been known to also pilot Moth themselves, and maybe has refined the strategy since playing in these initial tournaments.
I'm very excited to see it. Lil Bobfish actually did take down Moth in the previous round against MG1. So could be either that was a mirror match, or could be, like you said, these are Moth killers. And in that case, we are in for something very, very interesting.
I'm really excited for it, honestly. And I think as we're going into these top rounds, it's kind of important to remember that we've shaved off a lot of competitors and a lot of people who we don't get to really see very often, but we'll always love having back. Now it's time for people who have been here through years and years of play, have really cut down a lot of their time to being whole champions out here. This is crazy. The top 8 was so stacked, I almost fell out of my chair.
I know every single one of them. Names we're familiar with, names we've been seeing, some of them for years, and very cool. I mean, at this point, we had over 100 casters competing today. People are all excited to claim the title of the very first Premier Sunstrike champion. So no matter what, it's going to be a very deserving caster. As you said, these are all names that I was floored when I saw that this was the gauntlet that whoever wins is going to have to go through to get there.
Yeah, and maybe in this round as well, Lil Bobfish going undefeated into this round, and maybe can continue that streak. I think we've only had one other caster go undefeated inside of their entire run on their thing, and this is be crazy for an unknown format that is supposedly the boogeymanest of formats, something that is the most explosive and craziest one yet.
If we see Lil Bobfish cast out Stratomoth turn 1, we are both going to be like, oh,
makes sense.
Right. Okay. Sure. Ignore the other stuff that we said. However, there's a chance that that's not the case, and we are going to be finding out right now. Lil Bobfish, start us off. Pope already starting us off with a mulligan, and I'm not quite as convinced about the curse of the mulligan at this point.
Yeah, I think that it really depends on these matchups. A lot of players and casters are opting to go for these slightly more low to the ground options that don't have to rely so heavily on doing really complex spirit math. and Pope seemingly, I think that was 2 Owloons for their mulligan.
Okay, so that means possibly 2 lunar decks at least in semifinals, which is very interesting.
Yeah, big fan of a second mulligan even?
No, a second mulligan. I saw water in there. there was some water. There used to be water there in that spirit deck. Now, I can't tell you how much is left.
No, and I think at this point, too, you're really asking yourself, is this worth the final, supposedly mythical third mulligan? Not a lot of decks can play on that access. And Bobfish is keeping their hand nice and pretty at a first time around, and going first in that regard too is so advantageous. Your hand is perfect. You're going first. Lobster too juicy. Your steak too buttery. I really don't know what you could ask for.
Hey, you know what? I think we're about to find out as we have the first Elestral cast, and you know what? It is a lunar card. We have Werepup coming out here. What?
Werepup coming in strong. The last couple of casters have really shown us that this deck and this spirit type is just so resilient. The beautiful Werepup Stellar as well, grabbing the Lunar Phase Full Moon counter rune from the deck.
This is wild. If Pope is on Lunar like you think he might be, that means that 3/4 of our semifinals are Lunar decks. That's wild.
And here I was thinking that it was just going to be wind all day and all night. But while I couldn't have predicted this top 8 and this top 4 finish, you might be able to over on twitch.tv/Elestrals. Go ahead and vote for either Lobobfish on this Lunar strategy and Pope, who has yet to reveal their game plan here. Let us know who you think is going to take down this top 4 match as we get into our first Sunstrike Premier tournament.
And it does look like we are, in fact, in a Lunar Mirror match, which is bonkers.
Whoa. Is that Toxion? Toxion is milled off of Pandora's box there from the search being prevented on the Hypnosum. As a Vermalord coming down here, we're just slinging Lunar left and right. I think I'm spinning around in my head a little bit this one. I'm not quite sure which way to look.
To the moon, I think at this point. That's the only option. And, you know, this does warm my little Lunar caster heart. I really do love to see it, as that Hypnosum has been taken care of here. And let's see, we do have the cast of the Ectopossum coming out.
Oh, you just have it in hand. You know, lobster too juicy, steak too buttery, but Ectopossum is just too good. Casting on the way here, and this is like a weird one to bounce, right? Because targeting the Werepup to bounce, it's been suppressed already, so that's a nice thing to get rid of. But alternatively, do you just get rid of the Vermalord and now swing over the pup?
I don't think that either of these feel super great, but like you said, with the Werepup suppressed, we're not in too much danger here. So I would be very curious to see what we end up going for as Pope casts out a Werepup of his own, which immediately, without hesitation, gets Pandora's boxed.
Absolutely incredible. And the nice part here is that, as we know from the Ectopossum luck, that Pope definitely has that Lunar Eclipse in hand. So we'll see, once we set that slap down and target 2 back row, that's going to be an insane advantage swing for this round. Though we're going to go ahead and see the Werepup declare into the other Werepup for an attack declaration, as Bobfish flips over the full moon to ascend the Werepup and enchant the Vermalord, meaning that Vermalord is huge, and now we have a very large wolf to deal with. The Vermalord here, I think, was only enchanted with 1, so I would love to say, as the champion Artemis Lycovoid comes down, that now Pope is staring down bodies that can potentially get over the Ectopossum and the other Werepup with no back row. This is such an interesting game state to be in, as what could the hand of Pope be to help combat a full board? Lycovoid goes down, trading with the Ectopossum, leaving just the Vermalord out, which is still a very large body, and when destroyed by battle, can enchant those spirits left over back to the board. So now we're just worried about recycling those spirits. Vermalord swinging over the Werepup here, seemingly back to a simplified game state. We're only on an Elestral set 2. Let's see how Pope can come back from this one. Both casters are even in spirits. Going from there, Pope is going to be taking quite a bit of damage total here. Looks like the Vermalord was stacked with spirits from a full moon enchant.
And that is part of what's so scary about this Vermalord is that Full Moon, which is a card that previously we've only really ever seen benefit the Werepup and Lycovoid line, can make Vermalord essentially a battle trick. And, you know, it also can make it just output damage like crazy.
And I feel that Ambrosia is really telling from Pope's hand as to why they were so comfortable with expending so many of those spirits. I find oftentimes too that, you know, going back to these older cards, Ambrosia is just sometimes exactly what you need in these high-powered states where everyone is slinging spirits left and right. But healing up feels quite good as Ouroboros touches down on the board, bouncing back the Vermalord.
We didn't even see a thought of an answer to this Ouroboros, which, you know, that might just go to show how comfortable these Lunar casters have gotten with this Lunar deck. I think that anyone playing into an Ouroboros is always tempted to immediately answer it every single time it hits the board. Say, I got to go against this. I got to do whatever. I got to do this. But little Bobfish saying, you know what? I can just cast this Vermalord back out. No big deal. It's a 1-drop. So.
Yeah, and there comes a Lunar Eclipse from the hand of Bobfish, with, I believe, snipes back out I want to say it was a Rise from the Shadows. That would have been really helpful for this Ouroboros cast.
Unfortunately, looks like we are just going to be continuing to go back and forth. I mean, we're neck and neck in terms of spirits as Pope casts out another Werepup at this point. And we already saw that Toxion, or the Toxiri once, and it coming back out again. What's going on?
Yeah, and Pandora's Box coming in here to stop the Werepup once again. And we're, man, 3 Pandora's Box at this point is just so strong, especially when you're staring down a big beater like Vermalord. I'm stealing this directly from Joseph from MBT, but made the comparison of Lunar being close to as 5s as possible. And it's very, very funny because Vermalord and similar Spectaris that you can be playing in this deck feel right at home back in base set.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like, ooh, now we're playing Elestrals again. the Elestrals of my childhood, for sure. And we have another Hypnosm hitting the board here and searching out that Ectopossum. So just continuing to establish threats turn after turn after turn, staying kind of low to the ground, but threatening these bigger drops. And saying, you know what, every single thing that I do, you're going to have to do something about it. As we have the crash of the Hypnosm into the Werepup, then bringing out 2 Ectopossum upon its demise. And I imagine, yep, this Werepup is not long for this world.
That's just so crazy to me in this world of moths and of turtles, where you can just all of a sudden go from 0 to 60 in 0.25 seconds flat. The Ectopossum crash deck, as it would be, is working on a very similar axis, but seemingly is flooding the board with so much advantage here. Both those Ectopossums dropped, and I nearly dropped myself out of my seat.
I mean, hey, we really have been working in a court of turtles and moths, and as it turns out, it is instead just the vermin running the city, as we have possums and rats and dogs and all of the little animals gathering here to put up a force at this point. And Pope saying, okay, you know what, coming out with an Ectopossum of my own. And you know what, Swole? I'm looking at this sort of mirror match that we have going on, and you know what I think could be a real difference maker for one of these casters?
What's that, a Lunar 3-drop?
Yep, exactly. A Lunar 3-drop. I think that the first person to drop a 3-drop wins. That's just how I feel.
Yeah, and I think that you're not wrong in that assumption. Oddly enough, with Ectopossum being such a large threat, once it does its thing once, it's not that scary. And Bobfish has gone through 2 of them, so a moose here and there, a camel over there might just be the way to close it out here, as both casters are still even on spirits.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I think that while it's cute that we've got all these rodents, I think it's time for the ungulates to have the run of the place. Get some hooves in here, you know? I personally, that's what I'm rooting for, as we have Ouroboros instead coming out here. Pope just allowing that ectoplasm to be bounced back to the hand, saving on those spirits at least. And my word, taking so much damage here.
Yeah, this is just a large breakout for this game, and we are resetting all the way back to nothing as Pope scoops it up, sees the writing on the wall, and it goes into our game 2 with Lil Bobfish taking it over with just an onslaught of rodents, putting out the whole entire forest on him.
This is, I mean, it's so interesting because it really could have been either of these casters to have the game that Lil Bobfish just had, because we are playing a real mirror match here. And I'm just saying, if you've got a 3-drop in the side deck, now's the time. Go get it. Bring it in.
Yeah, I mean, at minimum, you have a couple turns there where you're sitting on just the ectopossums. Imagine dropping a camel and just being able to sit there and let your opponent burn themselves for a game. I'm right there with you on that wavelength, but I think for these two casters, I don't even know what to expect into this mirror. What do you think they could be sighting out of from their decks for this lunar lineup?
Any Temple of the Moons. At this point, I know that a lot of the lunar decks like to keep them in the main deck. It's really not doing anything. You can't do the same kinds of battle tricks with the full moon under Temple of the Moon without it obviously like affecting your opponent's Elestrals as well. But other than that, I think that it really depends. I mean, for the longest time when Lunar was running around, people were playing Waxing Gibbous. They're like, anytime I'm going to play into a Lunar deck, Waxing Gibbous is great. I can change position for basically nothing of a Lunar card. But I'm not going to go out on a limb and say that we've got Waxing Gibbous to side into here.
Hey, nothing's impossible. We've seen a lot of surprises today. And I think for my money's worth, I know that Pope is reaching for those dense fogs and just getting them out of the main deck expeditiously. Toxion Toxion is a really strong card inside of this. The meta in general is being able to search out that dense fog and get you into a card that helps prevent Moth and some of these bigger game plan decks for just one turn. But I feel like in the Lunar matchup, it doesn't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, it has, however, it's been very interesting to see it get milled not once but twice. that was very fun. And you know, I think that in the past meta, sort of towards Worlds, that was one of those cards that people, especially with dense fogs, not only the regular dense fog but also the Atlas's Mist coming into play, people were really saying, what about Toxiri? What about this card? And I saw it employed to great effect, honestly.
Honestly, I think you might have hit the nail on the head there just a little bit. I don't even know if dense fog comes out. I think it just gets swapped out for the Achilles mix. I think that we just go in for searching the attack and defense wiping card. Meaning that both cast on an even playing field. So Vermalord now goes back to that 4 attack, which is not so scary, even if it's buffed up. I think there could be some cooking here.
I mean, you know, maybe our casters said, if Lunar is good and I'm playing, and maybe Lunar is good and other people are playing it, as Pope is once again going for a big mulligan. We saw 2 from him in the last game, and I think that starting so far back on Spirits did ultimately affect him and the game moving forward.
Yeah, really held on to the game for a long time, you know, even being down so much after 2 mulligans and getting hit for, I want to say 6 or 7 in the first couple of turns. There's really a lot that Pope was able to do to stay in. So if you can even at all stem 1 extra turn from that, I think that would be wonderful. But Bobfish is saying my hand's perfect once again, and I'm going to keep it. Pope is saying
my hand is not perfect for the second time once again, and we are going for a second mulligan. No!
Wow. I mean, on the bright side, this does queue up nicely for Ectoplasm and Rise from the Shadow, so you can't feel too bad, but yeah, that can hurt.
True. There are some of these decks that want spirits in the underworld. We were just talking about that in the last game with the Hephaestus Tongs, all of that interaction. And looks like we are just going to be getting started here with a little possum that is going to be a big pain.
Yeah, little possum, big pain. Indeed. This Ectoplasm coming in here uninterrupted this time. And if Pope was able to see multiple of these cards coming in, I can very much see a case where while Bobfish was able to drop down 2 last time, Pope might be able to just drop all 3.
Well, that would certainly be a way to make a comeback and justify all those spirits in the underworld right now, as Lil Bobfish is going to just be going for that Werepup, which immediately gets Pandora's boxed.
Yeah, taking some notes from the last game, Pope is just immediately stopping any sort of search, saying better have the full moon if you have it. And there's a new moon coming in here, discarding a second new moon.
Double new moon. Okay. It looks like a lot of our casters have been going into the lunar phase suite and saying, hey, maybe these cards are pretty good. Hey, maybe I should play Voltas.
I believe they are all saying that last part very loudly and truthfully. I think that's so interesting that New Moon has always been one of these cards on the radar of casters, where initially in some lunar aggro builds back in Moonrise, people were like, well, we can just discard extra copies of Full Moon and etc. But then transition to players only playing 1 copy of some of their key lunar phases. And I think now it might just be time because there's so much stuff to get rid of. I mean, Moth and the Sulfuri, the Tugas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, New Moon breaking down those barriers and coming out and becoming a real meta contender of a card.
As the Hypnosum coming in here, searching from Pope an extra copy of the Ectoplasm, trading with the Werepup and dropping down 2 of the Ectoplasm, swinging for massive damage here. This is the type of turn that Pope would have loved last game.
Yeah, it really seems that the tables have turned, and now the moon is in Pope's temple. We'll work on it.
Yeah, I think that one in Pope's temple for sure. Not in retrograde or any sort of other celestial body motion.
Yeah, it puts the moon in your temple for sure.
I can say that as more of an explicitive, that really puts the moon in my temple.
As we are having quite a nice little back and forth here, and by back and forth, I mean Pope has 2 Ectoplasm and 3 back row sets. So Bobfish has got to start making some stuff happen here, or we are going to be getting into a tricky situation. And you know what? A thing that he could do is, that's right, set up for a lunar 3-drop, folks. And I think that could really be a game decider, as we have the little Hypnosum coming out.
Ooh, and getting Gorgon's Gazed on the search. That is going to be quite brutal. And while the search was stopped, you do get to play the most fun game that the Ectoplasm and the lunar match gets to play, which is, did my opponent draw dead, or is their hand just playing it? And I think that we get to see if Pope's is saying, yeah, you got it, let's swing into it, setting an extra card and hitting over the Hypnosum. Okay,
here we go. Moment of truth. Okay, no, I think that since we're just taking that damage, that in fact we did not have the Ectoplasm in hand. Unfortunate for Bobfish. Big damage for Pope.
Oh, and we have an Ouroboros coming in here, one of the most signature removals for the meta. Coming in some of these clutch scenarios too. Again, what I really love about the Lunar Arsenal is just so many nice spirit-efficient removal options. And Pope has to respond here with a beautiful Marble Gorgon's Gaze.
Ooh, okay. And we are protecting these 2-drops here, really valuing them as if we might want to use them for something, like a Sending Over.
This is about to be the greatest alley-oop of all time. Surely.
It seems that Pope is simply content to just put out big damage each turn. It seems to be working for him. You know what? Fair enough, Pope. Who am I to have any issue with this? It seems to be going well.
Yeah, I think taking it turn by turn and sometimes time really doesn't tick on the way you think it does, as a Ouroboros comes in here and repeats the vicious cycle that only Fleetwood Mac talks about. And I think that though you are bouncing one Ectoplasm back to hand, you still have to contest with another 6 body. Is there another removal?
Yeah, we are bouncing it in a way that does not clear the full board here, and so it leaves things to have to deal with. And it looks like it's enough to have to deal with that we might be going for a scoop here, which means we're going to be going into a game 3. Bobfish and Pope having both taken a game at this point. And I mean, in this mirror match, both of our casters clearly expertly piloting these lunar decks. It really could go either direction.
I'm really sitting here thinking, and my gears are turning on this one, right? Because like you said, what is the play that gives these players the leg up in this mirror? Is it as simple as when I drop my Ectoplasm and play my control with lunar counter runes and various Gorgon's Gazes and P-boxes, is that enough? Or is there something deeper under the surface? Is there a 3-drop that we have to worry about? There's tons of really great ones. And I can't imagine that there can't be a camel out there, maybe even, and I really hate to say it, a Postamoose, Champion of Artemis out there?
I'm just saying, we haven't seen a solar spirit from either of these casters. So, you know, me personally, I think that what we could be looking at is a Postamoose. I think it could be a Postamoose.
It's very possible. I mean, there could also be one extra wind spirit back there for, well, I don't know if players would go that crazy as to deploy the A-Drive agenda, but
or, you know, we could really just pull an Ari and have it an all lunar enchanted Pin-Terror?
Yeah, what's going on right now is the spirit of Ari has possessed previous champion Pope and current undefeated Bobfish into this round. So I think that could be paid for by, of course, big damage, but looks like Pope is going to be going for a mulligan here. And
okay,
both casters going for mulligans.
Yeah, Bobfish finally is mulliganed at this point. Thankfully, it's not just Pope in this case.
Yeah, I think that if, you know what, I think that you can say in some capacity that if your hand is not exactly Hypnosum Search, set a couple cards, well, Bobfish might just have to mulligan that, especially going first here. This is such an important turn for either of these casters being able to set up some advantage and some control.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see if we had any real changes to these decks, grabbing anything from the side decks that could make a real difference here, give one of our casters the leg up, or did they simply say, I think that I'll draw better, I think that I'll see better cards, as Pope is going to once again mulligan for a second time. Well, it worked last time.
Well, down to 16 spirits doesn't feel great, but maybe just try and dig for immediate removal options and a little bit of better counter rune suite going into this third and final game for these casters. One of them will be moving on to the grand finals of the first Sunstrike webcam premiere and potentially crowned the first champion, where I think you got to just say, I'm putting it on the line here. I could go down to 12 spirits if I want to.
Yeah, very true. As at the end of the day, keeping a bad hand is not worth the spirits. And we have Pope starting out here with a Werepup, which feels really good when you're going into an empty board. You don't have anything to contest, and really just being able to do whatever you want, which in this case is going and grabbing the Lunar Face.
Am I'm missing something here, because if Bobfish taking the top seed for this event, or for this round, meaning that they were able to choose to go first in the first game, opted to go second in the third.
Yeah, it is interesting. I had a moment where I was like, did I miss Bobfish's turn? Because theoretically, he would have been the one to choose. Is there something that we don't know of? Maybe Bobfish is saying, I feel like my deck is more reactive than anything. I would rather have cards to play into. I'm not totally sure here, as we just go for a Vermalord and set a back row as well.
Yeah, I meant to say Gloombat one time. And I think that board breaker sort of strategy, honestly, Lunar probably can. Maybe one of the only decks that legitimately should. opt to go second on often occasion. You have the Werepup to bait Gorgon's Gazes and the Lunar Phase Lunar Eclipse to destroy back row. You have removal like this New Moon here, which also can suppress the Werepup, ensuring that now any sort of set full moons cannot go off here. But let's see if Pope has a response for defense.
Nope.
And the Werepup goes down.
Okay, just simply going to let that happen as we have a Rise from the Shadows coming out here. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, makes sense a little bit as the Werepup comes back. It really is a Werepup at this point, as it is is a zombie pup.
Big fan of the zombie pup, just the little tiny bone dog, if you will, as now we are potentially threatening a 2-pop with the Lunar Eclipse. And I think we're just going to go for 1 here, targeting one of the back row from Lobobfish. And now allowing for the Werepup Ascension of taking out a normal action is huge.
Ooh, met with a Gorgon's Gaze here. Going to be stopping the Ascension at this point.
And now we go back into a Hypnopossum. So doing a quick little Gorgon's check before moving on. If this is a Pandora's box, then it might be the best time to deploy it. But again, very scary, especially this mid into the game, is that you already have Ectopossums that could be in hand. Pope searches for another one. And not only do we have a Werepup on the board that can potentially ascend later, but now Hypnosum is threatening to crash into 1 or 2 or 3 copies of Ectopossum.
Yeah, at least 1. And I think that if Pope is going to opt to sacrifice the Hypnosum in this case, my guess would be that it is at least 2.
Let's see what we got here. Backed up by 2 counter runes, presumably. This is a very commanding state to be in. And I can only imagine that back row for Lobobfish has to be something huge like a Tsunami to stop, at least for 1 turn.
Tsunami is one of those cards that when it's good, it is the best card in the game. Occasionally, it is the only answer to get you out of some of the most insane situations. And in this case, looks like we are going to be going ahead and paying for... Was that the full moon?
That was the full moon here, which that could have been a crazy turn for Pope. Not only having the Werepup to ascend if the Gorgon's Gaze wasn't there, but re-enchanting the Hypnosum, getting now 2 Ectopossums out guaranteed.
And here we go. I think that is exactly what you're saying. And what a fun interaction. I love to see our lunar casters playing around with the lunar phases, doing things that we haven't necessarily seen before. Again, all 3. We have 3. What did I say? I told you I thought that he had at least 2 in hand. We have all 3 hitting the board right now. This is almost as good as if you had 1 3-drop, I would say, personally.
I mean, yeah, would you rather have 1 3-drop or 3 2-drops or 4 1-drop? The math is mathing in so many different ways till Sunday. And I cannot believe that full board, full hearts, and that Spirit deck is looking quite nice and comfortable compared to that first game.
And Ouroboros is just not enough when you're looking at this board. Oh, Ouroboros Earthquake. Okay. Do we also have another new moon with something to discard? If we have the triple removal this turn, that would be bonkers. And in addition to that, bananas.
It looks like the Ouroboros was stopped in its tracks as a Ouroboros of Pope's own comes down here. Lobobfish on only 4 spirits left. That is enough spirits to clear and exceed. The undefeated Bobfish goes down to the previous champion Pope in the craziest lunar mirror match I think I've seen today.
It is so interesting to see where Lunar is right now because we have never seen interactions like that with these Lunar cards. Our casters are looking at things that said, oh yeah, full moon, that's the Like a Void card. That's all it does. And instead it's, no, actually that's going to allow me to get out 3 Ectopossum. Thank you so much.
Yeah, after that first game of Pope seemingly having no back row and Bobfish in absolute control of the match, I thought it was going to be all over from there, a quick 2-0, but turns out Pope was just playing dead with these possums and and jump scare with the triple Ectopossum for a finisher. is movie magic, absolute cinema for the Sunstrike meta.
Are you ever going to mulligan less than 2 times ever again? Because personally, now I'm a believer. I'm set like every single time, every game.
I guess we got to start doing it now. I mean, that was crazy. Normally, a second mulligan is certain death, but if it has to be 3 at this point just to see a hand like that, I'm going for it.
Now, no matter what has happened at the other table, we know for a fact that Lunar is in the finals of the first ever Sunstrike Premier and has established itself as one of the biggest meta threats currently. And that is so cool. I'm so excited about that.
And I think what's crazy there is I almost forgot with the hype from the last match that we are going into the grand finals of this tournament. And you know what's even crazier is on the opposite side of the table, we have Adam and Astros Knight playing against each other, 2 champions facing off for this grand final slot. No Moth.
No, not even in the semifinals. It was taken down in top 8. And I'm super, super excited to see this. I don't know if Adam has just managed to build the best deck in the format. I mean, are we going to go undefeated in Card Party and in the Premier? Or is Lunar going to be the one to take down the Turtles?
Yeah, honestly, I think that I would not be surprised if the Turtles can do it. But Astro wanting to climb their way back to another Premier Finals. Previously, I believe the runner-up to Cthulhu in a Thunder bout. Now we have Astro making their way back with a lunar matchup. And based off the fact that Pope just put on a clinic into the mirror match, I don't know how safe I would feel into that.
I don't know. Personally, I think that these turtles need to descend into the sewers and talk to Vermalord and maybe these mutant. There's something there. We should all order pizza. I think that's the conclusion here is we should all get together and these teenage turtles and the rat in the sewer should have a pizza party.
Absolutely. I'd love to take a slice. Listen, I'm doing this whole Moth shenanigans victory too for our casters. It's insane to me. And just at how between multiple formats now, between the speed of Firestorm into Lifestream and now the turbo capacity of Sunstrike, the best thing that's remained true is spirit efficiency and consistent play.
I mean, I've been saying this about Moth from the beginning of today and before. The problem with these strategies like that, while they are dominant and oftentimes can build up these towers that you just can't do anything about, especially if you've built up this impenetrable wall of healing and removal and P-Gust and these big bodies with the Stratamoths and they're boosting each other up. What happens if your opponent just answers that because your deck only has the one line? These strategies where we see multiple different lines, every game looks different. You have different things that can be threats that can take care of cards. Those are the strategies that we are seeing shine right now. Cards that allow you to bounce back, sometimes literally in the case of, I don't know, Ouroboros, but sometimes figuratively in the case of from a come from behind victory moment.
Yeah, and still no Lunar 3-drop to be found, unfortunately. But it's a possibility that we could be seeing one still as we have one more go at it with Pope, of course, but then also meeting Pope in the finals. Making their finals return is Astro Knight once again. I believe that's 3 back-to-back-to-back into finals.
My goodness. And you know what that means is this is a double Lunar finals. Look at this bracket.
Absolutely insane.
I can't believe that we're going to watch Hypnosums be cast out, become 14 ectopossums, and that's going to be, I mean, no matter what, Lunar is the champion of Sunstrike in this very first premiere.
Yeah, I think what's crazy too is our predictions are absolutely all the way off. I think Altar Stars is probably the closest one I can firmly believe to be the winner here, and close enough a Nexus form of Zipossum. I mean, that's got to count for something.
I'm saying, and there was a little bit of an electrical disturbance one of the times that one of the Hypnosm was cast. So that's basically a Zipossum. So
Yeah, so far, I mean, we're doing pretty okay for the most part. Someone mentioned that there was a Vesuvatuga on screen at some point in time. Someone had pulled a Vesuvatuga.
Doesn't count.
Absolutely counts. That's 10 points.
Does not count. No, sir.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, it is random, and that does work.
Okay, let me see how many Zipossum I pulled in here.
Wait.
Wait a minute. Hold on. We're ready for that one, were ya?
Oh, God.
Okay. I mean, there is one thing that we do know. Like we said, we know for sure that the first champion of the first Sunstrike Premier is going to be Lunar. They are going to be a Lunar caster. Who that's going to be remains to be seen. Both of these casters, previous Premier champions coming for the run back. And Astros Night, I mean, is there going to be an event that he's not in the finals for the foreseeable future? I don't know.
I mean, the crazy part is about some of these top players is that questions like that hurt my brain, because the answer is, truthfully, no. These casters are so consistent and they stay on top for these long dynasties of periods of time. And even after they take months and months of breaks, they will come back and absolutely just demolish events left and right.
Mm-hmm. I cannot wait to see how these casters perform. I don't remember exactly where Pope stands on the QP leaderboard, and if this current placement means that he is now qualified for Worlds at this point, or if we need the win. Is that on the line at this point for Pope? We know Astros Night, he secured his win already. All right. At this point, he is just flexing on all of us.
Yeah, I think that that stipend is going to look really good for the 2027 World Championship. I think that's kind of the big thing that Astronite is going for nowadays. And for Pope, representing, is a great time to see them in Vegas and see them compete. So hopefully this QP is enough to get them into the 2027 World as well, so that these casters can potentially meet again and clash it out in these exciting matches.
And you know what? I wonder, are we still going to be casting Lunar at that time? Because
absolutely. Yeah, that's not even a question. Yeah.
I mean, 3 out of 4 of the top 4 decks today were Lunar decks. You can't lie with stats.
I should have. Andrew, this was really constructed from Primary Artemis, right? There's a reason why he's not here on the desk with us, is because he's engineering and pulling the Lunar puppet strings.
Exactly. Yeah. You know what? And he would too, using those suspenders to just control everyone around. We're on to you, Andrew. We know what you're up to.
Wherever you are, we'll see you in the future.
Yeah.
You can't predict Ectoplasm the next time. And I'll say, you know what? I'll call it right now. I'll type it in immediately. I don't even know if I'm casting the next one.
To be fair, I think if anyone has earned the right to predict the possum, I think it would be our resident Lunar caster for sure.
I have to agree. Unfortunately, it's it is true that we all have picked one element at some point in time to ride or die for, and you and Andrew, as far as Lunar goes, have been sitting pretty and eating good for formats now. Maybe I'm just a little hurt because while the Hera deck was cool, we saw Thunder. My Thunder casters have to start cooking. Cthulhu, you did me proud. Absolutely, with Brontiglow. What was Thunder doing before this?
And what will it be doing tomorrow? That's right, Zipossum. Okay, get in the kitchen.
No.
I think that we can go ahead and just get those points on my tally.
Oh, God, I walked right into that one.
You did. Mm-hmm. I was just hanging from my little tail from the tree, waiting for you to pass on by.
Like a moth to a flame. Ridiculous.
No. Okay. It's fine. I am super excited about Lunar being on top. I mean, I don't know if you can tell from my assortment of little babies in the background here, but huge fan of Lunar. And I am super excited. Before we get into the finals, though, let's take a look at our top 16 casters. Let's look at all of the casters who have performed absolutely out of their minds today. I think that you've already said it, Swole, but this is one of, if not the craziest top 8 that I have ever seen in my life, especially at a normal webcam
Yeah, I think
premiere.
just
My
looking at the
goodness.
absolute names, the units here on the screen, we've got, and I can count them at the bare minimum. Previous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 champions on the board for this top 16, which is just insane. It's been a while since we've had an undefeated, and Lil Bobfish happened to pull that out as well. So either we have consistent top cut representation from these casters, or like I said previously, whole premier champions just casually walking in there and earning the Hera top 16 mat and that Imperial.
And only one of these names is going to be able to take the title of the first ever Sunstrike Premier Champion. And we are currently setting up for the finals right now. Pope versus Astros Knight. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we'll be crowning a champion.
Here's to the grand finals for our first webcam premiere of the Sunstrike season. It has been some insane gameplay all day, full of twists, turns, and surprises, but it's led us all here today with Astronite versus Pope, a lunar mirror match in the finals. Two decks that, well, really one deck, I guess, that I was not expecting to see at this high representation. I was expecting the Baba Yaga, the Moth deck show up here. Talk to me about that one. Was your surprise or shock with this one?
Yeah, apparently the only thing you need is these two spirits here, not even in the deck over there in the underworld. It's been a crazy tournament so far. We were expecting Moth, and we were expecting, Turtles, as it has a good Moth matchup. Jealousy does a lot for that matchup. But this is sort of the step above that. Is like, well, the Ectopossums and the Ouroboros do great job versus all the Hephaestus stuff. And there's just levels to this metagame that we couldn't have predicted. And I think I remember seeing maybe, 7 or 6 copies of Lunar decks in the tournament at all. And 3 of them turned into top 4s. Incredible conversion rate, incredible deck. And as you see, it's just plays really low to the ground in really frustrating ways. It gets around your back row in ways that is really hard to deal with, really unintuitive for other Elestrals decks.
And I think that's something we see time and time again from Elestrals decks that really perform, is being able to play on a slightly different axis. The thing they do really well is a thing that no other deck can really do, and also sometimes can really handle. Something like Hermes or something like the Fish deck for a little while back in Livestream. We're kind of just doing stuff that no other deck was really doing. And this Lunar strategy, I think both it is the big swing play of the Crash Hypnosum, go Ectoplasm Flurry, and just go 2 to 3 Ectopossums is intensely scary. But the one thing I think this deck does really well is accomplishes its goal and its task while also being spirit efficient. And, compared to Moth, which does have a lot better high end, I would say. It's big combo pieces, it's big boss Elestral and smaller Elestrals. Ectopossum is just straight gas, just straight removal, and can control the space really well.
Yeah, and how do you deal with the Hypnosum? There's a lot of answers. None of them feel that great. Because, it's like, okay, what is the most obvious sounding solution to it? I'm going to bounce it. Well, what if they cast it again and they actually search a second Ectopossum? Oh, well, I got to deal with that one too. Maybe I'll bounce it again. Well, how about the third copy? It's like, it's just a headache to deal with. And, your normal, like, oh, let me suppress this disruption tools don't really work out, as the Ectopossum doesn't care if the Hypnosum was suppressed. You have to somehow be able to interact with the hand. Maybe future advancements on the format are Champions of Zeus. Chunk maybe comes in and we play like, Escape from Tartarus, Spark It to rip the Ectopossums out of the hand, clear it out. I don't know. There's a number of different options going forward in the meta, but right now, these cards and this deck really well positioned.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting ways this metagame has developed is just a lot of players saying to themselves that Moth was that good, but I think my deck that I'm bringing today is just better. And outside of all the players we've seen today, Lunar has proven itself time and time again to, and at least in the hands of these champions, put on a great show. And we're ready to get into our grand finals today. We're going champion v champion, Pope v Astronite, to see who's going to take it down and become the repeat champion here, the first one of the Sunstrike season. And I think starting off here, we have Astro going first. Establishing that Hypnosum early is going to be huge.
Yeah, you want that resource loop. You want multiple copies of Hypnosum, multiple copies of Ectopossum, and then the whole, like, how do you play around Werepup ideas, like, oh, are we going to try to interact with the search initially or on the special ascension? Here's a mulligan, but I mean, you can spend a couple spirits, go find your great hands, because those are the ones that are going to win, especially when the Ectopossum, you can't actually make the plays until those spirits are in the underworld. It's it might even be better to start with a couple spirits over there, essentially.
Yeah, and I think from what we saw last time, a couple mulligans for Pope is really nothing when you can drop just an avalanche of Ectopossums onto the board. And for Astronite, I think seemingly keeping their hand and might have the simplest answer already in it. The hands of Hypnosum plus back row are sometimes just really too good to let go, even if it's just a Pandora's box. But we already know that Pope is playing things like Werepup to snipe out back row. So I think that Astronite might have to have more than just one to really combat this deck.
And it begins. First off, Owloon for the Hypnosum, for the Ectopossum. This is going to be exactly what Astronite is going to look for. It probably has been looking for all day. Just showing off Pope here, making sure everyone has the right number of cards and everything. It's just making sure there's a good, fair game here. And with the Ectopossum in hand, this is going to be an uphill game for Pope starting right now.
Yeah, and we got 2 set back row and staring down the true tier 1 meta threat, a simple, humble Hypnosum. Is that a rock and a hard place in the main deck?
That is a rock in the hard place. Have we seen any evidence towards any card that cared about rock and a hard place in their deck so far?
No, that's crazy. I mean, I guess it's just removal, and oftentimes if you're able to snipe out the key back row or Elestral, that's huge. And a Gorgon's Gaze coming down here is also very nice. That is that's a lot of value, even though it's an expensive turn.
Yeah, I also love Asher's Knight's play there of just, like snap, I'll get rid of my Gorgons. Gorgons, it's in everyone's deck, quite literally. Everyone has brought this card. It's very impactful. And immediately saw it's like, no, actually, this Hypnosum is what I need. I need this to stick around.
Yeah, and a Werepup coming down here means that Pope can potentially ascend and get into a very large body very fast. Sniping out the last back row would be nice with the Lunar Eclipse, but they might want to opt to go this a little slow and just try to get some resources together because, yes, you can snipe out the back row, but the Hypnosum is going to stop you from really gaining any traction.
Yeah, Full Moon searched out as the Lunar Eclipse, not a great option because going into Like a Void is a little scary. And is that an Artemis?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Wow, I was not expecting an Artemis there to also then snipe out the full moon from Astronite to gain another Hypnosum. That is a little bit crazy. I guess the idea here would be that you can suppress the Hypnosum to prevent the daze. To bare minimum, you can clear the board and not have your Celestial bounced.
Yeah, and most importantly here, it's going to be the Werepup that is bounced. It's not going to be a Like a Void in this case, and so it's going to be super easy to just redeploy this and threaten the next board essentially.
Yeah, this gets a
And
little tricky.
yeah, another Hypnosum is searched out. I didn't expect to see Rock and Hard Place or an Artemis out of Pope. Pope and Astronite, I'm guessing, have very different ideas on what it means to be lunar aggro from here this point out. That's crazy that we have two different ideas for lunar decks have hit the meta.
Yeah, and it looks like here they didn't opt to suppress the Hypnosum because if you bounce back that Werepup back to hand, it's completely fine. You could just say I'm okay with that, and especially with 3 back row there, you have plenty of defenses to stop a potential removal option. Only opting to cast one of the Ectopossums though, Astronite takes their turn and casts out the other previously searched Hypnosum.
Yeah, the second Ectopossum is added to hand. So there's a very durable board that Astronite has, and just one back row at a time. That's going to be okay. Astronite really spirit efficient plays so far,
And a Tsunami.
That's going to be really, really good for clearing out the Ectopossums. You can't continue to be taking 2 spirits worth of damage every turn, especially for an Elestral that was cast with 2 spirits from the underworld. So, Tsunami is great here in this mirror. If Astronite doesn't have it in the main, will most likely be siding it if available.
Yeah, and what I do like about this too is that we have another Hypnosum coming down here to search for an Ectopossum. Now we're just layering on the 6 drops from our Lunar Casters. And from this position, if you're Pope, having the Werepup out does mean you get to threaten the Ectopossum that's sitting in defense. And that's going to be good enough. You can wait for the Hypnosum as well, as a full moon does get cast out and enchanting the Hypnosum to search for another Ectopossum.
I've heard 5's best deck, but how about 6's instead? This is
True.
We've got Lycovoids, we've got Ectopossums coming, out of the deck and sticking onto the board. It is quite the puzzle to figure out who's actually in the lead, who is actually needing to make a play to win the game. Very confusing situation, but Lycovoid will come out and most likely walk over this Ectopossum now that it is counter rune immune until next turn.
Yeah, and that's now you have a big offensive threat in Lycovoid and a big defensive threat, which turns into an offensive threat with the Hypnosum. So a nice sword and shield dynamic from Pope going on here. And very similar for Astro's Knight. You do have that available in the other Hypnosum. And we do know that there are 2 looming Ectopossums in the hand. So at any point in time, we could see those drop down. But in similar games we've seen before, there's a lot to deal with as Lycovoid, and the simplest answer might just be a hard seen Earthquake from the hand of Astro's Knight.
Yeah, and decides to attack into that Hypnosm instead, which is definitely a choice. I thought for sure the Ectoplasm was going to be cleared, but decides while it's counter rune immune, it's like, okay, let's go after this Ectoplasm. And if you force them to deploy all their Ectoplasm while you still have a Hypnosm, you kind of get to break the board yourself there, it looks like.
Yeah, and
Ooh.
we get an Ascension into a Vermalord that is now a huge 7 attack body.
Yeah, I told you 5's best deck, 6's best deck. How about 7's? This is it's crazy that these low to the ground decks are just trying to find every incremental way on finding an advantage, and that is a new moon, if I remember correctly, and that is going to suppress the Hypnosm there. And now the Vermalord is going to come over the Like a Void unless there's interaction here. It is a dice.
Patroclus's dice also in the main deck. Pope, what are you doing? You have Artemis, Rock and Hard Place, and dice. This is a mad list. This is absolutely phenomenal.
Pope
and what are you swinging over now?
Yeah, Pope added in all the Lunar Elestrals that they wanted to play, and then reached into their bulk bundle and pulled out all the runes that they had there, and it's like, okay, we're playing these. Dice, fantastic here. It'll be recycled back to hand after it puts a counter rune back into the deck. The Tsunami will go back in the deck shuffled, and this dice back to Pope's hand to set up difficult board math again for Astro Knight.
Yeah, and Pope being down to only 4 spirits is very scary. Astro Knight is up at a comfortable 12, so even though you're losing that Vermalord to the Patroclus's dice and the battle trick there on the Like a Void, it's still not great that you're having to now play from this far behind. So Astro Knight can sit here comfortable with this big Ectoplasm that I think they might even try to hit over the Hypnosm for.
Yeah, we have this Vermalord trigger where, because it was in attack position, it's going to re-enchant 3 Lunar from the Underworld to the field, and I believe it's going to be on this Ectoplasm. And this, if it attacks over this Hypnosm, that's going to be a lot of damage, if not straight up lethal, if the spirit counts are exact. Unless, has this Ectoplasm attacked this turn?
I don't think so, and I believe you're right. This is now threatening 4 points of damage, 5 points of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Okay, Pope is up at 7 spirits. Okay, Astro Knight is now considering where the attack is gonna go with this big old chunky attack. Is it gonna be a crash? Is it going to walk into the Hypnosm? Taking 4 damage there. So it looks like it was into the Hypnosm. Okay.
That's going to be a ton of damage with 2 Ectoplasms coming out to play. And this is where Lunar, I think, gets really sketchy, because while they don't get the return to hand effect that they normally would by expending spirits and getting rid of 5 extra spirits from Astro Knight's board, they can just crash. You can just try to hit over and attempt to put Astro Knight on low board presence with, I think, only 1 card in hand.
Well, crashing when the opponent's Celestial has 5 spirits on it is very dicey. But a beautiful option here in Ouroboros, but the Gorgon's Gaze is going to prevent it, and now a crash does not look like an option. However, setting that card in the back row, setting that dice that is known to be there, if Astro Knight just walks over this Ouroboros, though, it might just be game if there's no solution.
Yeah, that gets really, really sketchy. And Astro saving that Gorgons for just that moment. Like you said, we know that the dice is back there, but Ouroboros is a sitting duck on this board.
Yeah, it's going to expend the draw, get a card, make sure that they know exactly what's going on. That also might not be dice. We say it is, but very, very much could be a shield or something. It is dice. Pull off the Ouroboros and now juice up one of the Ectoplasms, and now the attack is not clean for Astro's Knight.
And I think that's still enough damage to crash and do 3 points of damage to any of the other Elestrals with a similar 6 attack, meaning that it is the lethal blow to Pope, as Pope is only on 2 spirits.
Yeah, that is going to be game 1 for Astro's Knight. Really hard to tell who's going to be in the lead there. Pope had, spent a couple extra spirits on stuff like Artemis and rocking a hard place to just clear a back row. Astro's Knight got really spirit efficient plays. They both had Ectoplasm spirit efficient plays, but the Vermalord reenchant, the reenchant converted into, potentially like it was going to line up to be 5 damage until interaction came through. So really, really great showing from the Vermalord there.
Yeah, I think that's one of the neat parts about Vermalord, and kind of a secondary effect is, even though, let's say, something like Temple isn't great into the mirror match, being able to re-enchant those spirits that were on the Vermalord to an Elestral gives it those just extra little incremental points to hit over, the Lycovoids, the Ectopossums. And even if not, yeah, we saw the crash there into an Elestral for the final blow. And now Pope is on game point. Astro Knight only needs one more win to become a returning champion inside of the Sunstrike meta. That's kind of crazy to think about, that while we saw Pope last time, the master of Lunar against Lunar, Astro Knight was handling that mirror match very well. Yeah,
Astro Knight 1 game away from being the first champion of the Sunstrike meta, the first Sunstrike Premier champion. And they're looking for their side deck options. They're looking for probably their Shields of Achilles and just other ways to interact on very combat-oriented ways, with Tsunami, Shield, if there's any more dice or anything. But it's really just going to be a balance of, their back row and who can actually play the Ectopossum game the most. What I love most about the Vermalord in that game was it wasn't just cast out, it was ascended over a 2-drop and became a 7, became this board-breaking number that often Lycovoid is, where it's like, oh, this 6 that you could quickly get into, that's going to break the board. Now it's Vermalord Hard Ascent was breaking the board.
Yeah, what I love too is the different techs that incorporated from both players. We had the Rock and a Hard Place from Pope and Dice, which, normally in a deck like the Lunar aggro deck, it doesn't do a lot of discarding unless it's the Lunar phases for New Moon. You'd think Dice is more comfortable in a place like Soul Fury or Fire Discard, but the attack boosting by 2 is sometimes just enough. Then it adds back itself to hand for recursive value. That's very, very strong.
Yeah, sometimes your deck just needs like weird don't poke the bear. It's
true.
Don't poke the possum. And just get it a little bit bigger, a little bit across the finish line. And if that dice was there earlier and maybe it just broke more combat bath situations, maybe that could have ran the game if that was the first counter rune. It's really good versus Lunar Eclipse, as that card will blow up back row, and well, if you blow up dice, if there's counter rune in there, I'm picking it back up. Enjoy your reproof from dice. I get the recursion.
Yeah, true. I kind of forgot about that sort of like small interaction there. Is if you just I'm gonna set 1 dice and try to get rid of the back row, and you snipe it out, you ascend, you're like, okay, that's cool. I can deal with that next turn with my Hypnosum, but now my Ectopossums become that 8 to your Lycovoid's 6. I think that's absolutely terrifying. And we get a start here from our players into game 2 of our grand finals. We have Pope going Hypnopossum into Ectopossum and set 1 pass, and Astro Knight showing us the aggro rabbit here in attack.
Ooh, aggro bunny, and just says, well, let's deal with this Hypnosum before there's a lot of Ectopossums. And, it's not going to be too great to bounce the rabbit. Oh no, instead it's going to use the New Moon, discarding a Lunar phase to destroy and not deal with it at all. You're going to have to find another Hypnosum if you want to cheat out that Ectopossum.
Yeah, that is so crazy to think about, that it is the hard removal that we are looking for, saying there's not a whole lot of options for it, but the Lunar deck and the Lunar suite of cards definitely does have the right tools to deal with it. over and over again. I think discarding the Vermalord off of a draw from the additional effects of our lunar phases, Rabbit swinging for 1, dealing 1 damage, and Rabbit set 1 is just as good in Sunstrike as it was back in the day.
Some say it's even better. It's Pope now considering the options, looking for, just expended draw, and it's and is now going to Pandora's Box this Werepup. And the stadium did in fact stay in, the Vermalord interaction. Very interesting. And there goes that Lunar Eclipse into the Underworld, but 2 damage. Poke is just, or Astronite is just poking Pope.
Yeah, I think this is now a very scary position for Pope to be in after a Werepup has been established. Rabbit is just an additional chip damage after your big beaters have gotten over things. Rest on your laurel to take care of that Werepup, though, will very much help start the chain until, that's a rise in the shadows to bring back the Werepup, becoming the true zombie Werepup it's meant to be.
If I'm Pope there, I'm really scared because I just saw the lunar eclipse go into the underworld, but the Werepup was seen enough or valuable enough to bring back Rise. So I'm scared that that's a full moon set behind the Ash Rabbit, and now I need to deal with a Leica Void right now, even though I Pandora's boxed it.
Yeah, I think the only way to really out this board in an effective manner is just a Hypnosum and saying that back row is nothing critical. But Pope has had a very slow start to this game already, meaning that Ashnai has taken all the tempo, and a deck like Ectopossum, which just thrives off of tempo, that can be very dangerous.
Yeah, it is a deck that you just want to be a little bit ahead, because then they're forced to come into you, where your Ectopossums can now be really strong board breakers. Pope considering all the options, trying to figure out, how do I beat a 2 attack and a 3 attack? I just don't know.
Yeah, this is
Ouroboros early on is going to bounce the Rabbit.
Yeah, good start overall. I think you definitely don't want that repeated Werepup value. And now after Patroclus' dice, a preemptive dice on the Ouroboros, make it a 4 attack, just enough to get over the Werepup.
Yeah, and also by doing it now in the main phase, is able to reset the dice for the next turn. So Rabbit Crash is not going to deal with this Ouroboros or anything. So, good play from Pope there, as long as this back row is not live enough to protect this Werepup.
Yeah, we're seeing the set 2 from Pope come out, swing into the Werepup. Werepup does go down. It isn't just an additional rise in the shadows. It doesn't look like that. This could be a Gorgon's Gaze then back there, saving it for a key moment like an Ectopossum.
Yeah, but, the bunny was bounced to hand and the spirit went back to the spirit deck. Astronite is fine with just continuing the setup, forcing Pope to get onto the board a little bit more, and then Astronite will work on cracking back into it. You just need to force your opponent to overcommit a little bit in these tempo battles for your effective board breakers to really be game winning.
Yeah, and this is now a game of spirits too, because Astronite on 15, Pope on 9, setting over into an Ectopossum straight from hand just to get over the Rabbit.
Yeah, and that Ast Rabbit is not suppressed because there's no Hypnosum involved, so there will be no bouncing this time. Instead, that's a 6 body, so that's a 6/3, and let's go attacking with it.
Yeah, it really is also an 8 body because of the mythical Earthquake and a rise in the shadows to combat the Earthquake.
Okay.
Earthquake has been glued to the hand of Astronite for every single game of this tournament. And the rise to bring it back is the only saving grace I've seen so far. That is insane. That Stellar Earthquake has come up so many times.
Look, if you're going to put it in the deck, might as well draw it,
Yeah, true.
To be fair to them, they've been playing other bits of removal too, the, full moon and, the other different lunar phases that they included to support full moon. Full moon's always been a strong card. Just could you afford to play these other lunar phases? Astronite found the room and thought the rest of the lunar aggro shell was a good enough reason. And here comes out a lunar eclipse and is trying to pick which one to pop.
Let's see. I think
Okay.
we have potentially maybe a Gorgon's Gaze from Pope coming down. I would imagine thinking if it's worth to do it and go down to 5 spirits. And I think it's going to be dice to come in here. I think maybe wondering if they wanted to activate the dice to boost the Ectoplasm to a 6 or to an 8.
Yes. Decides that if they do that, it's going to be a bad interaction versus this Hypnosm crash and bump. And Astronite will take an extra damage for walking to a 2-spirit Elestral, but is going to consider it worth it to get an Ectoplasm onto the board and will bounce the opposing Ectoplasm and get in for 2 here. Pope coming down to their final 5 spirits of the tournament, potentially.
Ooh, this is just so scary here. I think that the idea of Ectoplasm v Ectoplasm, even if they're on 5 spirits of damage, they've somehow been able to kind of equate the spirit math back. And this is probably the most important turn for Pope. This is potentially tournament ending. Or are we going to go to a game 3? We have a set card in the back row, and Astronite is still sitting on this other back row behind for so many turns now. Even Hypnosm could be threatened by a potential Gorgon's Gaze. And it's a rabbit that is Lunar Enchanted coming back down here.
Oh, and that is taking 3 damage. Pope did not have anything to commit to the board. And now Pope is here and, is going to cast out a Hypnosm, which is very good. Even if you have no spirits, you can get the Ectoplasm on board. However, how are you going to deal with the opposing Ectoplasm? This is the play you have to make. You'll deal with that, bridge when you get to it, I guess. Pope down to the wire here.
Yeah, I think that we have to say the last 2 spirits in the spirit deck are Lunar for crashing into the rabbit, and effect of the 2 Ectoplasms, 3 Ectoplasms, 3 coming out strong.
Okay, well, that's how you deal with the opposing Ectoplasm. Cast a ton of them. They're all casting using spirits in your underworld, and this is suddenly a very scary board for Astronite to be on the other side of. But Pope only has 1 spirit left. Can Astronite be able to maybe tsunami this? What is that live back row back there?
Yeah, you can't Earthquake all 3 of them no matter how hard you might try. And now all of a sudden, Astronite seemingly on the back foot here. This back row has to be something like a Rise from the Shadows to get them back into it. This was a setup upon setups. And again, Pope playing dead with Possums this entire time, waiting for the triple drop of Ectoplasm out. Wow, what a game.
Wow. I mean, look, like you draw the Earthquake, you put the Earthquake in your deck to draw it. You put all 3 Ectoplasms in your deck to draw them. That is a crazy board swing that came out of the underworld. What a powerful interaction there, and is going to actually get rid of one of the Ectoplasms to juice another one with dice so it can cleanly walk over this Ectoplasm here.
Yeah, and a swing in for 2 from the other one, in putting Astronite on 3 spirits, and I think that might be enough to put them on the final back foot, and Ambrosia would be huge here. Hope looking to take this to a game 3.
Ambrosia, maybe a play with Tsunami involved could go a long way. Ouroboros, heal up Pope a little bit. Ambrosia for the other team, but clears out the Ectoplasm, gets it off the board, and a defense position 2/2 is very helpful in this position, especially if there's like something like Rise from the Shadows. But that is the Artemis, and is that a Pharaoh Heart?
Oh my God, that is, and I'm so unfortunate that she's not here to see this. That is an Artemis's Champion Postamoose touching down on the board.
Oh my
with
goodness!
An Artemis in the back row, meaning that this card is suppressing everything. That was enough to bring Pope to a game 3 in the finals.
Oh my goodness.
What do you mean you're playing the 3-drop? It happened.
There was like no signs that anything was happening there. We we can see in the back channels, K Cray is going wild on her camera. She is stoked to see the moose hit the wheels. Are you kidding me?
What do you mean the moose is loose? That's ridiculous. Listen, we have been joking and memeing about it all tournament run. Every single lunar caster out there has been sitting on these 2 drops the entire time. But meanwhile, Pope is sitting there devising a game plan over and over, saying, oh, you want a 3-drop? I got one right here for you. The 3-drop of 3 drops for lunar. Wow, what a crazy game.
Between game 1 and 2, I was like, oh, I really liked how Vermalord was used as a 3-drop. I really thought that was really good deck. Yeah, moose on the table. Boom. You know, and still running the Artemis, saw that as like, I think it's pretty good in the matchup, and also it lets me do this.
I cannot believe it. And now also something that Astronite does have to take into account, because if Pope is able to establish Moose early, not just as a game ender and a game finisher, that means that their Elestrals will be suppressed and they won't be able to do a lot of Hypnosum tricks or won't be able to do the Vermalord stuff, having to rely solely on that Magic Earthquake and also those new moons.
Yeah, it's a weird, interesting matchup where Astronite more removal heavy, maybe it's slightly more threat heavy with, you know, the Vermalords. I'm not sure Pope has any, or if they do, maybe they're trimming a little bit, but you know, they both have a very similar mid-range with the Ectoplasm, Hypnosum stuff, but Pope has the more powerful top end, and Astronite has the more powerful removal and answers. Who will actually come out on top? That is crazy. Weird.
Yeah. I cannot believe it. That is kind of the caliber of play we're expecting from these champions. I'm always shocked to see it. I told y'all, Unk can't handle this. My heart is too old for this, taking these surprises left and right. And wow, what a game from Pope. Navigating those ectopossums and the spirit management just enough to boost himself with the Patroclus's dice and have a full board of 6-drop bodies. That is crazy.
We, you know, like the showrunners for us like to give us matchups that are really interesting so we can have big flashy moments, but this normally happens early on in the stream. This is how we saw the Hera Imperawatt deck, for example. We don't expect to see incredible plays we weren't expecting in the grand finals of the first Sunstrike Premier. I'll let you know when I'm over it, but it's not going to be anytime soon.
Yeah, you're telling me I was expecting a Moth v Moth mirror match determined by who is able to get their Nemisail search out as fast as possible. As we're going into game 3 here, the final game, both on game point for the Sunstrike Premier. One of these 2 casters will walk away the champion. And in the mirror match here, Astronite's starting off strong with a Hypnosum. Search for another Hypnosum from the deck.
Yeah, keep a value chain going, realizes doesn't want to be the first to get Ectopossums on the board. Also, there's not enough Lunar in the Underworld to actually cast them. So wants to hold back, just keep on accruing value. I'll get my Ectopossums later. Setting, looking like 3, maybe 2 or 3, but Astronite just taking some time to get up, to set up, is going to play this game nice and slow. And, you know, now Pope is trying to find, you know, how do I deal with this? Well,
looks like the simplest answer is just an Hypnosum of their own. I also want to point out too, and congratulations, Pope. This is the first time I haven't seen you mulligan this entire tournament. That is, congratulations on the wonderful hand. You know, we'll see if it's good enough to combat Astronite's board. Gorgon's Gaze here gets passed on, and the Hypnosum's unable to search that Ectopossum. So Astronite seemingly has a little bit more advantage here.
Yep, and Astronite's second Hypnosum will also resolve. That means there's 1 Ectopossum for the 2 Hypnosums, at least 1 Ectopossum that we know about, and there's now 2 Lunar in the Underworld. And, you know, it's a weird stalemate for sure, but Pope doesn't have any Ectopossums that we know of. Definitely not a guaranteed one. And so Astronite might take this as a chance to get really aggressive and think, you know, I'm just going to try to walk over your Hypnosum right now.
Yeah, and the Hypnosum in defense from Pope too is just trying not to take extra points of spirit damage. It's okay now as well because you cannot crash Hypnosum into Hypnosum, but that's going to be The New Moon coming in clutch here as hard removal for Hypnosum, now putting Pope on the call and response.
Oh, but the Rise from the Shadows will keep it exactly where it needs to be and actually lets the search happen this time. Astronite very punished from that play. You know, from 0 Ectopossums in... Okay, there is a foretold Earthquake from discarding the Full Moon there off the Lunar Phase effect. I assumed it was being cast. No, we'll give it a turn, actually.
Yeah, you know, I find comfort in the fact that I've seen it and it wasn't in the opening hand, but it was very close to being. I don't know about that, but the Rise in the Shadows play here sets up this just so beautifully, and now Pope definitely has an offensive and defensive answer. But the very strange part here is now having to deal with these landmines of the Hypnosums from Astronite.
Yeah, at the very least for Pope, the first one is the scary one. The second one actually doesn't really change much in terms of these Hypnosums. You know, all the Ectopossums most likely are coming out from that one. And Astronite, while getting to foretell, you know, maybe an Earthquake to the top of the deck, had to discard a card with casting that Lunar Phase. They're slightly down on cards. One of those is an Ectopossum. The other card might not be like more aggression. Astronite might be a little more, a little low on fuel in that case.
Yeah, and down to 14 spirits as well. You know, Pope is sitting pretty comfortable at that 18. That's going to end up mattering as we get deeper into the match. We already know as well that you can't really play it too slow because Pope does have a few bombs waiting in the form of the Moose, as well as their own Ectopossum and Werepup lineup. That's another Ectopossum or Hypnosum coming in here to search out.
Yes, Pope needs to win this match to get enough tournament packs to complete the special marble versions of the Hypnosum playset, but 2 Ectopossums in hand, 4 Hypnosums on the battlefield. Really complex board state that I don't want to try to unwind, and the players are going to have to.
This is where someone comes out of the woodworks and says, no, actually, I've really been enjoying playing Ice Age inside my Lunar deck to combat these exact board states. My time is now. And set 3 cards with 2 Hypnosum in defense from Pope is such an interesting start. While I would say against other decks, that would have been not great to give them time to set up into a Lunar deck and the Lunar strategy of Hypnosum, Ectopossum from Astronite. The worst that you have to contest with is Ectopossum, which I'm saying the worst for because I think that Pope is more than equipped to handle them right now.
Yeah, that is a re-enchant for turn to go search out a second Ectopossum. So there are 4 Hypnosums on board, and each player has 2 known Ectopossums in hand. Really beautiful gameplay right now. Just a whole puzzle to unwind. This is not a board that I want to play against, and I don't even know. Is it first to move loses? Is it last to move loses? I can't really tell. Are you supposed to only cast one when one of yours is attack? Do you have any clue?
You know, okay, so I would say it's either finding hard removal inside of the main deck. Otherwise, you have a Werepup coming down here to snipe out the last back row from Astronite, and it's been turns and turns since one has been dropped. And now with 3 Lunar Elestrals on the board, this Lunar Phase can now snipe up to 3 in the event that Astronite has more back row. That is, I think, even scarier than the Ectopossums.
Yeah, Astronite only has 1, but Purple Hurricane is here, and that is going to be a chain of a Full Moon to go search out another Ectopossum. That's right. There will be 5 total in the grips. It's
I don't love this position from Astronite. You do get the ability to go, I think now, into a the big bad wolf. You go in to swing over 1. You can cast out maybe up to those 3 Ectopossums you have in the hand. But alternatively, Pope doesn't have to swing and can very much just now put Astronite into checkmate. This is like, I think what I'm scared of most about some of these games inside of Sunstrike is that if you're not progressing your game state into a way that is getting you into a winning position. Your opponent definitely is, because this is 3 back row set, 2 landmines on the board for Pope, and a 6 attack body. We know he's playing dice. We know he's playing cards to combat Ectoplasm. This is going to be very scary very fast.
Yeah, this is know what card we didn't see in the sideboard runes that was used to be very popular and would be very good against both of these decks? Cryoblast. Cryoblast used to eat Lunar decks alive and is nowhere to be seen. I haven't seen it all day. And, this is just as one deck is expected to be king the meta, sideboard cards lean in that way, and attack from this Like a Void into a Hypnosm. Astronaut trying to figure out how many Ectopossums to cast out right now, as one of these Hypnosms is in attack and is actually going to cast it out in defense, so the Hypnosm cannot crash into it.
Yeah, this is so interesting, though, again, because what I have come to love about Pope's deck, and I think Pope's gameplay here, is we know they're on Rock and a Hard Place, right? And that the water synergy in the main. We also know they're on Tsunami in the main. And so while Ectopossums being cast out here in defense does help prevent future Ectopossums from Pope coming out, the really interesting thing here is that it forces this weird scenario where Ectopossum changes itself to attack from Astronaut to try to get aggressive, meets a Tsunami, and then we're back to this position where now Pope can just go Ectopossum of their own and deal with the defense 3 of Ectopossum. This is so intricate.
Yeah, only casting out 1 Ectopossum, each player known to have 2 in hand, and it's now a question on whether or not, Pope could just start digging for the Theraheart. Just go find the card that wins the game. If it's going to stall out the game like this, why not find the card that does not allow the game to be stalled out? It's a very interesting position.
An expend to draw coming in from Astronaut and a set card in the back. I think maybe contemplating if they want to turn this Ectopossum to attack. We know that the Like a Void is in the hand. We know that there's Ectopossums in the hand to even just hard ascend over 1 of the Ectopossums. So this is now in a very hard position. We were just talking about how this board state got real gummy real fast, and Astronaut is now seemingly on the back foot in just the smallest of ways. There's so many small things in this mirror. This is very, very cool. I was not expecting this.
Yeah, and something, the right back row could really mess up the plans of one of the players. Let's say Astronaut is waiting on 2 hard removal spells, like maybe an EQ and then another hard removal spell. What if Pope flips up Rise from the Shadows? Suddenly 2 is not good enough. There's a lot going on right here. Now Pope might be looking to see if they want to cast Rise from the Shadows right now, or maybe just pull off the Spirit to cast Dice. It's just going to let the Hypnosm go, and now there's only 1 left on the board for Astronaut to deal with, but I don't know. It's
this is scary. Yeah, we have 6 spirits left from Astronaut, and Pope up to 11. We know they can hard ascend over this to potentially combat the Ectopossum, but again, it could all depend on what that back row is. We've already used the Lunar Eclipse to clear out just the 1, and it looks like we're going to just re-enchant the Hypnosm and search a Ectopossum. Hypnosm.
Hypnosm again. I really actually like that play, even if they do have all 3 Ectopossums in hand, which they kind of have been suggesting in the way that they haven't re-enchanted to go search for the 3rd one. I really like that play where if this Hypnosm is answered, maybe we just use Tsunami to prevent damage from coming in, and then we cast out another one, create the same exact headache. This same exact headache.
This is now the board state gets even gummier as Astronaut has a Hypnosm coming down, and we do know as well that the other Ectopossums are in hand, and so choosing to only cast the 1 there means that they can load up these Ectopossums for future turns. I think the problem is now, though, is spirit count. Astronaut being down to 5 is not extremely comfortable to deal with the cascading cards that Pope has. You know, we saw it in previous games, even in just this series, that Pope likes to set up these plays and then says, I have my 6s, here's my dice, here's my lunar phases, here's my things that I've had for turns now. And that, I think, will come to fruition sometime soon. I'm just waiting to see if the dominoes are falling.
And here comes out said Hypnosm. If the last Ectoplasm is still in the deck, it'll go and find that, but it might just doesn't even search. No fail to find, I guess. Every card that it could. Maybe, you know, are they not playing the original Ectoplasm? I guess not.
That would be a really interesting tech, honestly, for the OG Hypnosm or OG Ectoplasm. Yeah,
I mean, I'm not sure they expected to be facing the mirror in the finals in this, you know, what we called Moth format. It's definitely interesting, and now if they haven't played this matchup much before, they are trying to figure it out live, and it's been very complicated, and they've been doing a great job. It feels like nothing makes progress the right way for either players.
Yeah, it's so funny too, because what I love about Moth format, which I'd love to still keep on calling it, by the way, as the poster child of Ectoplasm. That'd be such a great little running bit. Gonna keep that going for the longest time. Ascending over into this Like a Void here, and now we are just saying, I'm gonna try to contest the Ectoplasms.
Okay, and I like that it's water enchanted also. And a Catabasis, are we getting okay?
Interesting. Got the Lunar Phase, Lunar Eclipse. Got the Hypnosm.
And a Werepup.
Werepup back plus drawing a card. That's pretty decent overall. I also wasn't expecting this card coming into this matchup, as most of the time it's not really hitting anything.
Well, in the way that Rise from the Shadows breaks, you know, sort of the breaks the like removal imbalance, it instead breaks the Catabasis will stop Rise from the Shadows, actually, because the Elestral does go to the underworld, and you can tuck that back in the deck. I believe there is a slight resolution issue. I think Catabasis might only be able to get Elestrals, or send back Elestrals, so it was a mistake to send back the Full Moon in this case.
I see.
Okay, so new cards, everyone's figuring them out. You skim them, you think you understand them, and they are just going to resolve this a little bit backwards.
The Catabasis is and/or runes.
And/or runes, okay.
Yeah, so that's interesting.
Okay, maybe, know what it might be? Maybe those 3 cards aren't shuffled in before the draw card.
Oh, it's put on the bottom of the deck. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They were shuffled, not put on the bottom.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Everything resolved. Sounds good. And, maybe we have more Hypnosm, search Hypnosms. Just let's go again.
This is a little bit of a scary situation there. That could have been irreparable past a certain point. So I'm shout out to our judges and our staff today, keeping an eagle eye on some of these plays. It does happen. You're in the finals, nerves run high, and of course, like Jackie was saying, new cards. We're all Poggy champion for new cards, but we're also still learning them day by day. Yeah, I mean, and some of these, it's not just new cards. Sometimes it's cards that's been out for a while. It's just they didn't have a home always. You're reading some of these, like Lunar Phase of Astronite has been casting. I'm sure a lot of players are like, okay, which one is that? It's been a while. It's all right. So Pope is thinking about how to proceed on this board now that the Like a Void is on it, and probably casting that Catabasis to just make room in the back row for another rune that they actually want to set. So it cycling for a new card is pretty beneficial, at least in that case. Yeah, and we had the Like a Void coming in, I imagine declaring over this Ectoplasm just to clear, meaning that Astronite does have to force this back row. And this is so interesting that just one back row from Astronite can potentially ruin all this calculus. Even if that's something like a Rise from the Shadows, it makes a very spirit efficient play, and keeping your big body on board being very important. What I do fear here too is kind of like we saw in the first game of a Vermalord descend into some piercing / extra spirit damage shenanigans.
Okay, but that Like a Void successfully cleared an Ectopossum. Pope has started making progress on this board, and Astro Knight now has to find a way to, start cracking back without, hopefully triggering all the Ectopossums in Pope's hand, because, once they all hit the board, they might all hit you.
Yeah, and I think too, Astro Knight's playing this game of I can't get too low on spirits because then my Ectopossum just really won't do anything. It still has to expend 2 from the spirit deck, despite the fact that it uses those 2 spirits for cast from the underworld. So it's spirit efficient and really strong, but you do have limited amounts that you can use here as a new moon gets cast here to potentially destroy and discard on this Hypnosm.
Maybe not even discard, just maybe just suppress it. Is there a discard here?
I think maybe debating if they want to discard and expend. They are down to 5 spirits, so it might not be worth it.
Okay, is going to. Gotcha. Clears it fully off. Pope has no Hypnosms on board. Psych. The Rise from the Shadows. And what's beautiful about the Catabasis, the search will resolve if Pope remembers that they put the 4th copy of Hypnosm back into the deck. And it looks like they do remember. So let's go again.
Oh my god. What's so interesting here too? That Lunar Phase, Lunar Eclipse in hand, utilizing 2 spirits on that. Yes, you put yourself down to 3 spirits, but you do snipe out 2 back row. And that could have been so tragic for Pope to lose that Rise before it could be able to be activated. But instead, I love Rise. This card is such a cool card in the game of Elestrals, allowing you to set up for offensive and defensive runs like this. That's so cool.
Yeah, it was a card that everyone was excited for. Everyone actually understood it was pretty strong. It's just there wasn't really a full deck for it now. Now there is a full deck for it, and it is absolutely running this tournament. But both these Hypnosms moved to attack. Astro Knight says, I have a plan right now. I've got to start moving.
Yeah, and we have Pope reaching for the back row. Astro Knight's going to take 1 bit of damage here, putting them on 3 spirits, can potentially cast out all 3 of these Ectopossums, but only have enough spirits to do 1 of the effects.
Okay, is going to I'm guessing, well, they actually already used 1 earlier, so they only get 2 right here.
That's right.
And but is going to use the Suppress and Daze on the Hypnosm to, I'm guessing, bounce that one to prevent any crashes here. Yeah, or prevent any Ectopossums coming out, but instead Gorgon's Gaze to stop the bounce. It makes sense that there's the Gorgons there, but oh my goodness.
Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat. That could be it. 1 spirit left from Astro Knight. That Gorgon's Gaze came in at such a critical time in this match. There are so many things here that Pope can do, but has to walk it in if they are looking to take this grand finals. And you cannot count out that there is a Patroclus' dice in the back to protect the Like a Void. That was, we saw it in our previous games, come in and boost this Like a Void to an 8 attack, meaning that Ectopossum does not crash, but instead goes away. What's the back row in the back? What is it finally?
It's a Rise. Shadows.
Paying off of the Hypnosm.
Gotcha. Just use your last spirit, or you pull off the Hypnosm that is as good as gone next turn for Ectopossum, or to protect the Ectopossum in this case. The Hypnosm from Pope on board is unable to attack as it is suppressed and dazed from the Hypnosm effect of Astro Knight. But we know there's another Hypnosm in hand for Pope, as the most recent one searched it out. It could just be as simple as walk it in and start bouncing.
I think that there's a few things to do here, and you could crash, take one, and cast out, start trading down. You could Siphon Ascend. You could Ouroboros. You could just Earthquake. There's so many simple answers to go through. And it does heal back Astronite to 3. Wow, that's so interesting. I think that Pope is just trying to close us out in the most definitive way possible. I can't quite tell. This board is about to be full of ectopossums real quick.
Yeah, that is brings them back to 3, but no Hypnosms. That ectopossum is essentially stuck in hand at this point. So crashing with this Lycovoid here will put Astronite on a true 1 spirit with no way to get an ectopossum out, most likely.
Yeah, and down to touchdown, those big ectopossums coming in, full board and a full heart. Let's see if this crash goes through. There's no counter rune, so my guess will say yes. And Astronite takes all the damage from Pope. Pope becomes your first Sunstrike champion with Ectopossum and the truest of lunar aggros I've ever seen. There is no earth in here, and that is absolutely beautiful.
That was incredible. Incredibly complex game for both these players to navigate, and Pope has come out on top with the Ectopossum, the Hypnosm, and the Moose.
Absolutely insane. The Moose was crazy to drop. There's so many interesting techs inside of our newest champions deck. And of course, congratulations to Astronaut as well for making it this far. The consistent 3-time into finals is no small feat and just showcases the skill of our casters here today as they're both just giving it their all. Those board states were warping my mind like they're base set hollows. It was crazy. I don't understand how we could get into those spots.
They were so gummy and little bits of advantage on like, okay, I'm going to force you to cast 1 Ectopossum in the mid game so you won't have it in the late. Or I'm going to use Catabasis to get myself an extra Hypnosm in rotation. So actually, if we keep on crashing back and forth, I win. Just really weird interactions that I'm sure they were looking at their cards like, I guess this will do this for me in this matchup.
Oh,
really crazy.
Absolutely incredible. You know, we've seen Pope as a return champion innovate on these decks just constantly. And this was, if I had to guess, just probably one of the largest innovations I've seen so far. You know, we have dice in the main deck. We have things like the Rock in a Hard Place. Ectopossum and the choice to go into Lunar as a whole just screams someone who's analyzed this meta and has just put together the pieces like no one else. Moose in the main deck too. We see it shining there next to Pope's name. Congratulations, Pope, for taking that first slot. PR strongest, truly.
Yeah, and while a whole bunch of Lunar in the top 4, 3 of the top 4, after not a ton of decks in the entire tournament were Lunar aggro, there's a lot of counterplay that people could be playing that they just aren't right now. Cryoblast and Ice Age and other removal spells that have traditionally been good against Lunar aggro, nowhere to be seen because they were trying to deal with other decks. I wouldn't call this one a boogeyman of the format. I would call this a beautiful metagame.
Oh, I am thoroughly jazzed to be playing more Elestrals. I cannot wait to be ectopossumed out of my mind. And it's so funny. I just thought to myself, Moth would be it. There would be just Moth everywhere. I'd be seeing Wind Spirits slung left and right. Instead, I'm watching probably some of the craziest Lunar mirrors I've seen in my life. That the absolute immaculate gameplay. Hop on Elestrals, everyone.
I know. We used to see like Lunar mirrors with, you know, champion like a Void and having really interesting, you know, Werepups suppressing and flinging them at the opponent's Elestrals, or, you know, with all the Werepups around, all the suppress, the Spectrus became really powerful. Now we have one where you're not sure if you can attack and you're not sure who's winning at all, but one player needs to be making progress. If you're the player standing still, when you're both standing still, one of you is wrong.
Yeah, that is ever so true. And especially we saw that time after time again in those games where both casters were seemingly setting up their plays. And it really just depends on what additional support cards they wanted to make the dominoes fall. We often feel like that the Elestrals is this game of, especially in Sunstrike, I'm going to put everything out there. I'm going to win immediately. But sometimes it's so beautiful like this where you just get these intricate game states and it's hard to tell oftentimes which player it just has the absolute upper hand. At any point in time there, Ash and I could have brought it back, but Pope just seemingly calculated out everything to go for.
Yeah, we assumed this was going to be a format of putting your spirits on the table, put your cards on the table. That entire finals was actually about who is going to be forced to put their cards on the table, and they're the person who's disadvantaged. It was all about who didn't need to do anything, which is really unique for Elestrals, I'll say.
Yeah, it truly is I'm going to make you move first on this one. And honestly, and this is the most terrifying realization I just had now. And again, I'm shouting this out to Joseph a little bit for the realization that that Lunar is just kind of fives when you think about it. And I can't believe the timeline has gone all the way back full circle where fives really is the best deck in Elestrals again. My boomer heart cannot take it.
I don't know. This was a sixes deck. This was a six best deck.
Oh, even worse. Oh God.
It's why why is five afraid of six sort of situation. It's really interesting metagame, and I'm really excited for everything else that happens in this Sunstrike format. If Dio will continue to rise within the standings, if it has a good Lunar matchup, if Moth will sort of dwindle into a more specialist deck in the way that like Hermes has, is Turtles was just a flash in the pan at the beginning of the format as like the first deck figured out to be able to beat, these decks that we thought were scary. Really interesting meta that can get really clammy and gummy.
Yeah, it's so funny because I'm just thinking to myself, you listed off like a few decks we saw today that I'm just like, I was also not expecting that one too. And I'm already writing someone's short out there looking at you and saying, everyone thought the best deck in the room was going to be Moth. And then here we go, cycle all the decks that actually were good, the players were killing. And that's why, and then you cycle back onto why Moth was actually just unexpectedly nowhere to be found here. Incredible.
One in the top 8?
Yeah, one in top 8. And it was Hermes Moth at that too. It was MG1 on some amalgamation.
Yeah, it was Hermes Moth from a Hermes specialist. Hermes top 8 worlds or top 16 worlds caliber player. Just incredible that incredible that deck made it and none other. There's a lot of Elestrals to be played, that's for sure.
Yeah, I have not even scratched the surface of the iceberg that is the Sunstrike meta. There's so much to dissect here. I'm gonna have to get back into the lab myself before trying to do any sort of further research. I stopped at wind. I said, you know what, we're good to go. And even then, Vesuvatuga proved me wrong on the first hand. I should have known that was the first clue that the spirits run deep. And it's been so exciting. Wow, what some cool matches today. We saw Soul Fury, we saw Hera with the Rycerridge Frost Hera at that too. And now Lunar just giving us an absolute clinic into the meta.
Yeah, it's and once people are trying to beat Lunar, there's going to be some more metagame space that opens up over there. But I believe our interview with the champion is ready, so we will pass it on over to them.
And I am here with the newest, the Premier champion, the first ever Sunstrike Premier champion, Pope. Congratulations. How are you feeling today?
I am tired. Believe it or not, my run was a very weird one, talking with other contestants, because they told me there were 7 Lunar aggro players. I played 5 of the 7.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so by the end, I was very familiar with the matchup. I was like, oh, this again. And as we can see, I think I made accidentally the right choices for the mirror match.
I honestly, we've been talking about this a lot because it's been so fun to see all of the different Lunar and see all of you come together in the different brews. And that is definitely what I want to talk to you about first is 1, what made you trust this deck? And 2, what made you decide on the exact brew that you picked?
There was an accident in the mic. I am so sorry. You please say the question again. I got distracted.
Yeah, no worries. Happy to ask it again. You've had a long day, and you know what? You're the champion, so you get what you want today. Question being, what made you trust this deck, and what made you have the build that you did? How did you land on this?
So, I thought that suppression was good, and the fact that Hypnos on Octopus is very recurable. I like that, as you saw more than one match, you destroyed by battle one Hypnosm, and you don't know it. You think I have one, and I play all three, and that's swing for game. This deck is good against turtles, very good against turtles. This deck is good against Moth, especially going second. Like, they can pop off, and you can be like, oh yeah, Rock and a Hard Place. People were not expecting Rock and a Hard Place. So Rock and a Hard Place, Aeolus or your Moth. They took Aeolus out, then normal cast, Hypnopossum. Sure, I'll take damage. It's turn 1. I have more than enough spirits to cast it, bounce, and hit directly. And you're at what? At 5? Good luck doing the combo again. And overall, I thought it was good. Suppression is always good. I knew people were not playing Lunar. Surprised me, people did. But I managed to play around it. I kid you not. I sided out more than half of the deck. Like Dense Fogs, Talk Series, gone.
And okay, I have to ask you, because I know that the folks watching at home are like, if she doesn't ask, I swear, I gotta bring the prop to the Moose. We saw him get loose. Talk to me about that. Was it main deck? Did it come up often? Why did you put him in there? What's going on?
Yeah, the Moose, I do play it main deck, and I played one copy of it, and I played 2 Artemis. The Artemis is because if I have 2 Ectopossums and I have just 1 Hypnoson, it's 1 suppress. I can just suppress with the other Artemis and bounce 2 and just swing for game. And the Moose, I was having trouble dealing with big guys. If I didn't have a way to Hypnos on Ectopossum, I was struggling. And I just added 1 because it was like, you know what? If I cast it with Artemis, everything is suppressed. Nobody has effect. It affects Lunar, so in the mirror match is good. And I get to recur spirit, so I stay alive. I only did it once, and it was in the mirror and in the stream. So happy to do that. I remember telling my opponent, let's do something for the stream. I just casted Artemis Ascend, and he goes like, yeah, yeah, okay. So yeah, that's the story behind it. I needed a beat stick. That's her.
And you know what? I have to tell you, I know that obviously you can't hear the stream, but in the previous match, in your top 4 match, the entire time I was saying, you know what's great in a Lunar matchup where they've got 2 drops, a 3 drop. The first person who drops a 3 drop here wins. And you know what? You proved me right.
Nice. I'm happy to help.
And okay, one other thing that I need to ask you about. We talked about this briefly before we even hopped on this interview. The Curse of the Mulligan. This is something that we've been talking about in the Sunstrike meta. You claim that you mulliganed almost every game.
I mulliganed every game. The only game I didn't mulligan was against Ari. I think it was game 2. But other than that, I mulliganed once, I mulliganed twice. There were 2 games I mulliganed 3 times. Mm-hmm. And I don't like it, it sucks. But the hands were unplayable. It was like 5 runes. Mm-hmm. And the only good thing about it is that this deck can use a lot of the Underworld. So I have fodder for Ectopossum. Like, I don't want a mulligan, but it doesn't hurt.
I mean, clearly it worked out. And I think that the Curse of the Mulligan has been debunked at this point, as you are now the champion and you did seemingly nothing but mulligan all day today.
Play Lunar. Mulligan Curse doesn't affect you.
Hey, exactly. The Lunar immunity. Now, question that I have for you here. You've played so many different decks today, so many decks that you weren't expecting, including the Lunar Mirror match. Were there any particular matchups that you found challenging that were in particular like, oh, I don't think I was prepared for this?
The Mirror match. Any other game, it's not that it was easy, but the Mirror match is so stressful and so tedious that like in the last game, we were talking about like we passed for like 5 turns, and we were just waiting on whoever hit first. And it's a horrible mirror match. It's very tedious, very grueling. Whoever has Hypnoson wins. That's it. Period. No questions asked. I made a misplay, but I managed to come back with like the negates and just to be able to stall enough to play more Hypnosons. But the mirror match for me, horrible.
Well, clearly, not only did you manage to play through it in the finals, but also you mentioned that you played it many, many times on your journey to the finals. So by the time you got there, you probably felt at least somewhat prepared for it.
Yeah, I cited literally 8 cards every time. 8 cards, just out. No Dance Fog, no Toxiri. It does nothing.
I think that one thing that I really love about seeing you play, and this has been true from your previous win as well in the Premier, is that you always have such unique cards that no one is expecting. Does this come from your practice group, from your method at looking at what the threats are and just identifying? I mean, you said rock in a hard place for Moth. I don't think anyone was thinking of that.
Yeah, it's this testing group for sure. You know, we come up with wacky plays, wacky ideas. And we just test until like, oh, this feels good, this doesn't feel good. Like I said, with big bodies, I was testing with Decent Shirt, and he were casting with the Turtles, and I couldn't play over them, and they're in defense, so I couldn't activate Ectoplasm. So I said, like, all right, you don't want to play, fine, rock in a hard place. You got to decide, and if you destroy the back row, I can go for Warp Up to Like a Void to crap to destroy. So rock in a hard place MVP came in. Every time I played it, people were beyond surprised. Everybody hated it. I loved it.
I mean, clearly you came in prepared, you did the practice, and you won. Once again, congratulations on winning the first Sunstrike Premier. I think that the question is, where do you go from here? Do you keep refining this list? Do you have your eye on something else?
Absolutely not. Once I finish with a deck, I would like to move to another one. I have my eye on something that I cannot foretell now. But now that I have the qualifier points, I will definitely be playing jankier stuff, more fun stuff, and studying more, because I need to study and stop fooling around.
Hey, you know what? You've earned it 100%, and something else you've earned is a rest. So before I let you go, I've got one more question for you. Is there anyone that you would like to thank, shout out, anyone who helped get you here, etc.?
Yeah, shout outs to the testing group, the Boritugas, Decent Shirt, Iran, they helped me out. And I'm very happy to say that now we have an official LGS in Puerto Rico. It's amazing, and we can finally have games, play for mats, play for points. And I'm gonna be happy to like help them out. And if anybody needs help with playing, learning the game, you have a champ here that can help you, you know? Not to toot my own horn.
Hey, I think that you deserve to a little bit. And hey, shout out Puerto Rico. That is incredible news. Thank you so much for talking to me today. Congratulations again on becoming the first Sunstrike Premier champion. I'm sure this won't be the last time we see you, but for now, have a good night. We're going to send it back over.
Bye-bye.
Absolutely insane from Pope. I'm shocked. I'm surprised. I'm happy. I'm so ecstatic to be hearing from our champion there. The Moose inclusion was insane.
Yeah, when I went into the finals, I flashed up 2 Lunar Spirits. I didn't realize we would need a third. You know, it's like that was a crazy finals, and how they talked about it. It's just we were trying to figure out the entire time. And they also were like, no, it's like a nightmare to play. Also, that was incredible. That was awesome.
I will say this too. I'm looking forward to this mysterious deck that Pope has alluded to, and the future jank that our current champion brings to play. One of the coolest things in the Elestrals that happens once these world champions, these premier champions, get their hands on some of the more interesting cards inside of the game. Some really cool stuff happens. So I cannot wait to see that, and really excited to hear that Puerto Rico is getting has their LGS spun up and are getting more player supports. PR strongest, absolutely.
That's so awesome. Yeah, these top players, uh, when they want to just keep on playing the game because they love it, but they don't need to try it anymore. They start doing. They like to call it side questing, seeing what they can accomplish with these little tricks and fun little cards and stuff. And it's just like I brought this card to like top 16, and just like awesome. That's amazing that's on our records now.
Yeah, it's the Sir Tractor, the Trenton Pandolence quest. The whole spreadsheet of what cards have and have not topped. Now that I cannot wait to see what our champion brings to the table in future events. So absolutely killer, amazing showcasing from all of our casters today. But of course, congratulations to Pope once again.
Yeah, congratulations. Welcome back, Kay, from the interview. And hello, little puppy.
She was so excited when she heard that Werepup is a star. She had to join in. And you know what? She's been here with us the entire day. She has been amped up and pumped. We tried earlier, but absolutely incredible day of Elestrals that we have had. I cannot believe the outcome. I can't believe that Lunar is decidedly, 3/4 of our top 4 decks were Lunar. What an insane day.
Yeah, would never been able to expect that outcome. I think from a million miles away, not even from analyzing the previous premieres, the tournaments that have happened, the card party, it was Moth all the way down, but turns out the spiral was into Lunar goodness.
Yeah, we went from a Dio and Thunder format, and before that it was a Solar and Water format, and then suddenly what we thought was going to be a Wind and Fire format, Lunar on top. Crazy.
Now, I know that this is going to be an absolutely loaded question and topic, so I'll go ahead. I'll go first. Favorite moments from today. I think we gotta narrow it down. Each of us pick one. Me, easy Moose drop. 100%, baby. Yeah, shout out Pope and shout out Foster Moose.
Yeah, that's a hard one. There are so many good surprises inside of today's games. Obviously, things like the Hermes innovations that both Kryber and MG1 were able to do. But I got to give it out to Gibby on the Hera Frost deck with the Imperawat. I got to give it to my Elestriad Season 2, but also, I didn't even know those cards were good.
Yeah, that was wild. I've got to give a shout out to El Caballo, Jacob, goes to my locals, goes to Game Guys, making it top 8 with Dio, a deck that no one really expected at all to survive into this new format, and with a very simple game plan of, I'm going to use Cyprong to destroy things, and I'm going to attack with Havocub in Ascend into Pulvervore. I guess we're doing that, and it was like just playing the most simple cards got there all the way to top 8. Incredible work.
There were so many insane moments that we had today. And for those of you who have been watching at home, if you feel compelled to cast, if you are excited, if you want to get in on this new format, in this new set, we have so many events coming up. One of those things being the set championships at your LGS. You can get out, you can go play. We have that Dragalis playmat up for grabs, the celebration of Sunstrike. That thing is stunning.
Yeah, it really is beautiful. June 5th through the 26th, various game stores will be scheduling out these set celebrations. And outside of this, the playmat for prizing, there's qualifier points on the line and some extra goodies as well for hopping on Elestrals. And you can scan the QR code now for an LGS near you. We just heard that PR got one here. And so the Better Kuligas are going to be rolling deep to these things, I'm sure. Scary to run into Pope there. Already a Sunstrike master, but I cannot wait to hop on my own here in Dallas. That's going to be super sweet.
And don't just get in on the celebration. Get in on the next premiere. We have another premiere lined up soon. We have multiple premieres for the Sunstrike format ready to go. Another premiere winner will be crowned on June 13th, 28th, and July 13th. Registration opens immediately for this next premiere, and over 1,000 QP is awarded. Get your ticket to Worlds now. Registration is open.
And of course, you don't just have to get into the fully competitive spirit. If you're someone who you want a little bit of practice, or you want to play as our newest champion has coined it, Jank, that you love, one of the perfect places to do that is at our weekly casuals every single Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Everyone is invited. People are rolling up, playing the most insane, fun stuff. These are the perfect places for you. If you want to just play your pet deck, if you want to get familiar with even just holding the cards, casting the cards, getting into being on webcam events, because you know what? We would love to see you all in a premiere someday. Now, with that being said, something that all of us have been waiting for. Those of us here on the desk have been talking about it all day. And I have to know, are the results in? Can we finally reveal which of us three will walk away a champion today? That's right. Our commentator predictions. We each get points for every time it is represented in the entire tournament. We have an idea of who might have won. Okay, and the results are, drum roll, please. As they take it away.
None of us. We all lose.
Oh my goodness!
Holy cow! What in the world?
That's
46?
a lot of altar.
Hold on. Let me read my stream notes. Recat accordingly and congratulate the winner. That's verbatim.
Yeah. I think in your excitement, something happened to your microphone, Kay. But it is, I mean, that is incredible. That is so much altar stars, probably across a number of different archetypes.
I should pick Gorgon's Gaze.
You know what? I gotta say, all 46 of those points from Altar of Stars, while wonderful and have led me to my victory today, none of them mean quite as much as that one Zipossum baby.
No.
As far as I'm concerned, that's a million points. I have never been so happy. They said she couldn't do it, but she did. And whoever is out there playing Zipossum, let me know who you are so I can personally thank you from the bottom of my heart. Truly.
Yeah,
Zero Arcolith. Oh, incredible. I cannot believe it. Congratulations, Kay. That is, who knew Altar would be played so much?
Clearly I did.
Oh, true.
Ooh, and
true.
You know what? With all that being said, it is all about the spirit of coming together for Elestrals. Of course, Pope and I are both walking away winners today, so we're probably feeling a little bit better than the rest of all of you. But I don't know about you two, but even victory aside, what a wonderful day of Elestrals that we have had.
Oh, it's been so cool. I have loved every single game. It's all been exciting and interesting to see, surprises left and right, and I just can't wait to hop into more of Sunstrike.
Yeah, I would like to give a big ol' shout out to everyone who helped run this event, the judges, the rules helpers, all the production that runs both the tournament organization and also this stream. Thank you so much for everyone involved.
Yeah, we truly could not do it without all of you, and most importantly, to everyone who played and came and watched, because without all of you, we wouldn't have a tournament. And you know what? Most of all, thank you to production. Thank you to my two co-commentators for bringing this all to all of you today and for making this an absolute blast and a pleasure. And thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for being here. We are going to be back in no time. Our next premiere is happening on June 13th.
I believe.
June 13th. We will be back. And is Lunar going to be back, or is someone going to brew up something new? Be sure to tune in then and find out. Thank you all so much for being here, and we will see you all next time.
Bye.
Hop on.